Chapter 2941. The princess actually threw it away. Threw it away. It was such a waste of resources. It was too unbelievable. Even the Villa master of Hidden Sword, Villa, changed his expression. Ever since this sword was forged, all sorts of strange phenomena had occurred. It had exploded the sword-casting furnace and destroyed the sword-forging room. No matter what, it could not be forged into the shape that the swordsmith wanted. Even the length and shape of the blade could not be controlled. In the end, on the day it took shape, it took the lives of all the swordsmiths in the room. On the day it took shape, Sword-Casting Peak was automatically covered in ice and snow. No creatures were allowed to come close within a radius of 10 miles. Anyone who came close would be killed without mercy. What was even worse was that this sword was extremely aggressive. Ever since it was formed, the top-quality weapons in the Hidden Sword Villa had suffered a calamity. As long as it smelled the slightest scent, it would automatically come to the door and cut the opponent in half. There were originally hundreds of divine weapons stored in the treasure pavilion of the Hidden Sword Villa, but in the end, they were completely destroyed by it in a single day. When Hidden Sword Mountain's Villa Master found it, he only saw a mess. Hidden Sword Mountain's Villa Master was so heartbroken that he almost vomited blood. When he looked up, he saw this thing hanging in the air arrogantly and writing lines of words on the wall. It's time for this divine sword to choose its master. In the thousands of years since Hidden Sword Villa's establishment, this was the first time they were forced by a sword. It was also the first time a sword set the rules for choosing its master. Before it left, it even took the sword at the Villa Master's waist. It was said that it was a piece of scrap metal, and it was annoyed just looking at it. How was this forging a divine sword? It was simply inviting a living ancestor. Hidden Sword Villa had 365 swordsmiths. All of them were top-notch and were sword fanatics. They were obsessed with forging swords every day. Even if the swords they forged were not divine swords, they were still rare treasures in this world. Because there were many swordsmiths, Hidden Sword Villa had swords formed almost every day. However, ever since this divine sword was formed, Hidden Sword Villa could no longer forge another sword. This was because every sword would be destroyed by this thing as soon as it was formed, only leaving a ground of scrap metal for the swordsmiths, causing them to beat their chests and stomp their feet. Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master never thought that a sword could be such a disaster, so in the end, he did whatever it wanted. He only wanted to send this living ancestor away as soon as possible. Those who had passed just now all returned in defeat. The Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master remained calm on the surface, but his heart was still trembling with fear. He was afraid that the divine sword heart was too high and would not choose a master among these people, continuing to stay in the Hidden Sword Mountain Villa to cause trouble. Therefore, when he saw that the divine sword had recognized Ji Shun Yu as its master, he heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that he had finally found a husband for the sword ancestor and could send it off with a bang, but he never thought that Ji Shun Yu would actually not want it. He even threw the sword out in a very dashing manner. To be honest, seeing the divine sword suffer, the Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master actually felt quite relieved. However, he knew very well how crafty this divine sword was. Now that he had been thrown out in public by Ji Shun Yu, he would definitely feel embarrassed. Who knew what kind of waves he would stir up? Princess, this sword can't be offended, the Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master hurriedly said. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud rumbling sound came from below. The ground beneath his feet trembled. Heavens! The mountain is going to collapse. The people standing at the edge of the cliff cried out in alarm. Everyone leave quickly! Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master shouted in alarm. Chapter 2942. Everyone leave quickly! Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master shouted in alarm and took the lead to fly up with the swordsmiths beside him. The earth was rumbling, the mountain rocks were collapsing, and the snow was flying. The mountain peak that everyone was standing on was cut in half by the divine sword, and the entire mountain peak collapsed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Only the collapse of the mountain peak could be seen, and almost nothing else. One sword, just one sword. One sword destroyed a mountain peak. This was the power of the divine sword. Fortunately, Everyone who was standing on a mountain peak could fly and rose into the air in time, so they didn't die with the mountain peak. However, this earth-shattering aura frightened everyone present. After the divine sword destroyed the mountain peak, it directly flew up. It hovered in front of everyone and buzzed. The sword's body was dazzling, and the sword's chi covered the entire sky like dark clouds, as if it was enraged and was ready to attack these people. Almost everyone present was an expert among experts, and any one of them was a well-known figure in the Sanding Continent. However, under the deterrence of this sword, their faces turned pale. They subconsciously pulled out their weapons, but these weapons that were usually very powerful were now, like mice that saw a cat, trembling in the hands of their owners. Some even refused to unsheathe, and no matter how their owners urged them, they didn't dare to move. Everyone felt the murderous aura of the sword, and those with weaker skills couldn't help but tremble. They all looked at Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master, wanting to see what the Divine Sword's creator had in mind. Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master had no choice, and could only look at Ji Shunyue and Rongyu Ishinlin with hope. Of course, he was mainly looking at Rongyu Ishinlin. After all, the other party was an exalted immortal, and he was experienced and knowledgeable. Perhaps he would have an idea. Rongyu Ishinlin, on the other hand, was very carefree and calm. He twirled a bamboo flute in his hand and looked at Ji Shunyue beside him. "Do you need me to make a move?" Ji Shunyue stared at the sword and shook her head decisively. "No need. I could do it myself." She leapt up and flew straight towards the overbearing divine sword. At this time, the sword had become much bigger and longer, and stood there like a huge dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Ji Shunyu standing in front of it was like a little white rabbit standing in front of an elephant. Especially after Ji Shunyue flew over, the sword seemed to be even more excited. The light was like a small sun, and the sword chi was even more biting cold. The surrounding clouds were torn apart by the sword chi, and the airflow was like a tsunami. Everything that came close to it was instantly turned into dust. Although everyone knew that Ji Shunyu's martial arts were very high, in this situation, everyone was worried for her. In particular, the Villa Master of the Hidden Sword Villa clenched his sleeves tightly. He could already tell that this divine sword was truly enraged. It even had the heart to devour its master. If Ji Shunyue was no match for it, she would most likely be injured by it. Once he was injured by it, the newly established blood contract would be automatically dissolved. This sword would become ownerless again. It was so ferocious. After this incident, once such a bad reputation was spread, who would dare to have ideas about it in the future? Then, wouldn't it be unable to find its master and continue to wreak havoc in the sword-hidden villa? With this sword's temperament, if no one subdued it, it might directly become a sword demon and stir up a storm of blood in the Sanskrit continent. When the Villa Master of Hidden Sword Villa thought of this, his head swelled up. Chapter 2943. When Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master thought of this, his head couldn't help but swell. A layer of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He really wanted to remind Rongyu Ishinlin to pay attention to the divine sword's movements. It would be best if he could directly think of a way to subdue the divine sword. However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. If the divine sword heard him, his Hidden Sword Villa would probably be razed to the ground. He was so anxious that he couldn't help but look at Rongyu Ishinlin again and again. This ascendant immortal was truly able to keep his composure, standing there without moving. Ji Shunyu stood in front of the divine sword, her clothes fluttering like the tide, but she was as still as a mountain. She looked up at the sword, her lips moving, as if she was communicating with the sword, but no one could hear what she was saying. Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master's heart skipped a beat. The airflow within a radius of half a mile around the sword was extremely strong, and everyone could almost see the surging sword intent. They knew that under such airflow, even a blade made of diamond could be broken and destroyed by this airflow. However, Ji Shunyu, this delicate and timid woman, was standing in front of the divine sword. Other than her clothes fluttering a little, she didn't see anything wrong with her. Her expression was even cold and calm, as if she was standing in an ordinary place. Just from this move, everyone understood that this Princess Ji Xinyu's skills were truly unfathomable. Other than immortal Rong Yue, who hadn't made a move yet, no one present could last more than 10 moves in front of her. When those women saw that the divine sword had recognized Ji Xianyu as its master, they were a little unconvinced. They felt that she was only relying on her identity, or perhaps Rong Yuishenlin's light, which was why she had such good luck. But now that they saw Ji Xianyu reveal such strength, they had no choice but to be convinced. This princess relied on her own abilities, not to mention the people present. Even Fairy Shui Chang couldn't compare to her. No matter when, the strong were the easiest to convince. Ji Xianyu hadn't even officially made a move, but she had already won the sincere admiration of everyone. After watching for a moment, Hidden Sword Villa's villain master finally saw that Ji Xianyu was indeed communicating with the divine sword, and was not pretending. His heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened. After the divine sword was forged, the only person who could barely communicate with it was him, the villain master. No one else could. But now, Ji Xianyu seemed to be chatting happily with it. Could it be because of the blood contract between them? Ji Xianyu was indeed conversing with this divine sword. After this divine sword was thrown out by her, it seemed to be extremely angry. In her mind, the general meaning was that it was a dignified divine sword, and only it could abandon people. No one could be disrespectful to it, otherwise it would be blasphemy, and so on. Ji Xianyu expressed her disdain towards its double standards. After exchanging a few words with it, she was unable to convince it, so she simply pulled out her saber and laughed. Dignity is something you fight for yourself, not something you scare. This princess doesn't like to talk nonsense. Let's fight. If you win, you can do whatever you want of me. If I win, she paused for a moment. The divine sword immediately replied, "You win. I officially recognize you as my master." Ji Xianyu sneered. "It's not easy to recognize me as your master. You have to get my permission first. I'm not the type to blindly accept things." The divine sword seemed to have suffered a blow. It paused for a moment before asking, "Then what will happen if you win?" Chapter 2944. Do me a favor. After this, you'll still be free to choose another master. Ji Xinyue stated her conditions. The divine sword's light flickered as it repeated, "By then, I'll be able to choose my master. Yes, I won't interfere, nor will I stop you." "All right, deal." The divine sword buzzed and flew straight up into the sky. "Come on, let me see what you're capable of." It sounded like an elder giving pointers to a younger generation. Ji Xinyue almost laughed. She didn't say anything else and flew up like a bolt of lightning. One sword and one person faced each other in the air. The tip of the sword was pointed at Ji Xinyue, overflowing with murderous intent. Ji Xinyue waved her hand in the air, and two swords appeared out of thin air, one red and one white. There seemed to be a raging fire on the red sword, while there seemed to be ice and snow on the white sword. She had used the fire element and water element in the air to condense them. They might not be divine weapons, but they were sharp enough. Everyone looked up from below, and when they saw Ji Xianyu making these two swords, they were somewhat puzzled. Xinyu's famous weapon was the Azura saber. There was even a saying in the Fanian continent, "When Azura appears, ghosts and gods weep." It was obvious how powerful and famous that saber was. This divine sword was obviously not easy to deal with. Even if Ji Xianyue used all her strength, she might not be its opponent. Everyone thought that she would definitely use the saber, but they didn't expect her to casually condense two swords. In the Fanian continent, as long as one cultivated to the level of a god, it was very common for them to casually condense weapons. However, to deal with a divine weapon like the divine sword, shouldn't one use the most suitable weapon? Ji Xianyue had underestimated her opponent too much. The Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master clenched his fists so tightly that his finger bones almost broke. He couldn't help but complain to Rong Yuishenlin. "Immortal, is Princess Xianyue, is she underestimating her opponent too much?" Rang Yuishinlin's gaze also fell on Ji Xinyue's two swords, but her eyes flashed with admiration. She's very smart. Hidden sword manor lord. Was this arrogance? The divine sword was also buzzing. It was also angry at being looked down upon. You're not going to pull out your broken blade? It was the ancestor of weapons, so it could easily see all the weapons on Ji Xinyu's body. The only thing that caught his eye on her was the knife. As for the divine sword, it had also disliked that saber for a long time. Of course, in the eyes of the divine sword, all the weapons in the world were not up to standard. Saying that it was a lousy blade was already praising the blade. Normally, it would call other weapons scrap metal. Ji Xinyu's Azura blade was actually very afraid of this divine sword. Compared to this divine sword, it was simply unsightly. When the divine sword wanted to recognize Ji Xinyu as its master, the Azura saber felt a sense of danger. He felt that it was over. Its position had been replaced. It was very indignant and full of self-pity. It even felt like it had given up on itself. Ji Xinyu and the divine sword were about to fight, and the Azura saber immediately felt a sense of solemnity. It felt that its master would definitely use it, so its chance to fight for its master had arrived. It wanted to fight. Rather than being abandoned and ignored in the future, it might as well fight for its master now. Even if it was cut into scrap metal by the divine sword and completely destroyed, it was still better than hiding in the storage space and rusting. Now that it had been named, it felt even more solemn and stirring. It desperately used its spiritual force to influence Ji Xinyu in the storage space. Master, use me. Master, let me out. Chapter 2945. Ji Xinyu naturally sensed the Azura saber's excitement. She held the two swords in one hand and patted it with the other. Be good, you don't need to fight now. I can't let anything happen to you. If she pulled out this saber, she would definitely be cut into pieces by this divine sword. This saber had been with her for thousands of years and had long since developed feelings for it. She did not want to risk it. Furthermore, this battle really did not need it to fight. The Azura saber was moved. Master did not give up on it. Master was still as good to it as before. Master was really too good. She was worth it for it to risk its life for her. But the divine sword was angry. The sword shadow spun, and countless swords appeared around it. Countless sword shadows spread out in the sky, filling the sky with killing intent. I will make you pay for underestimating the enemy this time. The sword shadows were like a tide, shooting towards Ji Xinyu's face. This divine sword actually knows the shadow division technique. Heavens, this sword has already become a spirit. The spectators below cried out in surprise. One must know that the shadow division technique could only be used when the weapon's master reached the high level of Divine Monarch. No matter how powerful a weapon was, it still needed a truly powerful master to use it to unleash its power. And this sword knew such a profound technique by itself. It was truly heaven-defying. Everyone was excited and nervous at the same time, all of them holding their breaths. Ji Xinyu's body swayed, and everyone's eyes blurred. Countless Ji Xinyu appeared in the sky. Every Ji Xinyu faced a divine sword. Shadow division technique against shadow division technique. The divine sword and human figures intertwined in the sky, and from time to time, the sound of beams exploding could be heard. This kind of battle was truly too rare. Everyone was dazzled, but they did not dare to blink, afraid that they would miss something. Ji Xinyu's method of dealing with the divine sword was very simple. Every one of her clones had a red sword in their right hand with raging flames, directly burning the divine sword. After burning for a while, the ice sword in their left hand directly spat out a pillar of water. Her method of fighting was very effective. The divine sword's clones, after alternating between hot and cold attacks, were directly blown away. Originally, the divine sword's clones were exactly the same as its main body. When they were flying, no one could tell which was the clone and which was the main body. But after a quarter of an hour, those divine sword clones had all disappeared, leaving only one sword in the air, unscathed. The swords in Ji Xinyu's hands that were fighting against this sword had already been destroyed. They were directly cut into countless pieces by the sword Qi on the sword in a single exchange. However, even though it was cut off quickly, Ji Shunyu was not slow either. Just as the two swords were destroyed, she immediately condensed two identical swords. You can actually see through my true form. The divine sword's voice rang in Ji Shunyu's mind. Ji Shunyu's lips curled up. To her, this was not difficult at all. However, the divine sword's next words caused the smile that had just appeared on Ji Shunyu's face to disappear in an instant. As expected of the master that this divine sword has chosen, this divine sword has discovered that you are a promising talent. Ji Shunyue didn't want to waste any more time with it. With a wave of her hands, countless shadow clones gathered and surrounded the divine sword from all directions. Beat up! This was Ji Shunyu's short order. Boom, boom, boom. Hua, hua, hua. Countless tongues of fire shot towards the divine sword, enveloping the divine sword in a sea of fire. After burning fiercely for a while, waves of water turned around and splashed towards the divine sword that had almost been burned red by the heat like a tidal wave. Everyone finally understood why Ji Shunyu did not use the Azure Saber, but used this kind of sword instead. Chapter 2946. No matter how divine the divine sword was, it was still a sword. A sword had the characteristics of metal. If it was a rock, it would have exploded countless times. Even if it was a divine sword, it would still be damaged, right? One sword and one person attacked in the air like a whirlwind. This time, the divine sword did not use the shadow clone technique. It directly attacked. Countless rays of light shot out from its body, shooting towards Ji Shunyue in the air. Those rays of light were too sharp, too fierce. When they shot out, the sharp whistling sound was shocking. Ji Shunyue's shadow clones were hit by the divine sword's rays from time to time, turning into gas and disappearing. Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master's heart jumped for half a day, afraid that Ji Shunyue's real body would also turn into gas and disappear after being hit. After all, Ji Shunyue's real body and clones were exactly the same. It was impossible to tell them apart with the naked eye. Moreover, the divine sword shot out too many rays of light, like fireworks. Seeing Ji Shunyue's clones explode and disappear in the air, the Villa Master felt his heart tighten and contract. He was so nervous that he couldn't breathe. If her real body was hit, even if she didn't turn into gas and disappear, she would probably be seriously injured, right? If that was the case, the Villa Master didn't dare to think further. The battle in the air was too fast. The sky was filled with shadows of swords and people. He was a little dizzy and couldn't see who had the upper hand in the battle. He turned his gaze to Rongyu Ishinlin. Rongyu Ishinlin's gaze was also fixed on the sky. Although there was no expression on his face, he still looked very calm, without any worry. Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This immortal and Princess Ji Shunyue were one. If she was going to be defeated, he should be very anxious, right? Now that he was so calm, it should be because Princess Ji Shunyue had the upper hand. In fact, after watching for a while, everyone was a little dizzy. Some of the weaker ones even vomited. In the end, no one dared to look at the person and the sword in the battle anymore. Instead, they looked at Rongyu Ishinlin to analyze who had the upper hand in this battle from his facial expression. Rongyu Ishinlin, who was watching the battle, suddenly had a faint white light at his waist. He frowned slightly and touched his waist, taking out a silver-white sound transmission talisman. He casually opened it. A moment later, he turned off the voice transmission talisman, turned around, and flew to the side of the Hidden Sword Villa's Villa Master. Villa Master, I have a word with you? Everyone was quite far away. They only saw Rongyue Tianlan and the Manor Lord of Hidden Sword Manor whispering something. The Manor Lord looked at the battle in the sky reluctantly, and then quickly followed Rongyue Tianlan. The two figures disappeared very quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Everyone left? Exalted, immortal Rong, you left just like that? Princess Ji Shunyue was still fighting for her life against that divine sword. Didn't he care a lot about this princess? Why did he choose to leave at this time? One had to know that the battle above was getting more and more dangerous. Almost every moment was extremely dangerous. If he really cared about her, even if he didn't help her, he would at least protect her without blinking, right? Why did he suddenly leave? Could it be that the rumors were true? That this heavenly immortal Rong Yu only felt guilty towards Princess Ji Shunyue and only wanted to help her obtain the divine sword. Once he achieved his goal, he would leave without any reluctance? Regarding Rong Yue Tianlan's departure midway, everyone was speculating in their hearts. There were almost 100 melodramatic versions of it. Chapter 29:47. Ji Shunyu, who was fighting in the air, also paused for a moment. In this short pause, her arm was hit by a ray of white light from the divine sword. Fortunately, she woke up in an instant and dodged in time. The white light brushed past her arm and cut off a piece of her flesh, but did not hurt her bones. Blood gushed out, but she did not care. She sealed her acupuncture points at lightning speed, focused her mind, and continued to fight with the divine sword. When one person and one sword fought, the momentum was extremely shocking. Fortunately, they were in the air. If they were on the ground, the entire hidden sword manor would have been completely destroyed. This divine sword was indeed a heaven-defying spiritual object. Its spiritual chi was astonishing, but it had just been formed not long ago. It had little experience, and the moves it knew were limited. After fighting with it for 100 moves, Ji Shunyu had basically figured out its moves and would not be hurt by it again. The only thing that gave her a headache was that this sword was unprecedentedly tough and especially resistant to beatings. She refined it with fire and water for a long time, and it actually became brighter and sharper. What made Ji Shunyu not know whether to laugh or cry was that this sword was extremely smart, and it could learn and use it. It had actually been observing her swordsmanship. As long as it saw her use it a few times, it would be able to use it properly and turn around to deal with her. It was very proud of itself during the fight. How does it feel to be attacked by your own moves? Ji Shunyu pursed her lips and did not even bother to give it any response. The divine sword could not even detect what she was thinking. Her mentality had always been very stable. No matter what words it used to provoke her, it could not anger her. Instead, it made her attack more and more ruthless. Of course, there was only one time when her emotions wavered, and that was when Rong Yue Tianlan left. So much so that it found an opportunity to hurt her. However, because her emotions wavered for too short a time, she quickly adjusted herself, and it could not find another chance. The divine sword was actually very happy. The longer it fought with Ji Shunyu, the more moves it learned. Then, it used all of them on Ji Shunyu, letting her have a taste of the fun of using one's own spear to attack one's own shield. After fighting for nearly 2 hours, Ji Shunyu's forehead was slightly sweaty, but the sword was getting brighter and brighter. After all, a person's physical strength was limited, but the divine sword, it was like a small motor with an electric circuit and did not know fatigue at all. You're no match for me. I am the only divine weapon in the world. But for you to be able to resist me for so long, that's already pretty good. If you admit defeat, I won't do anything to you. The longer we fight, the more moves I'll learn from you. You won't be able to deal with me then. Why don't you stop while you're ahead? Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Have you turned mute from fighting? This sword repeatedly flashed through Ji Shunyue's mind. Ji Shunyue finally spoke. If I admit defeat, what will you do to me? The little girl finally couldn't hold on any longer. Admit defeat? The divine sword immediately said proudly. If you lose, you can recognize me as your master, and I will still help you with whatever you need. Ji Shunyu smiled. That sounds pretty good. Of course, my divine sword cherishes talents very much. However, there is one thing that I want to make clear. My servants are not allowed to carry other weapons. Throw away that broken blade of yours, or let me just destroy it. The divine sword was still thinking about destroying her blade, bringing with it a sinister aura. The Azura saber trembled in the storage space. Chapter 29:48. Ji Shunyu raised her head and laughed. You really have a good idea. Unfortunately, I can't agree to it. As she spoke, the ice sword in her hand was once again cut into several pieces by the divine sword. and her fire sword had just spat out a round of fire, burning the divine sword red. The divine sword was still waiting for her to spray water at it, but it didn't expect Ji Shunyu's left hand to form a seal in the air, and a yellow sword instantly formed in her palm. She waved her hand, and a large wave of yellow soil greeted the divine sword. The divine sword didn't seem to have expected this at all, and it subconsciously used Ji Shunyu's move to block it. It didn't expect that after using this move, not only did it not avoid the yellow soil, it was as if it was attracting the soil, and its beautiful and clean sword body was wrapped in the yellow soil. This divine sword had a problem. It was very clean and couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of dirt on its body. So it wasn't afraid of Ji Shunyu using fire and water to refine it, because the more she refined it, the cleaner it would be. But it was a little afraid of dirt, especially when it was burning red. It couldn't get the dirt off its body. What was worse was that after it was wrapped in the yellow soil, before it could shake it off, another wave of water hit it. If there was enough water, it could actually wash away the dirt on its body. But there was very little water, so little that it just happened to turn the dirt on its body into mud. It was already late at night, and the divine sword wrapped in mud dived into the lake at the foot of the mountain without a care, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It wanted to take a bath. It wanted to wash off the dirt on its body. Ji Shun, you also slowly landed on the ground. Senior sister. A person rushed out from the crowd of spectators. It was Xie Fenglu. He directly jumped in front of Ji Shunyu. Senior sister, does this count as your win? Come, wipe your sweat first. He took out a clean silk handkerchief from somewhere and was about to wipe the sweat off Ji Shunyu's face. Ji Shunyu took a step back and casually used a cleansing spell on herself. She returned to being clean and refreshed. She looked at Xie Fenglu. You haven't left yet? Before Princess Shunyu leaves the mountain, he won't leave. Princess Shunyu's skills are good. This is the first time I've seen a woman with such superb skills. I'm impressed. Huang Qingliu's robes fluttered as she walked over. She smiled and cupped her hands towards Ji Shunyu. Congratulations, Princess Shunyu, for defeating this divine sword. This battle will definitely be recorded in the annals of history. When Ji Shunyu and this sword fought, the wind and clouds in the sky roiled. Naturally, it also alarmed the heroes who were chased down the mountain and were waiting for the result. Once the divine sword recognized its master, the enchantment it set up around the hidden sword villa would also disappear. When the crowd saw the lively fight above, some of the bolder ones flew back up out of curiosity. Xie Fenglu and Huang Qingliu were two of them. So many people had witnessed Ji Shunyu make the divine sword fall from the sky, covered in mud. Although it had already fallen into the lake and did not bubble, it was obvious that this sword had lost. The swordsmiths of Hidden Sword Villa were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. This scourge could finally leave. Ji Shunyu had been staring at the surface of the lake the entire time. Ever since the sword had landed, the surface of the lake had been churning nonstop like a boiling pot. It was obvious that the sword was struggling in the water. Some sharp-eyed people could even see that the sword was desperately swimming around in the lake, trying to get rid of the mud on its body. After a while, the sword rushed out of the water and hovered in front of Ji Shunyu. Its muddy body trembled slightly. Chapter 2949. The sword rushed out of the water and hovered in front of Ji Shunyu. Its muddy body trembled slightly, as if it was extremely angry. What's with this mud? Why can't I get off? Ji Shunyu hugged her arms and did not answer his question directly. She only said 3 words. You lost. The divine sword froze and stopped spamming. It suddenly rushed down to take a bath during the fight, which naturally meant that it lost. Although the divine sword was arrogant, it was still reasonable and did not deny it. Yes, I lost. The sword turned, and with a buzz in the air, the scabbard appeared and flew directly to Ji Shunyu's waist. Then the sword flew out, and streaks of sword chi shot onto a large blue stone on the opposite side. A line of words appeared on the blue stone. I admit defeat. From today onwards, you are my master. Everyone saw this line of words, and the crowd instantly burst into cheers. Ji Shunyu's lips twitched, and she communicated with the sword. I said, I won't accept you I don't want to be your master. This sword was so arrogant. It even dared to tear its master apart. If she really accepted it, who knew how much trouble it would cause in the future? Ji Shunyu did not want to always clean up after a sword. She did not want to sleep with a tiger beside her. But we have already established a blood contract. You are already my master. The divine sword finally said the main point. Ji Shunyu. She gritted her teeth. Nonsense. When did I establish a blood contract with you? It was when you pulled me out. In order to force my sword chi, you bled a few drops of blood from your palm. That was your heart's blood. After it entered my body, it established a blood contract. The divine sword gave her the knowledge. Ji Shunyu secretly clenched her fists. If that's the case, then why did you still fight with me? Since it had already recognized her as its master, then why did this broken sword fight with her for so long? I said, I want to see your actual ability. The divine sword did not regret it at all. Ji Shunyu glanced at it. When you fought with me, it didn't look like you were just testing my skills. If she had reacted a little slower, she would have probably died under its sword. Since I want to force out your real skills, I naturally have to play for real. Then aren't you afraid of playing with your master to death? If that's the case, then I can only find the next master. Ji Shunyu. So after killing its master, it could still find another master. No wonder it dared to be so unbridled. Ji Shunyu laughed. So I'm your master now? That's right. You're now my master. I will become the best weapon in your hands and send you to the peak of martial arts. The divine sword was full of ambition. Jesus It's Ji Shunyu turn around. Although the martial arts you just learned are very powerful, once they are used for a long time, the structure of your sword body will change a little. Especially after being heated up, the sword body will be more likely to be stained with soil. At this time, if you stab into the ground again, the earth element will directly mix with the iron element in your body. Ji Shunyu slowly explained the principle to it, and finally added, because it's an elemental change, once this soil enters your body, it can't be washed away with water. Chapter 2950. She looked at its muddy body again. Actually, you're just a little ugly right now. Your sharpness and functions won't be affected. Divine Sword was speechless. It was as if thunder had struck its head. It gritted its teeth. So, you're saying that when you found out that I could learn your moves, you started to set me up? Ji Shunyu smiled. This isn't a trap, it's a strategy. She had long seen that if she used normal methods to fight with this sword, although she could win in the end, it would take a lot of energy and telekinesis. Maybe after this fight, she would use up 2/3 of her telekinesis and wouldn't be able to recover it for a year and a half. Ji Shunyu had fought countless battles in her life and was already an experienced fighter. On the battlefield, she was good at catching the opponent's weakness and then giving them a fatal blow. So when she found out that this proud divine sword was afraid of getting dirty and liked to learn other people's martial arts, she thought of this trick and made it unknowingly fall into her trap. Since the divine sword had chosen its master, everyone naturally bid farewell. This time, after everyone was eliminated by the divine sword and thrown off the mountain, the head of Hidden Sword Manor felt a little sorry for them. He sent someone to tell them that once the divine sword chose its master, Hidden Sword Manor would compensate everyone who came up the mountain. The head even promised to personally invite them again. However, after Ji Shunyu and the divine sword's fight, the manor sent another message saying that the head of the manor had urgent matters to attend to and wouldn't be coming to see everyone off. However, the promised compensation was still available. Hidden Sword Manor's compensation was a sharp dagger for everyone. This dagger naturally wasn't a divine weapon, but it was still abnormally sharp and much stronger than the normal weapons on this continent. Everyone was naturally happy, and after thanking the head of the manor, they left. Ji Shunyu naturally left with Xie Fengliu. According to Xie Fengliu's idea, the two of them should explore the martial arts world together because he heard that there was a kind of clam in the Crystal Sky Sea. This clam's pearl could illuminate 100 miles at night and was an extremely rare treasure. He wanted to go there with Ji Shunyu to find that kind of clam. If they could find that pearl, then their master's birthday gift next year would be settled. Ji Shunyu looked up at the sky and made some calculations with her fingers in her sleeves. Then she agreed. What she needed to do could only be done on the 1st of every month, and it was only the 5th now. She still had more than 20 days, so she could make it in time. In that case, she might as well go and pick some clam pearls first. The earlier she could complete her master's birthday present, the earlier she could put down one of her worries. The crystallized sea was somewhat like the North Pole, an extremely cold place. There were countless large and small icebergs on the surface of the sea. The seawater was as blue as deep crystal. It was said that the bottom of the sea was completely paved with crystals and corals, like a crystal palace. Therefore, this sea area was called the Celestial Crystal Sea. The Celestial Crystal Sea was the most beautiful sea in the Fanian continent. It was also the most unpredictable sea. The weather on the sea was extremely unpredictable. One moment it was calm, and the surface of the sea could be used as a mirror for grooming oneself. The next moment, it would be a hurricane, and the roaring of the sea could set off waves that were hundreds of feet high. That power could destroy everything in the world. Even the icebergs floating on the surface of the sea were no exception. Oftentimes, after a hurricane, the icebergs on the surface of the sea would have a new appearance. The old icebergs might have been smashed, and the new icebergs would successfully reform. Because it was too dangerous, this place was deserted. Chapter 29:51. Because it was too dangerous, this place was deserted. Even if everyone knew that this place produced these special clam pearls, not many people dared to try their luck. Even for Ji Xinyu, it was her first time here. Fortunately, Xie Fenglu knew the way and rode a cloud to this place with Ji Xinyu. Ji Xinyu was wrapped in a fur coat and sat on an ice rock, looking into the distance. The sun in the sky was as pale as a piece of paper, hanging there diagonally, without a trace of heat. Cold, this place was really cold. The bright moon clam you mentioned is in this area? Ji Xinyu looked around. Other than the pure white snow and the icy blue seawater, there were no other colors and no other creatures. It should be this area. Xie Fenglu nodded. However, I heard that the bright moon clam will only open its shell to dry its pearls in the middle of the night. We can only take them at that time. Ji Shunyu wrapped herself in the furry fur coat and calculated the time with her fingers. The corner of her mouth twitched. There are still 8 hours before the middle of the night. 8 hours was 8 hours. In this place where the cold wind howled, if they just sat there, wouldn't they be frozen into an ice sculpture? Xie Fenglu didn't mind. Senior sister, this place is so beautiful. It's not bad for us to enjoy the sea view first. Ji Shunyu wrapped her clothes again. I don't think it's beautiful, but it's cold. Master, do you want to make a fire? The divine sword that had been hanging beside Ji Shunyu came over. Make a fire? Yes, she could make a big fire here. But, in this place of ice and snow, where could she find wood to make a fire? The divine sword understood her thoughts and immediately said, Don't you know how to condense all kinds of elements? There must be wood elements in the air here. Ji Xinyu glanced at it. Wood elements are very scarce here. It's not easy to condense them. If she concentrated her power, it wasn't that she couldn't condense them, but it would take too much mental power. It wasn't worth it just to make a fire for warmth. Xie Fenglu had been looking at her the entire time. Although he could not see the divine sword in Ji Xinyu's mind, he could still hear Ji Xinyu's words and knew that she could communicate with the divine sword. He nodded. The wood element here is much less than in other places. It's not easy to condense it. He slapped his head. I should have thought of this earlier. If I had known, I would have brought some wood. There's a type of fish here that tastes pretty good, especially when roasted. It's even more delicious. Unfortunately, it's a small world. I didn't expect to meet the two of you here. A clear voice rang out from the icy peak not far away and entered their ears. Xie Fenglu froze. Ji Shanyue raised her head and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Huang Qinglu standing on top of the icy peak with her sleeves fluttering in the wind, looking at them with a smile. Xie Fenglu clenched his fists and looked at him coldly. Why are you so persistent? He's following us again. Huang Qinglu said innocently, Brother Xie, you're wrong. I arrived an hour earlier than you. With a twist of his finger, a piece of wood appeared in his palm. I prepared some wood. Why don't we do it together? Huang Qinglu seemed to have come prepared. Not only did he bring enough wood, he also brought a warm bear skin and even a fishing rod. Xiaofenglu looked at the things he took out and sneered. You brought enough things. Chapter 2952. Huang Qinglu had a good temper. Thank you for the compliment. I've always thought things through. He laid the bear skin on a large ice rock and cupped his hands towards Ji Xinyu with a smile. It's okay for us two rough men to be cold, but Princess Xinyu is a girl after all. We still need to keep her warm. Let's sit on this. This person was gentle and meticulous, the complete opposite of Xie Fengliu's carefree personality. If they were together, they might really complement each other. Ji Xinyu didn't know what was going on, but she actually thought of this first. This Huang Qinglu came for Xie Fengliu. Ji Xinyu knew this very well. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid that her master would explode and slap Xie Fengliu's baby face into a cucumber in anger, Ji Xinyu would be very willing to help them. Or maybe she would plead for her junior brother when the time came. Actually, as long as it was true love, even if he was gay, she should still help him, right? With this thought in mind, Ji Xinyu politely thanked Huang Qinglu. This bear skin isn't small. The three of us can sit on it. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Senior sister, let's not sit with him. Xiaofenglu was very straightforward. He cut off a wash basin-sized piece of the bear skin and threw it to Huang Qinglu. You sit on this. Huang Qinglu smiled. He wasn't picky. He took it and sat down. You guys start the fire, I'll fish. With a flick of the fishing rod, the long fishing line was thrown out into the sea. This young master Huang Qinglu really had a good temper. No matter how Xie Fengliu gave him attitude, he didn't get angry at all. He just did his own thing. Seeing this, Ji Xinyu admired him a little. Compared to him, his little junior brother was like an unreasonable young girl, she thought for a moment, then cut the bearskin in two and threw one piece to Xie Fengliu. You're right, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Don't sit with me. Xie Fengliu. He sat down on the bearskin weakly. He didn't give up and added, we're senior and junior brothers. Naturally, we should be closer than normal people. The rule of men and women not touching each other doesn't suit us. Ji Xinyu ignored him, her gaze landing on the pile of wood. The lumber that Huang Qinglu brought along was huge and couldn't be lit all at once. It was best to chop it into firewood. She arranged a piece of wood and was about to take out her knife when she suddenly thought of something. She ordered the divine sword that was hanging in the air beside her. Come, chop them into firewood. Chop them evenly. The divine sword immediately became angry. I am a divine sword, not a chopping axe. There are no axes here, only your blade and mine. Ji Xinyu, try to reason with it. Then let your saber go. I think it would be happy to do this kind of rough work. With me by your side, it will probably be able to do this in the future. The Azura blade buzzed and Ji Xinyu used storage space. It was used to chopping firewood, and, out of habit, it wanted to jump out and help its master. But Ji Xinyu pressed it down. No, you've just been injured, and I haven't tempered you yet. You're not suitable for this kind of work for now. She looked at the divine sword again. If you still treat me as your master, then do this work, don't bargain. You seem to value this broken saber a lot. 10,000 of them can't compare to a small piece of my sword, but you treat it so well. Chapter 2953. The divine sword's heart was filled with indignation, and its words sounded like it was gnashing its teeth. Because it has followed me through life and death countless times. Countless times, it has blocked disaster for me at the most dangerous times. No matter what I do, it will not betray its master. If I die, it will definitely follow me. Can you do this? The divine sword was stuck there, and only after a while did it reply. It is only blindly loyal. A divine weapon will not be like this. Ji Xinyu smiled faintly. Loyalty is the most important characteristic of a weapon. It does not matter if it is a divine weapon or a mortal weapon. She looked at the pile of firewood again. If you can even refuse to do this, then if I really encounter danger in the future, how can I dare to use you? Divine sword. Ji Xinyu picked up a piece of firewood and casually chopped it. You don't have to do it. Her movements were clean and nimble. Once she circulated her energy in her palm, it was not inferior to a sword. The divine sword was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped up. The sword's body was like lightning, dancing around the pile of firewood in the air. A moment later, the pile of firewood was chopped into pieces of firewood as thick as a child's wrist, neatly chopped, and the size was the same, as if it was directly cut by a machine. The firewood even automatically formed a pile of firewood, forming a conical shape with a narrow top and a wide bottom, looking very orderly. This should be fine, right? The divine sword said this in Ji Shun Yu's mind, then flew away, disappearing in the air in a flash. Ji Shun Yu. This guy wouldn't just run away in anger, right? With this guy's temper and personality, it was very possible. She shook her head, raised her hand, and shot out a flame, finally lighting a fire. The bonfire burned brightly, illuminating the faces of the three people. Xie Fenglu shaded his eyes with his hand, looked in the direction the divine sword flew, and said uncertainly, "It ran away just like that." Ji Shinyu replied, then sighed. "It has a bad temper." She had never seen a weapon with such a bad temper. This divine sword really opened her eyes. Xie Fenglu also sighed. "You letting it chop firewood is a bit insulting. It is a divine sword." Ji Shinyu finally took out her azure saber. While gently wiping it with a cloth, she casually replied, "To be my weapon, you have to be able to kill wolves and cut firewood. I often do the same thing with this knife. I even use this knife as a stick to grill chicken wings." Xie Fenglu. He looked at the saber and couldn't help but nod. "That's true. Your weapon must be very sturdy." He had personally seen Ji Shanyu use this saber to dig the ground, and that divine sword was indeed too delicate, and it was especially unruly. Once it leaves, will it not come back? Xie Feng looked in that direction for a long time, but did not see the shadow of the sword. Ji Shinyu also took a look and wasn't too sure. Perhaps. Just as the two of them were discussing this, a strange sound suddenly came from the sea in the distance. There was no wind, but waves nearly 1 meter high rose out of nowhere. There was also the sound of something hitting the water's surface. What's going on? There were monsters in the sea? Are they coming out? The three of them immediately gripped their weapons tightly, staring at the waves that were getting closer and closer. "Hey, there's so many fish!" Xie Fenglu suddenly shouted. Ji Shinyu also saw that there were countless fish jumping on the surface of the sea, rolling towards them. Chapter 2954. It was as if there was something below that was driving the fishes away, causing them to panic. Ji Shunyu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? This was that sword. Before she could finish her thought, a white light suddenly shot up from the sea, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the small ice mountain that Ji Shunyu and the others were on, and arrived in front of them. It was that divine sword. Its body had actually turned into a long strip, and on the long strip was a string of fish. Big ones, small ones, black ones, white ones, flowery ones. There were actually all kinds of fish. These fish were strung on the sword's body, and they were struggling with all their might, looking a little funny and bloody. The sword even wrote a line of words in Ji Shinyu's mind. "What kind of fish do you want to eat? Pick one. I'll go down and catch it." So this sword didn't run away in a fit of anger, but went down to catch fish. Ji Shinyu was a little moved and let Huang Qinglu, who knew the ropes, choose the most delicious variety. Huang Qinglu clicked her tongue in wonder as she put away the fishing rod. She took care of the chosen fish in advance. The divine sword, on the other hand, tossed all of the fish down, other than the one that Huang Qinglu had chosen. The rest were all directly absorbed by it. Ji Shun, you could only watch as it sucked the dozen or so fish dry. Not only Ji Shinyu, even Xie Fenglu was a little stunned. Was this a divine sword or a demon sword? The sword turned around and dived into the water again. It was probably going to catch the fish it had chosen. Ji Shinyu thought for a moment, then hurriedly took a step forward and shouted into the sea, "Don't catch too many, just 3 more will do." The divine sword was indeed going to catch fish, and it caught fish much faster than Huang Qinglu. Before Huang Qinglu could deal with the 2 fish in her hands, the sword came up again. This time, there were 4 fat, white, and tender fish strung on the sword. What was even more rare was that these fish were all the same size, like quadruplets. This time, even Huang Qinglu clicked her tongue in wonder and laughed. As expected of a divine sword, the size of these fish is just right. The meat is too tender if it's small. The meat is too tough if it's big. The meat is the most delicious if it's big. With the divine sword here, we don't have to worry about not being able to catch fish to eat. The divine sword gleamed proudly, then circled around Ji Shunyu, as if waiting for a praise. Ji Shunyu smiled and didn't say anything. She formed a seal with her fingers and then flicked it at the divine sword. A faint green light surrounded the divine sword. The divine sword trembled and instinctively dodged with a hum. Then it hovered above Ji Shunyu. "Master, what are you doing?" Ji Shunyu crossed her arms and looked at it. "What do you think I'm doing?" She then looked at it from head to toe and said indifferently, "You can go look at your body." The divine sword should be suspicious. It flew in front of an ice rock that was as smooth as a mirror. The ice rock clearly reflected the body of its sword. The originally modeled sword had actually lost many of its spots, revealing its snow-white bottom. It turned out that its master was removing those dirty spots from its body. The divine sword was excited. He immediately flew in front of Ji Shunyu. "So these spots can be removed. Master, cast another spell on me and remove all of them. Remove all of them." Ji Shunyu crossed her arms and smiled. "My spell just now could have removed all the spots on your body, but you didn't believe me and directly dodged. It seems that you still don't treat me as your master." Chapter 29:55. The divine sword paused and admitted its mistake. "I'm sorry." It circled around Ji Shunyu again, paused for a moment, and rubbed the hilt of its sword against her shoulder. "Master, please use that spell again. I won't dodge it this time." Ji Shunyu yawned. "That won't do. That spell has a limit. It can only be used once a month." The divine sword, it seemed to have been hit by a blow, lying down and going back into the scabbard. Ji Shunyu ignored it and looked at Huang Qinglu roasting fish. Xie Fenglu couldn't help but laugh. "Senior sister, this sword is very interesting. Have you given it a name?" Ji Shunyu paused and raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Isn't it called the divine sword?" Xie Fenglu laughed. "That's just the name everyone gave it. After all, this kind of divine weapon is rare in the world. You need to give it another name." Ji Shunyu rubbed her eyebrows. "I see. Yes, senior sister, you should give it another name. Get a nice name. After all, it's so extraordinary." "That's true," Ji Shunyu muttered. "Song." The divine sword came out of its scabbard again, standing upright in front of Ji Shunyu, as if it was looking at her expectantly. Ji Shunyu looked at it for a moment, then said a name, "Flower Sword." The divine sword trembled. It didn't seem to believe that she would give it such a vulgar name, so it moved closer to her so that she could see it more clearly. At the same time, it said in her mind, "It's too vulgar. You need to give it a domineering name." Ji Shunyu felt that she didn't have enough literary cells, but the divine sword's words gave her some inspiration. "Then what about Overlord Sword?" The divine sword. It said in Ji Shunyu's mind again, but because it was too excited, the words it said were trembling. "Don't give it a random name. You only have 3 chances to give it a name, so don't give it a random name. I don't want to be so straightforward. It's not beautiful." Ji Shunyu was worried. She was too lazy to waste her brain cells on these things. But this divine sword had so many problems. She suggested to the divine sword, "Since you're so cultured, why don't you give it a name?" The divine sword was indignant. "It has to be decided by master." As he only had one chance, the divine sword hurriedly instructed, "Discuss with me before you speak. It must be domineering and meaningful." Ji Shunyu felt a headache coming on. She wasn't good at being domineering and insightful. She simply handed the problem over to Xie Fenglu and Huang Qinglu. "Can you two help me think of a domineering and meaningful name?" The divine sword knew that it could not rely too much on its master, so it immediately turned around and flew in front of the two people. It circled around them and tried its best to shine brightly, trying its best to show that it was extraordinary. Divine Wind Sword? Divine Martial Sword? Windflower Sword? Chinkuan Sword? The two of them were quite enthusiastic. Sure enough, they came up with some names for it. These names weren't too vulgar, but the divine sword felt that they didn't fit its style. They were all rejected. In the end, it was Xiefeng Lu who came up with an idea. He smiled and said, "Senior sister, since it's your treasured sword, why don't we name it after you? How about we call it the Moon God Sword?" The divine sword paused for a moment, then immediately became excited and continuously spammed in Ji Shenyu's mind. Good, good. That's a good name. Let's call it that. I'm called the Moon God Sword. Ji Shenyu frowned slightly. This name is just reversing my name. Chapter 2956. Master, your name is pretty good. If it's reversed, then so be it. I think it's pretty good. Since it had agreed, Ji Shenyu was too lazy to waste her brain cells. She nodded. All right, then let's call it Moon God Sword. Just as she said this, a ball of light flashed across the divine sword. When the light dissipated, 3 ancient characters appeared on the sword. Moon God Sword. The Moon God Sword shone on the mirror like ice stone. When it saw the name on its sword, it immediately became happy. It also found Xiefeng Lu pleasing to the eye. It circled around him a few times and even flashed at him. Xiefeng Lu laughed. Are you expressing your good feelings towards me? Haha, you're my senior sister's sword. Senior sister and I are inseparable. Who knows? I might even become half your master in the future. Being able to give you a name might prove a kind of fate. His words had a hidden meaning. Ji Shenyu frowned slightly. Old Nine, you're talking nonsense again. Senior sister, I'm serious. The Moon God Sword is your sword, and I gave a name that it happened to like. This proves that we are fated. Don't you think so? Moon God Sword? The last sentence was directed at the Moon God Sword. The Moon God Sword had a good impression of him, so it immediately lit up again. Then, it circled around the two of them. Because it was spinning very fast, it left behind an afterimage in the air. It was as if there was a shining silver circle behind the two of them. That circle was even in the shape of a heart, adding a bit of romance. Xiefeng Lu laughed. Senior sister, look, the Moon God Sword also thinks highly of us. The circle it drew is like the Moon God's red line. Ji Shenyu grabbed the sword and looked at it with a smile that was not a smile. You're messing around again. Don't you want to get rid of the spots on your body? The Moon God Sword shook and automatically went back into its sheath. It stopped messing around. Xiefeng Lu sighed. Senior sister, this is your fault. Since the Moon God Sword is a divine weapon, it must have foresight. It's just telling the truth. Why are you threatening it like that? Just as Ji Shenyu was about to say something, she suddenly smelled something and turned to look at Huang Qinglu. Hey, your fish is burnt. Huang Qinglu seemed to be distracted. He looked down at the fish in his hand and smiled. I'm sorry. With a flick of his wrist, the fish flew out in a parabolic arc and fell back into the sea. Xiefeng Liu's heart ached. What's wrong with you? You can even burn a grilled fish. Huang Qinglu raised his head. Under the light blue sky, his eyes were a little deep, and there seemed to be floating ice flashing at the bottom of his eyes. Xiefeng Lu felt a chill in his heart. He raised his chin slightly and said, Why are you looking at me? Am I wrong? Huang Qinglu suddenly smiled. That smile was faintly evil. Look at you. Look at you. It's nothing. I'll just roast it again. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. He went back to the fish. Ji Shenyu watched from the side. She felt that her junior brother was like a little girl throwing a tantrum in front of Huang Qinglu. The interaction between the two of them was indeed a little strange. The more she looked, the more they looked like a couple. Ji Shenyu seemed to see her master carrying a big stick and rushing over with a murderous aura. She could not help but rub her eyebrows. It seemed that this junior brother was destined to make her worry. Old Nine, when did you meet this young Master Huang? Ji Shenyu felt that it was necessary to ask. Chapter 2957. Xiefeng Lu stiffened and replied calmly. I've known him for a long time. Senior sister, you can't befriend this person. Ignore him. Ji Shenyu. This Huang Qinglu obviously had other thoughts about Xiefeng Lu. She didn't believe that her junior brother couldn't tell. If he could tell and still allowed Huang Qinglu to be by his side, then she would have to reconsider. She had only asked about Huang Qinglu, and this junior brother of hers was already so nervous. Could it be that he was jealous? All right, a friend's wife shouldn't be bullied. Since Huang Qinglu was her junior brother's sweetheart, she should keep her distance. Maybe Huang Qinglu could become her sister-in-law. However, looking at the way the two of them interacted, why did she feel that her junior brother would become her wife? If they really became a couple, what should she call Huang Qinglu? Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law? CF Fenglu naturally didn't know that his senior sister's thoughts had already spread out 8,000 miles. Huang Qinglu had already finished roasting a fish and handed it to CF Fenglu. Try it and see how my cooking is. CF Fenglu took the fish and removed all the bones, then handed it to Ji Shunyue, senior sister. Try it first. Ji Shunyue. She seemed to see Huang Qingliu's murderous gaze. She waved her hand. No need. You can eat it yourself. Afraid that CF Fenglu would desperately refuse, she added, see if it's salty. CF Fenglu then retracted his hand. All right, I'll try it first. I know senior sister's taste, so I should be able to taste if it suits you. Ji Shunyue. Brat, are you here to make enemies for me? She felt that the temperature around her seemed to drop by 1 or 2 degrees. She couldn't help but look at her junior brother and then at Huang Qinglu. She felt that she was unnecessary. Ji Shunyue decisively took a fish over. I'll roast it myself. It's not right to always let brother Huang roast it alone. CF Fenglu, Huang Qinglu laughed. It's fine, I'm used to doing this. Princess Shunyue, you don't have to interfere. Ji Shunyue thought, if I don't interfere, you might stab me in the back. She processed the fish quickly and soon put it on the fire. It's okay. I like to eat my own roasted fish. At this point, Huang Qinglu did not say anything else. Ji Shunyue concentrated on roasting the fish. Just as the fish was about to be cooked, CF Fenglu, who was sitting at the side, suddenly shouted, Kai Guang, look, there's colorful light over there. Hearing this, Ji Shunyue raised her head and looked in the direction he was pointing. Her eyes lit up. There were colorful lights in the distant horizon. The colorful lights flickered and flickered. It was extremely beautiful. It was Ji Shunyue's first time seeing this kind of light. Her heart skipped a beat, and she asked excitedly, could it be that the moonlight clam's pearl is shining? That's not the case. It's a special kind of weather in this place. It's called the light of mirage, and it often appears here. As for the moonlight clams, now is not the time for them to appear. Once they appear, they will emit a kind of crimson light, which is very easy to identify. Huang Qinglu was obviously an expert in this area, and she was imparting knowledge to the siblings. Ji Shunyue's heart skipped a beat. Brother Huang seems to be very familiar with this place. Have you been here before? Huang Qinglu flipped the fish in her hand as she replied, yes, no one is more familiar with this place than me. Ji Shunyue was a little puzzled. This place could be said to be incomparably desolate. Not even a blade of grass grew here. If he was familiar with this place, then he must have come here often. Why did he come here often? Chapter 29:58. She grilled the fish as she pondered. Inadvertently, she glanced at the mirage again. With this glance, she was suddenly stunned. The rainbow-colored mirage slowly unfurled like a painting, and pavilions gradually began to appear within the painting. What appeared in the painting seemed to be a tea house. There were two people sitting opposite each other by the window of the tea house. One of them was handsome and carefree. It was Rongyu Tianlan. Sitting across from him was a young girl in white. Her hair was like clouds, and her appearance was extremely beautiful. Her every move carried a kind of romantic charm. The two of them seemed to be playing chess. Both of them were focused. A waiter brought over a plate of exquisite new snacks and placed it beside Rongyu Tianlan. Rongyu Tianlan glanced at it and pushed it to the young lady in white. She seemed to say something. The young lady in white smiled sweetly and took the snack. She stretched out her snow-white hand and picked up a piece. She put it in her mouth and tasted it for a moment. Then, she nodded at Rongyu Tianlan as if she liked it very much. Rongyu Tianlan also smiled and said a few more words to the waiter. The waiter immediately nodded and bowed before leaving. The young lady in white covered her small mouth and looked at Rongyu Tianlan from the corner of her eyes. Because only images were shown and there was no sound, Ji Xinyu did not know what they were talking about. She only saw the two of them talking and laughing happily. The young lady was a standard beauty. Her every move revealed a different style and elegance. It was a kind of elegance that came from her bones. It could not be compared to the elegance that Yu Xueshang deliberately put on. The two of them chatted and played chess. The scene looked unusually harmonious and beautiful. A word would appear in one's mind. Perfect couple. They were truly a perfect couple. Senior sister, your fish is burnt. Xiefeng Liu's shout brought Ji Xinyu back to her senses. She hurriedly lowered her head and found that half of her grilled fish was burnt. Just now, Huang Qingliu's grilled fish had only burnt a layer of fish skin. She had burnt half of the fish. The fish was almost burning. Senior sister, your hand. Without any explanation, Xiefeng Liu threw the skewer of fish in her hand away. Looking at her palm, he said in a bad tone, "It's so hot that it's blistering." Ji Xinyu also lowered her head and looked at her palm. She had been too focused on watching the scene just now, and the flame had directly licked the metal skewer, causing it to turn red from the heat and even scalding her palm. "I'm fine, it's just a blister." Ji Xinyu retracted her hand and took out a golden sore ointment to apply to the blisters on her palm. Xiefeng Liu quickly stopped her. "No, this is not for burns. This medicine is for snake venom. Senior sister, you took the wrong medicine." Ji Xinyu looked at the medicine in her hand and couldn't help but smile. "These two medicine bottles are too similar. I took the wrong one." She took the medicine back and took out another bottle. This time, he didn't make a mistake. Xiefeng Liu's expression did not look good. He looked at her without saying a word. After Ji Xinyu finished applying the medicine, her gaze swept over the illusory scene in the distance. "Is that the legendary mirage? I didn't expect to see an acquaintance there." Huang Qingliu nodded. "It is indeed a mirage. According to the principle of a mirage, this scene was not created for no reason. It was just an image of a certain place being refracted by the atmosphere. In other words, everything on the screen was real. It had really happened." Chapter 2959. It might be happening right now, or it might have happened in the past. Xiefeng Liu glanced at the image and suddenly sneered. "Senior sister, I remember telling you that Rongyue Tanlan wanted to fight for a sword for a woman. This was the woman I saw at that time." Ji Xinyu looked at the woman carefully. She looks unfamiliar. And looking at the immortal light around her, she should be at the level of a supreme god. There were very few women on this continent who could cultivate to the level of a supreme god. They could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. If this woman was from this continent, it would be impossible for such a beautiful woman to be unknown to the public with her cultivation level. Xiefeng Liu also nodded. "She's indeed unfamiliar. This is also my first time seeing her." He then turned to look at Huang Qingliu. "What about you? You are experienced and knowledgeable. Have you seen her before?" Huang Qingliu shook her head. "No." She then pondered for a moment. "Maybe she is not from this continent." Xiefeng Liu clapped his hands. "That's possible. After all, this supreme, immortal Rongyue left this continent for a period of time. This could be a woman he dated on another continent. This person is so romantic. He must have many female confidants on other continents. I didn't expect this one to find him here. Look at them. Their relationship is quite good." Ji Xinyu did not say anything else. She patted the moon god sword that was suspended there. "Can you go catch a few more fish?" The moon god sword was just about to show itself when it immediately dived into the sea and disappeared. A moment later, it indeed skewered 4 more fish. This mirage took an unusually long time. Ji Xinyu roasted 2 fish in a row, but the image did not disappear. It was still going on in an orderly manner. The two of them had been drinking tea and playing chess, occasionally exchanging a few words. During this period of time, a multicolored bird flew over and stopped on the white-clothed girl's shoulder, combing its feathers, looking very spirited. The girl gently stroked the colorful bird's feathers, smiling sweetly. Rongyue Tianlan's gaze also fell on the bird. He took out a blue fruit from somewhere and personally fed it to the bird. The bird was obviously familiar with Rongyue Tianlan. It jumped onto his palm and pecked at the fruit. This bird is a soul-searching bird. Huang Qingliu's eyes were filled with surprise. Ji Xinyue raised her eyebrows. Brother Huang recognizes this bird? Huang Qingliu nodded. I've seen it once, but it's extremely rare. It is said that this kind of bird can directly recognize a person's soul and is used to seeing through all disguises. Ji Shunyu was a little absent-minded. She nodded and casually replied, "It is indeed miraculous." In front of this bird, it seems that anyone's disguise is useless. Huang Qingliu nodded. That should be the case. I've only heard of it, but I don't know its specific functions. However, I heard that this kind of bird is extremely difficult to feed. It doesn't eat the 5 grains, wolves, or any kind of meat. It lives on blades and swords. Now, even Xie Fenglu was curious. Feeding on swords and knives? What a strange bird. No, it's eating the fruit now. That fruit is not an ordinary fruit. It's the Suwen spirit fruit. This bird will occasionally eat this kind of fruit as a snack. Xie Fengliu's mouth was half open. Is that the Suwen spirit fruit? This fruit can help one to pass through the tribulation. It's something that people in the Jianghu yearn for even in their dreams. I didn't expect him to feed it to someone else's bird. Huang Qingliu waved her fan and smiled. Perhaps the bird was raised by both of them. Can everyone guess who that white-clothed girl is? Chapter 2960. Xie Fenglu looked at it for a moment and nodded. That's true. This bird seems to be very familiar with Supreme Immortal Rongyu. Perhaps they really raised it together. As they spoke, the bird had already finished eating the fruit. It jumped twice in Rongyu Qianlan's palm, looking very happy. Rongyu Tianlan was also very happy. With a flip of his wrist, a shiny dagger appeared in his palm. Ji Xinyue's heart skipped a beat. That dagger was a gift from the hidden sword manor to everyone. It seemed that Rongyu Tianlan had also received one. Furthermore, his dagger was obviously of a higher grade than the others. There was a faint glow on the tip of the dagger. It should already have a little bit of spirituality. The bird immediately lowered its head to peck at the dagger. With one bite, the dagger was missing a piece. The bird's body was not big, but it ate the dagger like it was tofu. It did not take long for it to finish eating the dagger. The girl in white continued to watch everything with a smile. After the bird finished eating, she beckoned to it. The bird immediately flew to her palm and rubbed its beak affectionately against her palm. Then, it turned its head and looked at Rong Yuetian eagerly, as if it had not had its fill. Huang Qingliu smiled and shook her head. This bird is really precious. It's eating too high-end. Xie Fenglu looked at the divine sword that was hanging beside Ji Xinyue. I think this moon god sword is probably not enough for it to eat. The moon god sword was immediately angry. The tip of the sword pointed at the bird in the mirage. Suddenly, it buzzed and rushed towards the mirage like lightning. It looked like it wanted to kill the bird when it saw its own kind being destroyed. Ji Xinyue shook her head. Although the moon god sword had spirituality, it was still a sword. It could not tell that the mirage was actually an illusion. Hey, isn't that the hidden sword manor's manor lord? Xie Fenglu shouted again. Ji Xinyue looked up and saw the manor lord of the hidden sword manor appear out of thin air in the tea house. His face was a little red, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead. It was obvious that he was in a hurry. The manor lord did not bother to exchange greetings with the two of them. With a flip of his palm, a blue crescent weapon appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Rong Tianlan. Obviously, this crescent weapon was specially made for Rong Tianlan. Rong Yuishanlin's eyes lit up. She stood up and took the weapon. She flicked it with her fingers. The crescent weapon was as blue as the sky, without a trace of impurities. The flowing light seemed to have stars twinkling on it. There was no need to test the blade. Just by looking at the color of this crescent-shaped weapon, one could tell that this was definitely an extremely rare divine weapon. Although it might not be as good as the lunar god sword, it was better than any other weapon Ji Shen you had ever seen. Rong Yuetian sized up the weapon a few times, and a gratified look appeared in her eyes. She then passed it to the girl in white. The girl in white took it and stroked the crescent blade inch by inch with her fingers. She nodded slightly at Rong Yuetian. Rong Yuetian seemed to be relieved. She thanked the Villa Master of the Hidden Sword Villa and even handed him a dark golden medal. Huang Qinglu muttered, "Black gold iron. This exalted, immortal Rong Yu is truly extraordinarily generous." Xian gold iron was one of the best materials for crafting weapons. A piece the size of a finger could be worth tens of thousands of gold. It was even more precious than diamonds. It was also priceless and could not be bought. But the piece that Rong Yu Ishinlin handed to the Villa Master was as big as a dog's head. This piece could be said to be priceless. If this material was used to craft a weapon, it would definitely be forged into a divine weapon that was comparable to the Lunar God Sword. Chapter 29:61. The Manor Lord's usually cold face couldn't help but reveal joy. He thanked Rong Yu Ishinlin, then happily carried the black gold iron away. Rong Yu Ishinlin's gaze fell on the crescent blade. He let out a sigh of relief and gestured to the soul-seeking bird on the white-clothed girl's shoulder. The soul-seeking bird couldn't hold back and immediately flew down. It stretched out its curved beak and began to peck at the crescent blade. He spent so much effort to get the Manor Lord of Hidden Sword Manor to make this crescent blade just to feed the bird. Xie Fenglu clenched his fists. He hated this kind of wasteful behavior the most. He looked at Ji Xinyue again. Looks like helping you get the sword was just something he did casually. His main purpose in coming to Hidden Sword Manor was this crescent blade. Ji Xinyue smiled. I have nothing to do with him anymore. It's already good enough that he helped me get the sword. Even if it's just a casual gesture, it's still a kindness. I'm still very grateful. I will definitely repay this kindness. She took a light breath and looked around. The moonlight clam should be drying soon, right? Huang Qinglu nodded. It should be soon. The mirage finally disappeared, and so did the light from the mirage. The sky and earth returned to a faint blue color. The moon god sword finally flew back. It obviously didn't achieve its goal, and the entire sword looked listless. Ji Xinyue began to tidy up her clothes, preparing to enter the water. According to Huang Qinglu, the moonlight clam would only open for an hour to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. After an hour, it would close its shell and sink into the deep sea ice, where it couldn't be dug out. Therefore, they had to act quickly and finish within an hour. Xie Fenglu looked at the busy Ji Xinyue and couldn't help but frown. Senior sister, the water here is too cold. It's not good for a girl's body. Wait here later. Huang Qinglu and I will go down. Ji Xinyue was already prepared. She glanced at Xie Fenglu. Well, have you ever seen me waiting to eat ready-made food? The underwater environment is complicated and your swimming skills are average. If something really happens, you won't be able to buy any medicine for regret. If that really happens, I'll bang my head against the wall. Xie Fenglu was touched. Senior sister, I didn't know you cared about me so much. Ji Xinyue pulled up her sleeves. Of course I care about you. If anything happens to you under my watch, Master will skin me alive. He then pulled off the jade pendant from his waist and threw it into his hand. How many times have I told you? When you go out to do something, don't bring so many random things with you, lest you get hooked by something. Okay, I'll be careful. Xie Fenglu was obviously used to being scolded. Not only was he not angry, but he was also happy to endure it. The profound ice beneath Huang Qinglu's feet cracked. Ji Xinyue glanced at him. Huang Qinglu had a smile on his face, but there seemed to be a chill around him. He did not look at Ji Xinyue and Xie Fenglu. Instead, he turned his head and looked towards the far east. The moonlight clam has opened its shell. A crimson light shot out from the surface of the sea and into the sky. The light was even more brilliant than the rosy clouds, illuminating the entire sky in an instant. The moon god sword was obviously excited. The sword's shadow moved and was about to attack first. Huang Qinglu gripped the sword hilt and said calmly, "Once the moonlight clam is disturbed, it will immediately close its shell. If it really senses danger, it will immediately destroy the clam pearl. At that time, all our efforts will be for naught. So if we want to pluck the pearl, we need to ambush it." Chapter 29:62. After he finished speaking, he let go of the moon god sword's hilt and said politely, "Excuse me." The moon god sword returned to Ji Xinyue's side. Ji Xinyu put it back into its scabbard and said, "If I don't tell you to come out, don't come out." She was afraid that the sword would be disobedient and cause trouble, so she put it in her storage space. The moon god sword was actually very obedient this time, and let Ji Xinyu hide it without any resistance. Because they were prepared in advance, the three of them entered the water smoothly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although she was mentally prepared and had done enough homework to protect herself, when she entered the water, Ji Xinyu still felt the bone-chilling cold. The water was far colder than she imagined, and once she entered the water, her hands and feet felt like they were going to freeze. She circulated her energy a few times, and only then did she regain her senses. Although Xie Fenglu was a man, and his body was more masculine, his cultivation was not as good as Ji Xinyu's. Not long after he entered the water, his nose was blue and his face was white. His teeth chattered nonstop, and he fell behind in a moment. Ji Xinyu was afraid that he would faint in the water, and was about to go over to take a look when she heard the sound of water splashing. Huang Qinglu, who had been leading the way, suddenly flipped over and went straight for Xie Fenglu. Without any explanation, he grabbed Xie Fenglu's hand. Xie Fenglu wanted to struggle, but he was obviously not Huang Qinglu's opponent in the water, and was restrained in a moment. Then he was dragged forward by him. He quickly caught up with Ji Xinyu and asked, "How are you? Do you want me to bring you?" Ji Xinyu shook her head. She had already adapted to the temperature of the water. "No need. I can do it myself." Huang Qinglu glanced at her and did not force her, and said, "Then be careful." He brought Xie Fenglu forward. He kept holding Xie Fenglu's arm tightly, and Xie Fenglu gritted his teeth and said, "Don't leave my senior sister behind. Don't have any bad ideas." Huang Qinglu narrowed his eyes and chuckled, "Be good. I won't do anything to her." "Young master, I care about what you care about. I've been helping you all this time, haven't I?" "Who needs your help?" I said. "I'm not your young master. You've got the wrong person." That's a mistake." Huang Qinglu's tone was casual. She swam in the water like a pike. Her posture was graceful and natural, as if she was born here. "You." Xie Fenglu was so angry that he trembled. He suddenly sneered. "You keep calling me young master, but you don't give me any respect. How else do you want me to respect you?" Huang Qinglu raised an eyebrow. "In front of others, haven't I always not fought back when you hit me or scolded me? Isn't it just helping you with this and that? But how can we force the young lord to do something? You often disregard my wishes and force me to do things. Is this your attitude towards young master? That's because you haven't awakened yet." Huang Qinglu's voice was gentle. "When you truly awaken, I naturally won't be able to force you." Xie Fenglu clenched his fist. "Awakening. Awakening. Wake up like a ghost." He just didn't want to wake up. He did a good job as Xie Fenglu. The only thing that made him unhappy was that Huang Qinglu was sticking to him like candy. He couldn't get rid of her, he couldn't beat her, and he couldn't expose her identity. Xie Fenglu was more than a little depressed. He was freezing in the water. Chapter 2963. He was almost frozen in the water, but after Huang Qinglu held his arm, his blood vessels that had almost stagnated started to flow again. It was as if there was a warm cover around his body, isolating him from the cold sea water. He couldn't help but look back at Ji Xinyu. She had been following behind them. Although her face was pale from the cold, her movements were still clean and neat, not lagging behind at all. His senior sister was indeed the strongest. Logically speaking, this sea was not suitable for women to come down, but she had come down and swam better than him. She made him, a man, pale in comparison. Senior sister, why did such a good senior sister like someone else? He was the one who had been by her side the longest. Xie Fenglu's eyes flashed with pain. "Do you really like her that much?" Huang Qinglu asked again. "It has nothing to do with you." "Indeed, it has nothing to do with me." Huang Qinglu chuckled. "But I also know that girls like men who are stronger than them, who can save them in times of crisis. Not someone whose martial arts are not as good as hers, who only knows how to call her senior sister and even needs her to take care of him." Xie Fenglu gritted his teeth. "I've only been practicing martial arts for a short time. If I cultivate for another 3,000 to 5,000 years, I won't be worse than Rong Yue Tianlon. The problem is, will she wait for you for 3 to 5,000 years? What's more, after 3 to 5,000 years, when you improve, they will also improve. Their aptitude is also the best. You will never catch up with them through normal channels. It's better to awaken. You might still have hope. Xie Fenglu clenched his fists tightly. After a while, he said, "Don't even think about it. You're just trying to make me into another person. Let me tell you, don't even think about it. My senior sister once said that we should do everything openly. I want to improve myself openly. I am Xie Fenglu, not anyone else." Huang Qinglu glanced at him sideways. His gaze was like the light of the icy sea, dark and deep. Xie Fenglu felt an inexplicable chill. He looked at him warily. "What are you up to now?" Huang Qinglu smiled. "What kind of bad ideas can I have? Let's go and pick the pearls to send your master off." He dragged him and continued to swim forward. Ji Shenyue looked calm on the surface, but in fact, she had been secretly observing Huang Qinglu. She had a feeling that this person had a strong background and was very mysterious. Ji Shenyue knew that there were people like hermits in this world. Some people didn't like to be in the limelight and preferred to blend in with the crowd. Therefore, even if they had super strong martial arts, they were still unknown in Jianghu. Therefore, when she first saw Huang Qinglu, she was not very surprised when she knew that he was an expert but not famous. He thought that he was also an otherworldly expert. She became friends with Xie Fenglu by accident and fell in love with him at first sight. That was why she entered the world and followed Xie Fenglu. Moreover, he was really good to Xie Fenglu. Xie Fenglu often gave him attitude, but he still had no complaints. Seeing how well Huang Qinglu treated Xie Fenglu, Ji Shenyue was even a little touched. After all, this junior brother of his was once an orphan, and what he lacked the most was love. Other than being worried that her master would sweep them away, Ji Shenyue was also very happy for her junior apprentice brother that someone was sincerely treating him well. This Huang Qinglu seemed to be slightly hostile toward her, and Ji Shenyue also expressed her understanding. If this person truly liked Xie Fenglu, he would naturally dislike her and be jealous of her. Chapter 2964. These were all actions that lovers should do, so Ji Shenyue did not take it to heart. When Huang Qinglu ignored Xie Fengliu's struggle and forcefully brought him forward, Ji Shenyue felt touched and amused at first. But as she watched, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. This Huang Qinglu was indeed very good to Xie Fenglu, but Xie Fenglu was obviously unwilling this time, but was forced to move forward by Huang Qinglu. Although her junior brother usually did things carelessly, he was not a narrow-minded person, nor was he an awkward person. But now, Ji Shenyue felt that her junior brother seemed to have something that was hard to say, as if he was being held hostage. She looked at Huang Qinglu's swimming posture again. In such a cold sea, he swam freely and casually, as if he was a native of this place, and the deep sea was his hometown. This place was deserted, and even birds could not fly here, so it was impossible for there to be a native. If there were, they should not be humans. Of course, on this continent, immortals and devils coexisted, and there were many races that were not human. For example, the Demon Clan, the Devil Clan, the Sharkman Clan, and the Snake Clan. However, these races were few in number and could not form a true scale, so they usually hid in barren mountains and unruly rivers. There were also those who hid their auras and lived in the human world. Although this sea was beautiful, it should be considered a dangerous place. Could it be that this Huang Qinglu was from the Sharkman Clan or the Demon Clan? No, the people of the Demon Clan had more or less demon chi on their bodies. After these people became stronger, although they could hide their demon chi, they could only hide it from the eyes of ordinary people. They could not hide it from the eyes of an immortal like Ji Shenyue. This Huang Qinglu did not have any demon chi or devil chi on his body, so he should not be from the Demon Clan or the Demon Clan. Could it be that he was from the Sharkman Clan? The Sharkman Clan had a beautiful appearance and a gentle nature, and were indeed somewhat similar to Huang Qinglu. Ji Shenyue was not a person who easily trusted people. She was also on guard against this Huang Qinglu at the beginning, But when she asked Xie Fenglu in private a few times, Xie Fenglu stammered and only told her not to pay attention to this person. He did not say anything bad about this person, and even worked with this Huang Qinglu a few times, unknowingly trusted this person. This made Ji Shunyu's wariness towards him gradually disappear, and even treated him as Xie Fengliu's family. But now, she felt that something was wrong. She swam forward, trying to catch up and keep abreast of them. Huang Qinglu suddenly turned around and glanced at her. The corners of her lips curled up into a smile. This smile had a deep meaning. In this deep blue water, there was a strange feeling. Ji Shunyu felt a chill in her heart. She paused for a moment, her fingers gripping the hilt of her dagger tightly. Almost at the same time, the seawater around Ji Shunyu suddenly surged, and a pitch-black whirlpool appeared beside her. This whirlpool appeared too suddenly, and Ji Shunyue was not prepared for it. She was immediately sucked into the whirlpool, and her body involuntarily turned and was pulled into the whirlpool. The suction force of this whirlpool was extremely strong. Ji Shunyu felt as if she had fallen into a huge roller and was being madly rotated by the whirlpool. The sound of water splashing filled her ears. She could only faintly hear Xie Fenglu shouting, "Senior sister!" After all, they were in the water, and Xie Fenglu was not a good swimmer. If he had only used his voice, it would have been better. But when he shouted in a hurry, just as the shout rushed out of his throat, he was gulped down a large mouthful of seawater. He choked until his mind was muddled, and he almost fainted. He opened his mouth to cough, but suddenly something soft blocked his lips, and a fresh breath entered his mouth. Chapter 2965. He opened his mouth and was about to cough when he felt something soft on his lips. A fresh breath entered his mouth. At the same time, he felt his arms tighten as he was trapped in Huang Qingliu's arms. He could not move at all. This breath was the breath of life. Xie Fenglu finally caught his breath. Shouting in the water, "Are you an idiot?" Huang Qingliu's voice rang in Xie Fengliu's ears. Xie Fenglu still ignored him. He desperately looked back at the whirlpool. Ji Shunyue's petite body was spinning in the whirlpool. She seemed to be struggling with all her might, but she could not break free from the whirlpool's power. Where did the whirlpool in the deep sea lead to? It might even lead to hell. If Ji Shunyue was completely sucked in, she would probably die. Xie Fengliu's eyes were bloodshot. He grabbed Huang Qingliu's sleeve. Where did this whirlpool come from? Save her! Save her! Huang Qinglu also glanced back and said indifferently, "She can't be saved." He pulled Xie Fenglu and continued to swim forward. Xie Fenglu panicked and said angrily, "You coward! If you don't save her, I will." He wanted to slap Huang Qinglu away and fight for his life. Huang Qinglu flicked his finger and a blue light enveloped Xie Fenglu. "Don't be rash. No one can escape from this demonic whirlpool. Aren't you going to collect clam pearls? It will be too late if you delay any longer." After being enveloped by the blue light, Xie Fengliu's entire body stiffened. He glared at him and said word by word, "I don't like clam pearls. I only want to save my senior sister. If anything happens to her, I will not let you off easily." Huang Qinglu narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. "With your current martial arts, how can you punish me?" Xie Fenglu was speechless. He clenched his fists, his nails almost digging into his flesh. You. He looked as if he wanted to swallow Huang Qinglu whole. Huang Qinglu said slowly, "Only the strong have the right to protect the people around them. Only the strong have the right to punish others. Young master, do you still not want to awaken? Do you still want to be Xie Fenglu?" Xie Fengliu's handsome face turned green and white. When his anger reached its peak, he calmed down. "Huang Qinglu, you made this whirlpool, right? You want to use this to stimulate me to awaken and become your young lord, right? Then let me tell you, if anything happens to my senior sister, I will immediately self-destruct. I'll make you lose everything." Huang Qinglu. His expression changed slightly as he clenched his fists tightly. Xie Fenglu glared at him fiercely and quietly held his breath. This was the only way he could threaten him. Huang Qingliu's gaze suddenly turned to look behind him, a trace of surprise flashing across her eyes as she slowly said, "There's no need to save him." Xiefeng Liu's heart sank. He thought that something bad had happened to his senior sister. He turned around in fear and his eyes widened. Ji Shunyu, who had been sucked into the whirlpool, was actually spinning in the opposite direction and was about to break free from the huge whirlpool. Senior sister. Xiefeng Liu held his breath, his eyes shining. Senior sister was actually able to break free from this kind of whirlpool by herself. She was indeed the strongest. Just as Ji Shanyue was about to rush out of the whirlpool, she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had learned how to escape from the whirlpool from the mysterious person. Otherwise, she would have lost her life in this deep sea. She pursed her lips and secretly made a hand seal. Once she was out of danger, she would immediately deal with Huang Qinglu. This time, he was definitely behind this. Chapter 2966. She had to save her junior brother first. The tearing force of the whirlpool was getting weaker and weaker. Just as she was about to take advantage of the situation to jump out, her sleeves suddenly moved. With a swoosh, a white light escaped from her sleeves and flew towards the whirlpool. Moon God Sword. She didn't expect it to slip out at this time. Ji Shunyu didn't catch it and watched it fall into the whirlpool. After a few rounds, it disappeared. Ji Shunyu. Wasn't this a divine sword? Wasn't it a divine sword with many extraordinary abilities? How could a whirlpool suck it away? With its ability, it should be able to escape by itself, right? Ji Shunyu only thought of it for a moment. She still had more important things to think about. The moment she escaped, she directly pounced towards Huang Qinglu. Let him go. Although she didn't know what Huang Qingliu's goal was, he frequently restrained Xiefeng Liu and made things difficult for her. This proved that he didn't have good intentions. Her junior brother couldn't be threatened by others. Ji Shinyu's water was not bad. This pounce was the essence of all her martial arts. The Azura saber in her hand emitted a dazzling light and slashed towards Huang Qinglu. Huang Qinglu didn't expect her to attack so quickly. He dragged Xiefeng Liu and retreated like a whirlwind, avoiding her killing move. What is the meaning of this, Princess Shunyu? Ji Shunyu sneered. Stop pretending to be innocent. Her figure flashed, and she pounced again. Huang Qinglu dragged Xiefeng Liu and dodged several of her killing moves. Once Ji Shunyu attacked, she was absolutely ruthless and without hesitation. Moreover, being in the water didn't affect her performance at all. After all, Huang Qinglu was dragging someone, and this person was very uncooperative, so he was forced into a corner. After a dozen or so moves, half of his sleeve was cut off by the large saber in her hand. If he didn't dodge quickly, half of his arm would have been cut off by her. Such a delicate-looking girl actually attacked so fiercely. Huang Qinglu was forced to retreat continuously. In the end, he had no choice but to push Xiefeng Liu in her direction. Forget it. I'll give him to you. Ji Shenyue was about to swing her saber at him, but when she saw this, she hurriedly retracted her saber and followed up with Xiefeng Liu. Huang Qingliu's push was a little heavy, and the force of Xiefeng Liu's charge was not small. Although Ji Shenyu caught him, she was still pushed back a few steps and almost fell into the vortex again. Xiefeng Liu's face was extremely pale. Trapped in the thin blue shell, his limbs seemed to have frozen. Ji Shenyu secretly gritted her teeth. Her junior brother was indeed trapped. To think that she had thought that they were just a couple quarreling. She raised her hand and broke the shell for him. Then, she unsealed his sealed acupoints and pulled him behind her. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Huang Qinglu, who was floating in front of her. Who are you? What is the purpose of tricking us here? Huang Qinglu rubbed her chin and looked at her. I don't understand what you're saying. You're clearly here to pick pearls, aren't you? We just met by chance. Ji Shenyu sneered. You were the one who told little Nine about the moonlight clams here, right? You knew that he was worried about preparing a new gift, so when you talked to him, you seem to have accidentally told him about it. You knew that he would be interested, so you rushed over in advance to wait for us, didn't you? Huang Qinglu smiled. You're really smart. Chapter 2967. Huang Qinglu smiled. You are indeed smart. This sentence indirectly acknowledged Ji Shun-yu's words. Ji Shun-yu clenched the saber in her hand. Purpose. Huang Qinglu lowered his eyes slightly, and when he raised them again, there seemed to be a light flickering in the depths of his eyes as he looked behind Ji Shun-yu. Him. Xiejuk. Ji Shun-yu was startled, her eyebrows raised. What? Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a chill on her back and a sharp pain. Her body stiffened as she looked down at the tip of the saber sticking out of her chest. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She turned her head with difficulty and looked at Xie Fenglu, who had stabbed her. Ui. Xie Fengliu's face was pale, but his eyes were as deep as a whirlpool. He did not answer Ji Shun-yu's question, but directly gave her a palm. Ji Shun-yu involuntarily rushed forward, and in front of her, Huang Qinglu held a blue snake-shaped sword in his hand. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Ji Shun-yu. Ji Shun-yu's charge was towards the tip of his sword, as if she was sending herself to be killed. Huang Qinglu smiled at Ji Shun-yu, waiting for a fatal collision. After all, Ji Shun-yu had grown up in the wind and waves. Although she was shocked by Xie Fengliu's sneak attack, it had become a conditioned reflex to save herself from danger. Before her brain could react, her hands and feet had already taken action. The azure saber in her hand suddenly appeared, and the tip of the saber stabbed towards Huang Qinglu. Her saber was long, his sword was short. If he did not dodge, she would be the one to stab him first. She still profited. Huang Qinglu did not expect her to use such a suicidal attack when she was in a panic, but this kind of attack was the most effective. He could only dodge, then waved his hand, and an undercurrent suddenly rose in front of him. That undercurrent turned into a torrential waterfall in the blink of an eye, like an angry water dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws towards Ji Shun-yu. After all, Ji Shun-yu was seriously injured, and the pain of raising her hand just now almost made her faint. Seeing the huge torrent rushing toward her, she only had time to set up a small barrier around her, and her whole body was sucked into the torrent. This stream of water was extremely strange. It actually froze into ice in an instant. Ji Shun-yu was sealed in this ice, falling towards the whirlpool that was still spinning. In her daze, she seemed to see Xie Fenglu rushing towards her with a pale face. However, before he could reach her, he was stopped by Huang Qinglu. Then, the ice coffin that was binding her was sucked into the whirlpool. All she could see was a deep blue, and she could no longer see anything else. Xie Fenglu watched helplessly as the ice coffin wrapped around Ji Shun-yu and sank into the whirlpool. Her body was still bleeding, and the ice coffin that trapped her was dyed scarlet. With her eyes wide open, she disappeared before his eyes just like that, like a madman. He sent a palm strike towards Huang Qinglu. Bastard, you killed her. You killed her. Huang Qinglu took a step back and quickly clamped down on his hand. That pair of eyes that always had a smile in them were now filled with ridicule. Young master, it was you who did it. It was you who used evil arts to control me. Xie Fenglu was so angry that not only was his body trembling, even his voice was trembling. Huang Qinglu looked at him with a smile, and the words he said were incomparably cruel. In her eyes, it was you who plotted against her and stabbed her with a sword. Xie Fenglu looked at the shiny dagger in his hand. The dagger was still stained with her blood, and even his fingers were stained with her blood. Chapter 2968. He suddenly raised his left hand and chopped at his right hand that was holding the sword. Huang Qinglu's eyes were sharp and his hand were fast. He quickly restrained him and sealed his acupuncture points so that he could no longer harm himself. Even if you cut yourself into pieces, it's already done. It's useless. Huang Qinglu's voice was indifferent and cold. Xie Fengliu's entire body was trembling. He closed his eyes and suddenly sneered, "I'll go accompany her. If you have the ability, seal my acupuncture points for the rest of my life. Otherwise, as long as I release it, I'll go accompany her." It was easy to stop a person from committing suicide, but difficult to stop a person from committing suicide for the rest of their life. If a person had the intention to commit suicide, they would find an opportunity sooner or later. Since he had killed his senior sister, then he would pay with his life for her. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. There was no need to hesitate. Huang Qinglu looked at him for a moment, as if to confirm the truth of his words. Xie Fengliu's eyes were bloodshot as he coldly looked at him, his thin lips tightly pursed. Huang Qinglu finally sighed. I won't seal your acupuncture points for the rest of your life. I'll release it for you now. But before I release it, I have to tell you something. Ji Xinyu is not dead. If you die, then she will truly die. After saying this, he really did release Xie Fengliu's acupuncture points. He knew that with this sentence, Xie Fengliu would definitely not commit suicide again. Xie Fengliu really did not commit suicide. He stared at him. I don't believe it. Although he had been controlled to attack just now, he still had his own consciousness. He knew that although his sword did not pierce through her heart, it still pierced an important organ. She was also sealed in the ice coffin and could not stop the bleeding, so she would definitely die. Huang Qinglu only said this to dispel his thoughts of suicide. Huang Qinglu did not argue with him. He raised his hand, and the seawater in front of him condensed into a water mirror, and a scene appeared in the water mirror. At the bottom of the sea that looked like blue crystals, there was a similarly blue ice coffin stuck in those crystals. Inside the ice coffin, Ji Xunyu's eyes were slightly closed, and she was motionless. Her wounds were no longer bleeding. She's dead. She's clearly dead. Even her wounds are not bleeding. Xie Fengliu's fingertips were trembling. No, she's not dead. The reason why her wounds are no longer bleeding is because I used the ice seal technique to seal her wounds. Huang Qingliu's voice was methodical. She can live for another 10 days. If she can't be saved after 10 days, she will be completely dead and her soul will be scattered. If you want to save her, there is only one way. Awakening. After the awakening, your power will be completely restored. At that time, saving her will be as easy as blowing off dust. Xie Fengliu was speechless. There are only two paths in front of you. You can either awaken and save her, or you can accompany her when she dies. Which one do you choose? Huang Qinglu looked at him with a smile, giving him a cruel choice. Xie Fengliu closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes. His gaze was cold. I choose to awaken. What should we do? Huang Qinglu seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden. Very good. Come with me. Xie Fengliu didn't move. Are you sure there's still time? Huang Qinglu naturally understood what he was referring to. He nodded slightly. If you move quickly, there's still time. Xie Fengliu closed his eyes. His voice was as cold as ice. After I awaken, if I can't save her in time, Huang Qinglu, I'll make you beg for death. You'll suffer forever. Huang Qinglu froze. He looked at him for a while and finally sighed. All right. Chapter 2969. He raised his sleeve. An ray of blue light shot toward the bottom of the sea. What are you doing? Xie Fengliu looked at him coldly. I'm giving her another layer of protection. Huang Qinglu smiled, but her smile was a little thin. A complicated emotion flashed through her eyes. Actually, I cherish my life too. She dragged him away. Xie Fengliu realized that they were going in the wrong direction. Where are we going? Shouldn't we go out to sea immediately? Huang Qinglu didn't even turn her head. We're going to pick pearls. Isn't that what you've always wanted? I don't want that. I just want to save my senior sister now. Xie Fengliu was full of anger. If this bastard hadn't coaxed him with a moonlight clam's pearl, he and his senior sister wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Huang Qinglu only said, there's still time. She continued to swim forward quickly with him. Xie Fengliu was speechless. The dark bottom of the sea, the deep blue sea, at a glance, it was a stretch of deep blue. In the depths of the sea, a young girl covered in blood was crawling with difficulty. Blood meandered all the way. Her black hair covered her face, making it impossible to see her face clearly. However, her figure was unusually familiar. Jiyu. With a splash, the young girl slowly raised her head. Her black hair parted to the side, revealing a palm-sized face. Her pale and bloodless face hit his heart at this moment. Xinyu. Rong Yuishinlin couldn't help but call out. He suddenly opened his eyes. The deep sea and the young girl were nowhere to be seen. The surroundings were silent and dark. He was still sitting on the bed. In the black veil of the night, he could clearly see the simple and elegant furnishings in the room. He was still meditating in the quiet room. What happened just now was just a dream. Rong Yuishinlin raised his hand and pressed on his rapidly beating heart. In such a cold place, his forehead was sweating and even his palms were wet. He actually had a nightmare. He was obviously meditating. He had never meditated until he fell asleep, let alone had a nightmare. He looked out the window. The sky was still dark outside. A few stars hung in the sky, looking a little lonely. His heart was still beating wildly, as if he was still panicking just now. The scene from the dream flashed through his mind, and he tapped the space between his eyebrows with his finger. He actually had such a dream. The girl in the dream looked like Jiyu at first, but when she raised her head, she became Ji Shunyu. He even dreamed that she was in great danger, crawling helplessly at the bottom of the sea. Was he overthinking things recently? Or is it that what you think about during the day, you dream about at night? Or was it a warning? Was she really in danger? Impossible, right? She had already obtained the divine sword and should be returning to the Purple Cloud sect at this moment. Why did she go to the bottom of the sea to explore? Or perhaps it was just an unimportant nightmare. Moreover, this dream was so strange that the girl in the dream was actually the fusion of Jiyu and Ji Xinyu. Could it be that he was hoping that they were the same person? He looked out at the sky again. It was said that a dream at this time was a warning. Could it be that Ji Shanyue was really in danger? His heart started to beat rapidly again, as if he was getting more and more panicked. The last scene of the dream surfaced in his mind again. The girl raised her head, her bloodless red lips slightly opened, as if she was asking for help. Save me. Rong Yuishinlin couldn't hold it in anymore. He suddenly stood up and strode out of the door. He looked up at the sky with a few stars. He stretched out his palm, and a light blue voice transmission talisman appeared in his palm. He began to try to connect. Chapter 2970. There was no movement from the other side, and there was no intention of picking up. He tried several times, but there was no response from the other party. At this time, they were usually in deep sleep. Even if the sound transmission talisman lit up, they might not discover it. This was a very normal thing. Although he comforted himself in his heart, he was still panicking. After thinking for a while, he took out a blood-red sound transmission talisman and tried to pick it up. This sound transmission talisman was specially made by Rong Yuishinlin. There were only 2 of them, and they could only be connected to each other, not to others. This one was in his hands, and the other should be in Ji Xinyue's storage space. He had secretly placed it in her storage space, hidden in a small corner. As long as Ji Xinyue did not turn her storage space upside down, this sound transmission talisman would not be found. He had secretly placed such a sound transmission talisman on her not to spy on her, but because this girl liked to take risks and did not like to be tied down. She did not even like to ask for help. According to her master, whenever she went out on an adventure, she would turn off all the sound transmission talismans on her, not leaving a single one behind. This often made people worried. Therefore, after Rong Yuishinlin and her adventure in the tunnel, he secretly hid the blood-red sound transmission talisman in her storage space, preparing to use it in an emergency. This blood-red sound transmission talisman had 2 special functions. Once it was used, the sound waves would sound in the other party's mind. No matter what situation the other party was in, they would be able to receive it. Secondly, it had a positioning function. Once it was connected, it could slowly determine the other party's position, allowing him to quickly find her. This special sound transmission talisman was invented by Shun Jiuli. After this emperor invented it, he kept one with him in case of an accident. That day, when the D-Zun met with great danger in the Land of Flames, he connected to this sound transmission talisman and woke him up from his sweet dream. Then, he rushed over to save people like the wind. Rong Yuishinlin liked to concoct rare things, so he naturally copied the D-Zun sound transmission talisman with great interest. This kind of sound transmitting talisman required blood essence to refine. Refining one would consume 100 years of his cultivation, so he could only make 2 copies. Because he couldn't find anyone worthy of giving them to, they had been left to rot in his storage space. It was only when he was with Ji Shunyu that he suddenly had an epiphany and gifted her one. Of course, Rong Yu Tianlan wouldn't use this voice transmission talisman so easily. He didn't want that little girl to think that he was spying on her. After Rong Yu Ishanlin and Ji Shanyue had interacted with each other for a period of time, they also exchanged ordinary sound transmission talismans. Rong Yuetian had tried to contact her a few times. Not bad, she picked up at that time. She was a generous lady and treated him the same way she would treat an ordinary friend. Therefore, if it wasn't for some special reason, she wouldn't have ignored his voice transmission. The blood-red voice transmission talisman flashed in his palm. Rong Yuetian was still a little nervous. It was really unwise to expose the existence of a voice-transmitting spell because of a nightmare. If Shan Jili knew about it, he would probably say that his IQ was plummeting. He pursed his lips and stared at the blood-red voice transmission talisman, waiting for it to light up. However, after a long while, the blood-red sound transmission talisman remained the same as when it had first been taken out. It only flashed with a faint light and showed no signs of being connected. Chapter 2971. Rong Yu Ishanlin's face turned pale. If the other party was just sleeping or was in the middle of some adventure, she would not pick up the ordinary sound transmitting talisman. However, this kind of blood-red sound transmitting talisman could definitely wake the other party up from their sleep. As long as she had the intention to pick up the call, this sound transmitting talisman would automatically connect. Therefore, there was no reason for it not to connect. Unless Ji Xinyu knew about this sound transmitting talisman in advance, and she needed to focus all her energy on the battle. She could not afford to be distracted for even a moment. Therefore, even if the sound waves of this sound transmitting talisman directly entered her mind, she would reject it immediately. However, was this possible? With Ji Xinyue's character, she should have quickly picked up the call and at least figure out the origin of this sound transmitting talisman. That was not right. Ji Xinyue was very straightforward. If she found out about this sound transmitting talisman in advance, she would most likely throw it away or simply pick up the call to see who was behind it. Could it be that she had really thrown it away? Perhaps she was in a coma, or perhaps she was already dead. Rong Yu Ishanlin's fingers were already cold. She quickly sensed the location of the sound transmitting talisman and vaguely felt a bone-chilling cold. This sound transmitting talisman was in the extremely cold land of the extreme north. Rong Yu Ishanlin thought of that dream again. In the dream, it was as dark as the bottom of the sea with ice crystals. There was only one such sea in the Fanning continent, the Tianjing Sea. Whether she threw away this sound transmitting talisman or not, it was unusual for it to appear there. Why would she go to such a desolate place for no reason? Could it be that she was going to pick moonlight clam pearls? Rong Yu Ishanlin was also an adventurous person. He had been there more than 3,000 years ago and even picked a moonlight clam pearl. However, he was not interested in anything. After playing with it for a while, he gave it away casually. Because he had been there, he knew how dangerous that place was. That sea was the most unpredictable place in the Fanning continent. It was also the coldest place. There were man-eating sharks and undercurrents in the sea. It was very easy to kill. This girl did not want her life. Rong Yu Ishanlin's figure flashed and flew directly into the sky. Because he was too anxious, he naturally did not use the ordinary flight technique. Instead, he directly used the teleportation technique that consumed a lot of telekinesis. The place he had set off from was the southern continent, where the mountains were warm and the water was soft. His destination was the extreme north, which spanned almost the entire Sanskrit continent, spanning tens of thousands of miles. With Rong Yue Tianlan's skills and techniques, it took her more than half a day to reach Tianjing Sea. When he finally appeared above the celestial crystal ocean, it was already noon. Unfortunately, he had appeared at a time when the blizzard was raging. Snowflakes the size of plates were swept up by the hurricane and smashed fiercely onto his body. Waves that were several feet high rose from the sea and slammed onto the icebergs, smashing them into pieces. Bone-chilling cold. After Rong Yu Tianlan appeared here, she realized that she had made a very serious mistake. Because he had rushed over from the south, he was only wearing a very cool, thin robe. In addition, he had consumed a lot of psyche power, so the yang qi in his body was not enough. At this moment, when the cold wind blew and the snowflakes hit him, the chill penetrated his bones and made his hair stand on end. He cursed under his breath and used his psyche power to protect his body. Only then did he not get frozen by the sudden cold air. He quickly looked around and did not see anyone's figure, not even a living thing. He once again sensed the location of the sound-transmitting talisman, then looked at the sea under his feet. His eyebrows twitched. The sound-transmitting talisman was at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 2972. He stood there for a moment, then gritted his teeth and jumped into the water with a splash. Rong Yuishanlin felt that if Shun Julie knew about this, he would probably give him the title of #1 idiot in the world. For an illusory nightmare, for a person he couldn't contact at the moment, he had driven tens of thousands of miles and jumped directly into the icy purgatory. And the result of this was that he would most likely find an abandoned sound-transmitting talisman. At this time, it was already more than half a day after the pearl harvesting time. Regardless of whether the pearl harvesting was successful or not, she shouldn't have stayed at the bottom of the sea. If nothing happened to her, the sound-transmitting talisman that he had spent so much effort on was most likely abandoned by her in the deep sea. The seawater here was different from other places. It wouldn't freeze, even if it was dozens of degrees below zero. If he didn't make any preparations, as long as he came into contact with the water surface, he would be frozen into a lump of ice. Rong Yuishanlin didn't want to go down a second time. If the sound-transmitting talisman was simply discarded by the girl, his action of jumping down was simply too stupid. Rong Yuishanlin often boasted that he was a rare smart person and would never do anything stupid in his life. But this time he did it, and he was quite willing to do it. Fortunately, he could sense the sound-transmitting talisman and could determine its general location. Otherwise, he might not be able to find a peanut-sized sound-transmitting talisman in the vast sea, even if he searched here for a year. Rong Yuishanlin was an excellent swimmer and had a protective layer on his body. Even so, when he swam in the water, he still had goosebumps. He cursed under his breath again. This was really not a place for humans, and he quickly swam forward in the water. During this process, he didn't give up and used 2 sound-transmitting talismans to contact Ji Shunyue, but there was still no response. He even felt that the place where the blood-red sound-transmitting talisman was even colder. The coldness penetrated his heart through his senses, causing his heart to tighten. Could it be that something really happened to her in these waters? With her martial arts, it shouldn't be, right? Although it was dangerous here, it shouldn't cause any fatal injuries to her. In such cold seawater, a person could only stay in it for a day at most. More than a day would cause permanent damage. That girl should be aware of this, so the possibility of her being fine at the bottom of the sea was almost zero. Rong Yuishanlin secretly clenched his fists. He would rather be an idiot and come here in vain and only get a sound-transmitting talisman than see her dead body at the bottom of the sea. The sound-transmitting talisman at his waist suddenly. When Rong Yuishanlin saw it, he was stunned. Could it be that she finally remembered to reply? His hand trembled as he pulled out the voice transmission talisman. Then his heart sank. The moon divine swords was. It's that is his left A's. Cicero, it's of a moon of the of moon to this one's of moon t of. With its divine power, it was naturally able to escape the power of the whirlpool and jump back up. But it was a little disappointed. It was such a rare divine sword. Anyone who got their hands on it should have treated it like a treasure. Chapter 2973. It was such a rare divine sword that anyone who got their hands on it would treat it like a treasure. It felt that it had been sucked into the whirlpool, and its master would try to salvage it regardless of the cost. For example, at the moment when it fell into the water, if its master really cared about it, she would try her best to catch it in her hands. But no. Master only tried to grab it, but after she failed to catch it, she ignored it. It was as if it was not a sword that was sucked into the whirlpool, but an insignificant piece of iron. If it was her broken sword that fell down, she would definitely try her best to salvage it, right? The moon god sword's self-esteem was hurt again. It was a little upset at the bottom of the sea, so it did not want to go up. So it just lay there. Subconsciously, it wanted to wait and see if its master would come to salvage it. It even cut off the telepathic connection between it and its master. It did not want its master to use a normal summoning spell to summon it. How embarrassing it would be if it returned to its master's side. It would not be in line with its noble style as a divine sword. It waited for almost an hour. The moon god sword calculated that its master should have gotten the moonlight pearl by this time, and should have the time to come and salvage it. However, it waited anxiously for so long, but there was still no sign of its master. Wasn't she taking it too lightly? It even caught so many fish for her. Wait a little longer. She really did not want it anymore. She gave up just like that. She was too quick to burn the bridge after crossing the river. No, she had not crossed the river yet. After all, it had not done what she wanted it to do. The more it waited, the angrier it became. The more it waited, the more uncomfortable it felt. Finally, it could not help but activate the telepathic connection between it and its master. It felt that its master could not find it, so it gave her a chance to find it. However, after the spell was activated, it immediately felt that something was wrong. Master's condition was not right. She was very weak. It even smelled a unique, bloody smell that belonged to its master. Master was in danger. Her life was in danger. The moon god sword directly jumped up from the bottom of the sea. While following its master's aura, it quickly flew in that direction. It didn't smell any great danger in this sea. So how could its master be in danger? Who could hurt her? Sure enough, when it wasn't by her side, something would happen to her. Very quickly, the moon god sword saw the enormous coffin-like ice shell at the bottom of the sea, and saw its master who was sealed inside and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. The moment it saw this, the moon god sword was enraged. Master wasn't bitten by a monster, he was stabbed by a dagger. There was a ghastly bloody hole in his chest and back. The moon god sword was the ancestor of all weapons. It stuck to the ice shell and sensed for a moment. It could tell that its master's injury was caused by the dagger gifted by the hidden sword manor. It could even tell that the dagger was stabbed from her back. It was clearly a sneak attack. Both of her companions had the same dagger, but the one in Huang Qingliu's hand had a fishy smell. The moon god sword's sense of touch was not ordinary. It quickly smelled that there was no fishy smell in Ji Shunyu's blood through the ice shell. This showed that the one who had plotted against her was someone else, her junior brother. He had been plotted against by the person he trusted the most. The moon god sword was angry for Ji Shunyu. It circled around the ice shell. Chapter 2974. The moon god sword was furious for Ji Shunyu. It circled around the ice shell and could faintly sense that its master was still alive. However, she was unconscious and should have fallen into a deep coma. This won't do. She would suffocate to death in this ice shell. The moon god sword's body emitted a cold light. It wanted to split the ice shell and save its master. It knew that it had great strength and could easily split a mountain. Therefore, it had to be careful to avoid cutting its master in half. Instead of saving her, it killed her. For safety's sake, it stuck the tip of its sword on the ice shell and carefully rubbed against it. The ice shell was as smooth as before, not even a white mark was left on it. The moon god sword was speechless. Its rubbing just now could even leave a hole in a diamond. How could this thin and brittle ice shell not move at all? The moon god sword increased its strength and rubbed against it again. 6 hours passed, and the moon god sword's blade flashed with light as it pierced down from above. The sharp sword tip pierced the ice shell, producing an ear-piercing sound. However, the ice shell only shook a little, and not even a small crack could be seen on it. In these 6 hours, it had used all kinds of methods, including horizontal slashes, vertical slashes, and stabs. It had already used all its methods and displayed all its power. However, it was still unable to cut open the ice shell at all. The moon god sword was very angry. Its angry light caused the seawater in the area to churn, almost forming a huge whirlpool. During this period of time, a fearless man-eating shark broke in. It was attracted by the smell of blood emitted from the ice shell. It opened its mouth wide, wanted to bite the ice shell and drag out the bloody food inside. The moon god sword had a belly full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. With a flash of its sword, it directly cut the man-eating shark into two halves. The blood of the man-eating shark attracted even more ferocious beasts in the sea. At first, they came one by one, but later on, they came in groups. The moon god sword did not look at the species of these carnivorous beasts. If one came, it would kill one. If two came, it would kill a pair. When Rong Tianlan arrived, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. In the depths of the ocean, the water had already been dyed blood red. Countless corpses of ferocious beasts were floating in the water. From time to time, a cold sword light would shoot out. Every time it shot out, a ferocious beast would be killed. This entire sea was like a bloody slaughterhouse, which was a ghastly sight. Because the seawater was too bloody, it was impossible to see what was at the bottom. However, Rong Yuishinlin still recognized the sword light of the moon god sword. That swaying white light was like a bolt of lightning that split the red clouds. It was extremely dazzling. His first reaction was that Ji Shanyu had run into trouble underwater, and now she was trapped inside, using her divine sword to fight against these beasts. If the divine sword was here, then Ji Shanyu would definitely be here as well. He heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they were still fighting. At least it proved that they were still alive. He rushed forward and was caught off guard by a beam of white light that shot straight at him. It was the light of the divine sword. Had she gone berserk? Xin Yu, it's me. Rong Yuetian used the bamboo flute in her hand to block the white light and transmitted her voice. That beam of white light paused for a moment, then suddenly shrank back. Before Rong Yuishinlin could heave a sigh of relief, he saw the divine sword jump out from the sea of blood. After killing so many ferocious beasts, the sword was actually not stained with a single drop of blood. The shiny tip of the sword could blind people's eyes. It was pointed at Rong Yuishinlin with full vigilance, and a bone-piercing murderous aura rushed towards him. Chapter 2975. Rong Yuishinlin's heart sank. This sword did not look like it was controlled by a human. Where was its owner? Could it be that in the depths of this sea of blood, he focused his vision and looked inside? He vaguely saw a white object, and within that white object there was a person. The blood was too thick and he could not see clearly, but he subconsciously felt that the person should be Ji Shanyu. His figure flashed, and he was about to pounce over. Buzz, the tip of the divine sword shot in front of him, blocking his way. The sword was full of hostility. Rong Yuishinlin. Did this sword lose its mind? He said in a low voice. Move aside. I am your master's friend. Let me see her. The moon god sword did not back down. The brilliance on the tip of the sword flashed even more fiercely. It was obvious that it did not like the word friend. Rong Yuishinlin sized up the sword's appearance and looked inside. His voice deepened. She was betrayed by her friend? The moon god sword paused, and the tip of the sword nodded. That was why friends were the most untrustworthy. The moon god sword did not dare to believe that its master was only left with one breath. If another bad person came to plot against her, she would really be finished. Furthermore, if the one in front of it was a bad person, it would be even more difficult to deal with. It was not his opponent at all. Rong Yuishinlin's hand was like a lotus flower as he grabbed the hilt of the moon god sword. Bring me to see her. This grab of his was very skillful, and just happened to restrain the moon god sword. He took advantage of the momentum to rush forward, and finally reached the ice shell. Her surroundings were dyed red with blood, and she was frozen in that shell. Her face was as white as snow, and even her full lips had lost their color. Her long eyelashes were closed, and her chest was not moving up and down. Only a bloody wound could be seen. Rong Yuishinlin placed his hand on the ice shell. His handsome face was as dark as the cold sea, and a storm seemed to have condensed around him. The moon god sword swore that it had never seen a person with such a cold aura, especially when this kind of aura came from this gentleman who had always been as gentle as jade and modest as he was. It made the moon god sword, who had always been unruly, tremble. Because the smell of blood in this place was too strong, it would still attract a large number of carnivorous beasts from the sea. The moon god sword kill could not kill them all, and it would only create a vicious cycle. Seeing that there were a few big fishes with white teeth swimming over from afar, the moon god sword was about to jump out again, but was stopped by Rong Yuetian. First, he used several purification talismans in the water, purifying the surrounding blood in the blink of an eye. Even the corpses of the ferocious beasts had been purified to some unknown place. Then he started to play the flute. Yu Shan's sword didn't think that a person could play a flute in the water, and he couldn't even hear what kind of strange sound he was playing. However, after watching him play for a while, the ferocious beasts that were rushing over suddenly seemed to have lost their target. They circled around nearby before turning around and leaving. The sea regained its previous tranquility, and even the seawater regained its deep blue color. This ascendant immortal was truly formidable. He was actually able to resolve the crisis with just a wave of his hand. The moon god sword was actually very flustered. Although it was arrogant, it was still a sword that had just been born and didn't have much experience. It didn't know what to do when faced with Ji Shan Yu's situation. It only wanted to get its master out of the ice shell, but it had been in vain. Now that it saw Rong Yuetian like this, it felt that it had finally found a backbone. Chapter 2976. It stood there and stared at Rong Yuetian's every move. Rong Yuetian was circling around the ice shell, and from time to time, he would reach out and knock on the ice shell, as if he thought he could break the ice shell. The moon god sword disagreed. It was such a sharp divine sword, and even after using all its strength, it was still unable to break the ice shell. He wanted to break it with his fingers? How was that possible? Rong Yuetian circled around the ice shell for a moment, then suddenly stopped and reached out to the moon god sword. Cut me. The moon god sword was speechless. If it cut him, it would directly cut off his palm. Quick! Rong Yuetian was impatient. The moon god sword did not know what he was trying to do, so it had no choice but to go up and cut his palm lightly. In the end, it did not even cut through his skin. Rong Yuetian frowned. Are you not full? Use more strength. So the moon god sword used more strength. There was a big cut in Rong Yuetian's palm. If he had not used a spell to stop the bleeding in time, the blood that flowed out would have formed a river. He glanced at it, and the moon god sword shrunk back guiltily. Rong Yuetian could not be bothered with it. He used his fingertips to dip in the blood from his palm, and quickly drew some talismans on the ice shell. A bright red talisman was inserted into the ice shell. His movements were indescribably fast, and the moon god sword felt a little dazzled. After a moment, the ice shell that was stronger than a diamond shell made a fine, cracking sound. Poof! The entire ice shell shattered, and Ji Shanyu, who was sealed inside, fell down. Rong Yuetian immediately held her in his arms. Her body was cold and soft, and there was no breath in his arms. Her face was as pale as a crystal, as if it would break with a pinch. Because he had destroyed the ice shell, blood gushed out from her wounds again. Rong Yuetian's black eyes seemed to be surging with anger, but he suppressed it. He hugged her tightly, and regardless of whether she could hear him or not, he said in her ear, "Shinyu, I'm here. I'll save you, don't be afraid. I'll be by your side." He hugged her tightly with one hand, while his other hand moved the blood talisman continuously. Specks of transparent light flew out from the shattered ice shell and flew into Ji Shunyu's body, following Rong Yue Tianlan's hand gestures. Ji Shunyu, who had already lost all signs of life, moved her fingers slightly as these faint lights entered her body. Moon God sort of been nervously waiting at the side, watching everything. Seeing her slightly moving fingertips was more exciting than seeing any other scene. It immediately jumped up and was about to rush over. However, he was pushed away by Rong Yuetian. "You have a strong, murderous aura. You will hurt her." Thus, the moon god sword hurriedly retreated. It was still very impressed with this high immortal in front of it. He had actually managed to break the ice shell with just a wave of his hand. It had struggled for a long time, but it still hadn't been able to break it. Although Rong Yuetian's handsome face was so heavy that it could drip water, his movements were smooth and fast, like moving clouds and flowing water. He first stopped the bleeding for her, then waved his hand to set up a transparent soft cover around her body. Then, he quickly rushed up with her in his arms. He didn't want to know how she had ended up in this state. He wanted to save her first. Fortunately, he had come in time. If he had come a day later, even if she didn't lose her life, she would have lost her skills forever and become an ordinary woman. This might not be a big deal to other women, but to Ji Shunyu, losing her skills was crueler than losing her life. Chapter 2977. He was very glad. He was glad that he was able to save her in time. The moon god sword hurriedly followed. When Rong Yuetian entered the sea, it was still windy and snowy outside, as if it was the end of the world. However, when he went out to sea, it was calm and peaceful. The old icebergs had disappeared, and new ones had formed. It was a world of glass. Naturally, it was extremely cold outside. The two of them were fine, but in Ji Shunyu's state of near death, this kind of cold could take her life. The thin cover he had placed on her could block water, but not wind. Moreover, it broke the moment she came out of the water. In this state, she could not use the power of origin to protect her body. So Rong Yuetian opened his outer robe and wrapped her in his arms. His robe was too thin and did not have much of an effect on keeping her warm. Fortunately, his body was warm after he circulated his power, so she did not immediately freeze into a lump of ice in his arms. The moon god's sword was stunned. Its master was like a baby in the arms of supreme deity Rong Yuetian, wrapped tightly in his loose outer robe. Not even a strand of hair was exposed. Did supreme deity Rong Yuetian have an inner robe on him? It seemed to have seen him only wearing such a thin outer robe. Quickly dig an ice cave, quick! Rong Yuetian circulated his power to warm the woman's body in his arms while instructing the moon god's sword that was hanging there like a piece of wood. Although these icebergs were frozen harder than iron, they were not much of a problem for the moon god's sword. After a while, it followed Rong Yuetian's instructions and dug a big hole in the icebergs, big enough for 4 to 5 people to lie inside. Rong Yuetian carried Ji Shunyu in, but the moon god's sword was still puzzled. Why didn't he just carry her back to a warm place? Why did he have to stay here? Rong Yuetian naturally did not care about the moon god's sword's doubts. After he entered the cave, he started to get busy. He pulled out a blanket from his storage space and covered Ji Shunyu with it to warm her up. Then he started a fire in the ice cave, slowly increasing the temperature in the ice cave. The moon god's sword was puzzled. If the temperature in the ice cave increased, wouldn't the ice cave melt? However, Rong Yuishinlin had set up some kind of enchantment in the ice cave. In the raging bonfire, the temperature of the ice cave quickly rose, almost as warm as spring. However, the surrounding walls of the cave were still hard, as if they were made of bricks. The wounds on Ji Shinyue's chest and back needed to be treated in time. Rong Yuishinlin caressed the blanket wrapped around Ji Shanyue, then looked at the sword hanging in the air. Get out! Moon God sword, why should it go out? It wanted to see its master get better. It hung there as if it didn't understand. Rong Yuishinlin's eyes flashed. This time, she used telepathy. I want to heal her. You can't watch. Get out first. The moon god sword's body stiffened. He was not its master, but he could still communicate with it using a secret language. One had to know that once a divine sword like this recognized its master, it could only communicate with its master without any barriers. When it communicated with others, it mainly relied on gestures. Unfortunately, the moon god sword was at Sundara, and it was too lazy to do so. It turned out that it could still communicate with this exalted immortal. The moon god sword was no longer depressed and mute. It tried to send him a message. How can you communicate with me? Rong Yuishinlin glanced at it and said very bluntly, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you now. Get out first. I'll save her first. I'll talk to you later. At the crucial moment, the moon god sword was still very sensible. It finally flew out. Chapter 2978. However, before it flew out, it couldn't help but say something that it had wanted to say for a long time. Your quilt is really ugly. It's gray and doesn't have any sense of beauty. Rong Yuishinlin was speechless. He couldn't be bothered with this ignorant sword. He gently opened up half of the quilt and wrapped it around her lower body, only exposing her injured upper body. She was wearing a blue diving suit. If it wasn't damaged, it would be warm enough. It seemed that she had made sufficient preparations for this trip. However, once it was damaged, it was equivalent to a rag, and all its functions were gone. If he wanted to treat her wounds, he had to get rid of the diving suit. Rong Yuishinlin held her in his arms and tore off the rag on her upper body with one hand. Her pink skin was pale due to blood loss, but her figure was still very good. Whether it was her full breasts or her slender waist, the curve was extremely perfect. Rong Yuishinlin naturally didn't have any thoughts at this time, but when he saw her body, his heart skipped a beat and his eyes narrowed slightly. She originally had a lot of scars on her body, but after Rong Yuishinlin's treatment, most of those big and small scars had disappeared. Now, there were two more big ones. Rong Yuishinlin secretly clenched his fists. No wonder she didn't care about the scars on her body and wasn't curious about the method he used to remove them. For someone who got injured so frequently, she really couldn't care less. Rong Yuishinlin looked down at her thick and fine curly eyelashes. She looked very well-behaved and obedient in her coma, making people want to dote on her. Who would have thought that such a beautiful girl would have such a strong heart? Fighting, drinking, upholding justice, none of them were lacking. She was good at everything, even better than men. How did Ning Xiuema describe this kind of person? A tough woman. She had a real image. When Rong Yuishinlin was watching the Almighty and Ning Xiuema break up, he had thought about his other half and imagined his sweetheart. He had always thought that he liked the gentle, elegant, educated, and reasonable type, such as Yunqi, or the lively, cute, and innocent kind, such as Jiyu. He felt that the reason why there was no chemistry between him and Yunqi was because, firstly, he knew that she liked Shunjiuli. Secondly, he really didn't have any feelings for Yunqi. It didn't feel right. Only Jiyu had truly moved his heart, but the one who had a grudge with Jiyu was Yi Qianshang. It was just a wisp of his battle soul, but it wasn't to complete him. Now, he didn't expect that the person he liked was this tomboy who looked like a delicate flower in front of him. She was the only one who could affect his emotions and make him feel the torture of not seeing her for a day felt like 3 years. Although the injuries on Jishun Yu's chest and back were extremely dangerous, in front of Rongyue Tianlan, who could no longer be described as a godly doctor, such injuries were nothing. Especially this kind of sword wound. He treated it even more skillfully, his movements as smooth as the clouds. He first took care of the things behind her. After he was done, he started to take care of the things in front of her. What she had suffered wasn't just a superficial wound. After all, there was a hole in her body, and the damage to her internal organs wasn't light. She needed him to perform some minor surgery on her to repair her internal organs as well. Of course, his repair wasn't a major surgery. Chapter 2979. Of course, he wasn't going to open her chest and perform a major surgery. Instead, he was going to use magic to force the injured parts of her body to heal automatically. This was also a delicate job, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. Usually, Rongyue Tianlan would have an easy time performing this kind of surgery, but today, he couldn't relax. This was because his beloved woman was under his palm. What was worse was that he had to press his palm on her chest during the operation, which was to the left of her tall and beautiful peak. Even Rongyue Tianlan, who was used to seeing the world, felt a little uneasy. He took a few deep breaths before he calmed down and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Just as he was about to circulate his power, the delicate body under his palm suddenly moved. Rongyue Tianlan's attention was originally on her wound, but when she moved, he seemed to have realized something. He raised his head to look at her face, and then met her beautiful, slightly open eyes. Their eyes met. Rongyue Tianlan's hand trembled. She actually woke up at this time. Rongyue Tianlan's hands and feet acted before his brain, and he raised his hand to hit her sleeping acupoint. Therefore, Ji Shanyue, who had just regained consciousness and hadn't seen the person in front of her clearly, fell into a deep sleep again. Rongyue Tianlan calmed down, looked at his hand, then looked at Ji Shanyue, who had closed her eyes again and sighed slightly. Well, this kind of surgery required the patient's absolute cooperation, and sleeping was the best way to cooperate. Therefore, he hit her acupoint to give her better treatment, and not because he felt guilty In fact, he was overthinking. At this time, although Ji Xinyue opened her eyes, she wasn't really awake. It was just a conditioned reflex. Time passed by, and the damaged organs in Ji Xinyue's body finally slowly glued back together. This kind of gluing was the same as a wound stitch by a surgeon. In order for it to completely heal, she still needed to cooperate with his telekinesis after she woke up. This kind of connection consumed a lot of telekinesis, not to mention that Rongyue Tianlan had been continuously using his telekinesis. After this surgery, he was sweating profusely and his whole body was weak. He lowered his head to look at the person who had been sleeping, and her complexion looked a little better than before. After dealing with the internal injuries, it was much easier to deal with the external injuries. He stitched up the wound for her and applied the special healing medicine. When he felt that there were no major problems, he breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing all this, Rongyue Tianlan felt that her hands and feet were a little weak. She wanted to use the cleansing spell on her again, but she felt a little strenuous. Rongyue Tian rummaged through her storage space. This girl didn't seem to have any desire for beauty. Other than men's clothes, there were only men's clothes in her storage space. Rongyue Tianlan really didn't fancy those men's clothes. He had a few sets of women's clothing in his storage space, and each set was perfect. Rongyue Tianlan thought for a while, then took out a set of sky blue clothes and helped her change into them one by one. This dress suited her very well, making her waist look even more slender and her skin even fairer. After doing all this, Rongyue Tianlan lowered his eyes to look at her, and his heart suddenly trembled. He remembered that dream. In the dream, she was also wearing such clothes and crawling at the bottom of the sea. At first glance, it looked like Ji Yu, but when she raised her head and revealed her face, it was Ji Xinyue. Chapter 2980. In the dream, the two of them had merged into one. Was this what he thought about in the day and dreamed at night? Or was it some kind of warning? He caressed her pretty face and subconsciously wanted to pull out her soul to take a look. However, the moment his finger touched her forehead, he retracted his hand. He had already taken out her soul to take a look, but there was nothing similar to Ji Yu's. The result would be the same if he brought it out again. It would be a waste of energy and would be detrimental to her recovery. He stared at her pretty face in a daze for a moment. In the depths of his heart, he felt that Ji Xinyue was Ji Yu, but the results of all his probing proved otherwise. Was there something else that he hadn't thought of? Originally, he had given up on trying to find out who Ji Yu was, but he had coincidentally met Yunxi, who had wandered to this continent. Yunxi's soul-searching bird could find people based on their souls. Furthermore, Yunxi had developed the ability to travel through time and space. It could travel through time and space to find people based on the person's request. He had an idea and asked Yunxi to let the bird go to Yi Qianshang and Ji Yu space-time to take a look. He had accurately described the characteristics and age of that continent and offered his battle soul for the bird to smell. This way, the bird would be able to find that space-time based on the aura of his battle soul and travel to the era when Ji Yu was still alive. The bird would then find Ji Yu, sniff out the aura of her soul, and travel back. This way, it would be able to find the real Ji Yu. He had always felt that Ji Tianyu wasn't Ji Yu, but she matched all the characteristics, so he could only use this method. The process was a little complicated. The soul-searching bird had consumed a lot of energy to complete such a large project, so it had to eat a good meal to replenish its energy. Yunxi had mentioned what the soul-searching bird needed to eat the most, so Rongyue Tianlan naturally did his best to fulfill it. This was how Ji Xinyue had seen the mirage. According to Yunxi's calculations, the soul-searching bird would need at least half a month to come back. Only 8 days had passed, so the soul-searching bird wouldn't be back anytime soon. Rongyue Tianlan massaged his throbbing temples. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. The soul-searching bird would be able to solve the puzzle once it returned, so there was no hurry. His gaze fell on the sky-blue dress she was wearing, and he frowned slightly. That dream wasn't a good one, so if she wore this dress now, it would be a bad omen. He would only let her wear this if he was crazy. He raised his hand and took off the dress for her. He was the one who put it on for her, so naturally, he took it off smoothly. However, when he was halfway through, a hand suddenly grabbed his hand. Rongyue Tianlan paused for a moment. She raised her head and met Ji Shunyu's clear eyes. At this moment, there was a trace of embarrassment and disbelief in those eyes. She's awake. After all, she was a seriously injured person. Although she managed to hold onto Rongyue Tianlan's hand that was taking off her clothes, she didn't have much strength, let alone pull him away. Rongyue Tianlan didn't expect her to wake up at this time. She had obviously suffered such a serious injury, and he had even hit her sleeping acupoint. More than half of Ji Shunyu's clothes had been taken off by him. At this moment, her upper body was naked, and her boundless spring scenery was under his palm. At this moment, his hand was still tugging at her clothes. This situation was no different from a lecher taking advantage of a person who is unconscious to take advantage of them. Ji Shunyue. Rongyue Ishinlin. Chapter 2981. No matter how thick-skinned Rongyue Tianlan was, at this moment, his handsome face blushed. Looking into her angry eyes, he coughed and explained, I was helping you change your clothes. Ji Shunyue actually thought that she was going to die when she was trapped in the ice coffin. The moment her soul was about to sink into the darkness, the last image that appeared in her mind was actually Rongyue Tianlan. When they were in danger in the tunnel, he had told her to live well and not to take risks. Not only did she take risks, she was also going to lose her life. She had lived a colorful and carefree life. People who took risks often had to have the awareness to put their heads on their belts. Therefore, she was not afraid of death. Although this day came suddenly, she was not too surprised. The moment she fell into a coma, the only regret in her heart was that she could not see Rongyue Tianlan again. If she died like this, would he be sad when he found out? Maybe a little. After all, she had gone through so many trials and tribulations with him, and was even his fiancée. However, his sadness should be like a gust of wind and would not leave too much of a shadow. He had countless female confidants around him, and in his heart, she was probably just an insignificant one. At that time, she did not expect that he would come to save her. After all, looking at the scene in the mirage, he should be in the south with warm mountains and warm water. Moreover, he could not have known that she was in danger here. He did not install clairvoyance on her. To her, her memory after sinking into the ice coffin was blank. When she finally regained consciousness, she found that she was being molested the moment she opened her eyes. The person who was supposed to be tens of thousands of miles away was actually sitting beside her and taking off her clothes. Ji Shunyue felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was embarrassed, angry, and incredulous. Her face was originally sickly pale, but now it was flushed red. Although she had a forthright personality, she had never taken off her clothes so cleanly in front of others. Especially in front of man. What was the most embarrassing thing in the world? It was clearly not doing anything bad, but being caught red-handed while taking off someone's clothes. Rongyue Tianlan was very embarrassed, especially under the gaze of that pair of clear eyes. Now that things had developed to this point, he naturally could not take off her clothes anymore. He first turned his back to her, as if to avoid arousing suspicion. Then, he coughed and organized his thoughts. Don't misunderstand. Listen to me. The bonfire in the ice cave burned brightly, making it as warm as spring. Rongyue Ishinlin finally finished explaining the whole story. Ji Shunyu, who was behind her, had already rearranged her dress with trembling fingers. She wanted to sit up, but Rongyue Tianlan seemed to have eyes on the back of her head. A bamboo flute was placed on her shoulder. Don't move. You need to rest for your injuries. Thus, Ji Shunyue continued to lie down. Rongyue Tianlan also finished his story. Of course, he didn't mention that she first looked like Ji in his dream. He only said that he had a feeling in his dream. After saying that, he asked, "Do you believe what I said?" Although he liked her, wanted to marry her, and had even fantasized about her before, he didn't believe her. But that didn't mean that he wanted her to think of him as a lecher, so he still had to explain himself. Ji Shunyue was silent for a while, then finally replied, "I believe you." After all, she had known Rongyue Tianlan for so long, so she still understood his character. He was doing this to save her. Ji Shunyue understood the principle of urgency. Chapter 2982. He treated his friends really well. Not only did he treat the lady in white well, but he also put in so much effort for her bird. He treated her well, too. Sensing that she was in danger, he came all the way to save her. Looking at how pale his face was, it was obvious that he had used up a lot of energy to save her. Warmth rose in her heart, but at the same time, there was an indescribable bitterness mixed in. She herself could not figure out where this bitterness came from. It seemed to be jealousy? No, what was she jealous of? She had nothing to do with him, and she was no longer his fiancée. He treated her as well as any other woman, so she should feel grateful and satisfied. She took a deep breath and suppressed the emotions that should not be in her heart. Her body was still very weak, and her head was dizzy, but she still smiled at him, showing that she really believed him. Being believed by someone was a very happy thing, especially when it was believed by the person she loved. Rong Yuishinlin's handsome face bloomed like spring flowers, and his eyes seemed to sparkle as he looked at her. He was about to say something when Ji Shunyue spoke again. Supreme Deity, Rong Yuishinlin, thank you. The smile on Rong Yuishinlin's lips faded, and he repeated as if he did not understand. Thank you. Ji Shunyue nodded and tried her best to express her gratitude. I will repay you for saving my life. In the future, I will. Rong Yuishinlin crossed his arms and looked at her with a faint smile. What will you do in the future? In the future? In the future, I will repay you. Rong Yuishinlin smiled, and his beautiful eyes narrowed. This saving grace is not an ordinary grace. How do you plan to repay me? How will you repay me? Ji Shunyue. How could he ask someone to repay him so openly? Her head became even dizzier, and she could not think of anything for a moment. She just looked at him with her eyes wide open. Rong Yuishinlin said indifferently, so the repayment you're talking about is just a verbal repayment. Then don't say anything about repayment or gratitude. I don't like these empty words. Ji Shunyue. She pursed her lips and turned defense into offense. Then what do you want in return? She didn't want to owe anyone a favor. As long as she could do it, she would do it. Rong Yu Tianlan's gaze fell on her pretty face, slowly scanning her eyes, her nose, her lips from her forehead. Ji Shunyue couldn't lie still under his gaze. If not for her weak body, she would have jumped up long ago. At the same time, alarm bells rang in her heart. If the repayment he wanted was to devote myself to him, then her alarm bell had yet to be officially rung when Rong Yu Tianlan smiled gently. The repayment I want is very simple. She bent down slowly. Was he going to kiss her? Ji Shunyue's heart raced. Her fingers clenched tightly, but she closed her eyes slightly. His breath was getting closer and closer, and that faint cold fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. Her heart felt like it was being gently grabbed by someone and then lifted up. A soft warmth fell on her forehead. When her body stiffened, the warmth quickly disappeared. She opened her eyes in astonishment. He had already stood up and said indifferently, "All right, you've already repaid me. You don't have to feel like you owe me anything." Ji Shunyue. It turned out that he had only kissed her forehead. That kiss was like a butterfly's wing, and it left as soon as it touched, without any lust. Chapter 2983. However, it was as if a faint electric current had passed through her heart, rendering her speechless for a moment. She didn't know if she was relieved or disappointed. Your body is still weak. You should rest and recover your energy first. I will help you meditate to treat your internal injuries later. Rong Yuishinlin stood up and used the quilt to wrap her up again to prevent her from catching a cold. Ji Shunyue also saw the quilt on her body clearly. She was stunned and her eyes widened. Cloud Shark quilt. This is a Cloud Shark quilt? Rong Yuishinlin nodded slightly. He didn't expect her to be so knowledgeable. Ji Shunyue suddenly struggled, trying to get out of the quilt. Rong Yuishinlin pressed her down with one hand and frowned. What's wrong? Are there lice biting you on the quilt? Ever since she had thanked him, his words seemed to be filled with thorns, and there was a faint sharpness to them. Ji Shunyue pursed her lips. This quilt is too precious. I have blood on me. I will spoil it. Cloud shark quilt was said to be woven by the virgin sharkmen using the moonlight thread on a full moon night. A piece the size of a handkerchief could be exchanged for a city in the human world. The value of a cloud shark quilt that was woven directly into a quilt was even more immeasurable. Even the king of an Anteion clan might not have the fortune to enjoy it. This quilt had a special characteristic. It was really warm in winter and cool in summer. When covering the body, it could always be adjusted to the best temperature for the human body. Moreover, it was obviously a thin layer, but lying inside it felt like lying on clouds, soft and extremely comfortable. This kind of quilt could no longer be described as priceless. It couldn't be more precious. However, this quilt also had a fatal flaw. The quilt couldn't be stained with blood. Once it was stained with blood, the quilt would quickly change color and become like a tattered cotton tapestry. Although its functions were still there, its appearance would become uglier. She had bled a lot just now. Although he had already treated it, the traces were still there. If she ruined his quilt because of this, then she would owe him even more. Rendezvous pressed his palm on the quilt on her body, making her unable to move. You know what's good for you. However, when I operated on you just now, you were lying on this bed. I don't know how much blood has stained it. If you wanted to ruin it, it would have been ruined long ago. Isn't it a little too late for you to worry about this now? Ji Shun Yu's pretty face flushed red. This all right. She finally stopped struggling. In the future, she would find a way to return him a treasure of similar value. He had really sacrificed a lot for her, and it wasn't an ordinary amount. Ji Xinyue couldn't help but say that. Rendezvous stretched out a finger and pressed it on her lips. Don't say thank you again. Her words of thanks pierced his heart. He did not like to hear it. Ji Shunyu's body was weak. She didn't even have the strength to pull his fingers away. She tilted her head slightly, avoiding his fingers. I didn't want to thank you. I saw that you used up a lot of telekinesis. You should need to meditate to recover. You can pull a corner of the blanket and sit down. Rong Yuin's eyes lit up slightly, and she agreed readily. All right. He pulled a corner of the blanket and spread it on the ice before sitting down. He frequently overused his telekinesis, and indeed needed to meditate to recover. Before meditating, he even reminded her, if you feel unwell, just call me. He was sitting right in front of her. He would be able to sense it if she moved slightly. Because they were afraid of disturbing each other, Rendezvous meditated with his back facing Ji Shunyu. Chapter 2984. Because he was afraid that they would disturb each other, Rongyu Atonlan meditated with his back facing Ji Xinhue. Ji Xinhue looked at his tall and straight back for a moment, then closed her eyes. She also wanted to regulate her breathing to recover, but just as she did, she realized that something was wrong. Her cinnabar field was empty, and she couldn't find a trace of psychokinesis. Her mind went blank. Could it be that she had lost her psychokinesis? Had she lost her martial arts? She tried to circulate it a few more times, but it was all in vain. She closed her eyes, and her whole body seemed to be stepping in the void. She almost didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her after losing her psychokinesis. Her special experience made her very insecure, and she was used to relying on herself for everything. She always felt that she could live well on her own. Even if there was no love, no family, she could live well on her own and live a carefree life. But if she lost her psychokinesis, she would be an ordinary woman. Besides her impressive psychokinesis, she didn't know anything else. How could she live on this continent? More importantly, she still had a lot of things to do. For example, investigate Huang Qingliu's background or Xie Fengliu's true identity. Her heart was on fire. She opened her eyes and wanted to ask Rongyu Lan, but he was already meditating, and there was a faint white light surrounding him. People who were meditating couldn't be disturbed, so Ji Shanyue could only swallow her questions and continue to try to transfer her psychokinesis, but her body was weak, and she had so many questions in her heart. Even when she was fine, it was easy to be distracted while meditating, let alone under such circumstances. She was so flustered that she couldn't circulate her psychokinesis. After all, Rongyu Lan was thinking about her, so after meditating for a cycle, he opened his eyes after an hour. As soon as he woke up, he felt that something was wrong behind him. Her breathing was a little rough. He immediately turned around, and his temples throbbed. She had a fever, and fainted from the fever. Her originally pale face was red, and her small mouth was slightly open. The hot air she exhaled could burn people to death. Ronyuet Tunlan, logically speaking, although her injuries were serious, after his treatment, she shouldn't have a fever anymore. What did he go wrong? Ronyuet Tunlan quickly checked her, and after checking once, he wanted to slap himself on the head. She had a female body. If a female body was injured in such a cold place, the cold air would enter her body and freeze her blood vessels. In other words, she couldn't use her psychokinesis for the time being. If she forced herself to use her psychokinesis, it would only worsen her injuries and cause the cold to penetrate deeper into her bones. He was a little annoyed by her "thank you" just now, so he actually forgot to tell her about it before he started meditating. With her personality, she must have been practicing while he was meditating. Because of the high fever, she began to tremble under the blanket. In her coma, her teeth chattered nonstop, and her red little face began to turn pale again. Cold. Her little mouth unconsciously let out a cold breath as her body shrank even more under the blanket. Ronyuetanlan looked at her for a moment, steeled her heart, and untied the blanket that was wrapped around her. She was currently suffering from a colding injury, and the fever was just a symptom. In fact, her body was extremely cold. Simply covering her with a blanket would not be able to restore her body temperature. Only a pure yang body would be able to force the cold out of her body. The bonfire in the cave was still burning, and the cave walls were flickering. Under the blanket, Ronyuetanlan hugged Ji Shunyuet tightly in his arms. Both of them were only wearing underwear. Chapter 2985. Under the blanket, Ronyuetanlan held Ji Shunyuet tightly in his arms. Both of them were only wearing undergarments. Their bodies were pressed against each other, and their limbs were tightly intertwined. There was no gap between them. Ronyuetanlan had never been so close to anyone in his life, not to mention in this position. Hugging a woman in his arms was a romantic thing that all men yearned for, but Ronyuetanlan felt a little sad at this moment. Men and women in this position were usually doing the most intimate things. They could do whatever they wanted without any scruples. But he was hugging his beloved and could only heal her. Was this a test of his willpower by the heavens? He looked at her in his arms and couldn't help but kiss her forehead. Shanyue, I think you owe me too much. It seems that you can only repay me with your body. She was still trembling in his arms. Ronyuetanlan didn't dare to neglect her. He clasped her fingers tightly under the blanket and suppressed his restless heart. He closed his eyes and was about to circulate his power when there was a flash of light at the entrance of the cave. The moon godsword barged in and suddenly saw such an erotic scene. It seemed to be stunned. What are you doing? It was still a pure sword. It didn't understand what this position meant. Ronyuetanlan gritted his teeth and only replied with 3 words, "Get out." The moon godsword, Ronyuetanlan's aura was too strong. The moon godsword could only leave with its tail between its legs. Time passed by. Ronyuetanlan circulated the true yang in his body and transmitted it into her body through their close skin. When Ronyuetanlan hugged her, he felt as if he was hugging a small hot pot, but when he circulated his telekinesis, the cold in her body was stimulated. That coldness entered his body, like a cold silver needle swimming in his body, causing him to shiver despite his profound cultivation. He didn't expect that there would be so much cold chi in her body. It seemed that her injuries were far beyond his expectations. In order to achieve his own selfish goals, he actually hurt her like this. Ronyuetanlan's eyes darkened and flashed with coldness. He had to get justice for her. Another 4 hours passed. The cold poison in Ji Shenyue's body was finally forced out little by little. Both of them were drenched in sweat, especially Ji Shenyu. She looked as if she had just been fished out of the water, and even her hair was wet and stuck to her scalp. Fortunately, the color of her skin had returned to normal. It was as white as jade, and there were pearl-like beads of sweat on it. It was soft and smooth as he held it in his arms. The faint fragrance of a virgin was released along with the sweat, and it densely filled his nose. Rong Yuishinlin once again circulated her qi in her body and felt that her blood vessels were no longer stagnant. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. Using this method to heal, her naturally consumed a large amount of his psychokinesis. The psychokinesis that he recovered from meditating just now was also completely used up. He was also very tired. After he finished cultivating, he wanted to crawl out of the blanket and put on his clothes again, but the moment he moved, he felt his limbs go soft and his vision turned black. He was too tired. He would be fine after a short rest. Just a short rest. He closed his eyes, intending to take a nap, but he didn't expect that he would fall asleep in a daze. Ji Xinyue thought that waking up from her coma to find Rong Yue Tianlan stripping her clothes with one hand was the biggest shock, but she didn't expect that it wasn't the biggest shock, only an even bigger shock. When she woke up again, she found herself naked. Chapter 2986. She and him, who was almost naked, were hugging each other like yin and yang fish. Their bodies were almost completely pressed together, and Ji Shun, you could even feel the texture of his skin. His handsome face was right in front of her. It was the first time she was observing him from such a distance. His eyes were slightly closed, and his thick eyelashes formed a semicircle shadow under his eyes. His light breath blew on her face, warm and numbing. Anyone who woke up and saw this situation would be stunned. Ji Shun Yu's head exploded, and all her blood seemed to rush to her face. This scene was too awkward. If it was in the past, she would have slapped him away and stuck him to the wall. But now, she just wanted to push him away subconsciously and then climb out by herself. But just as she moved her arm, it affected her wound. Before she could raise her arm, her forehead was already covered in cold sweat. And Rong Yue Tianlan was not sleeping well, so he woke up the moment she moved. When he opened his eyes, he was looking at her red little face. In this situation, the two of them were extremely awkward, and Ji Shin Yu's face was so red that it could steam a duck egg. Rong Yue Tianlan nervously asked a nonsense question. "You're awake?" Ji Shun Yu, who always boasted that she was as handsome as a man, was so embarrassed that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She didn't care about the pain of her wound, and desperately tried to push him away. "Let go of me first." She was only wearing a thin doo-doo, and her towering breasts were tightly pressed against his chest, and his legs were also entangled with hers. Ever since Rong Yue Tianlan found out about Liu Xiahui from Ning Xiuma, he often felt that his self-control was stronger than Liu Xiahui's, and that he was a true gentleman. But now, he felt that his self-control was crumbling. He was already having a hard time holding back when he was hugging a soft and fragrant body, but now that she moved in his arms, it immediately made his manly instincts break through his self-control, and he raised his head proudly. Their bodies were still pressed against each other, and the changes in his body were naturally felt by her. Her leg was being pushed by something. When Ji Shinyu realized what it was, her whole body was almost burning. She had never scolded anyone before. "Lecher, bastard, let go of me." She struggled even harder. Rong Yue Tianlan was also extremely embarrassed. He had always had the image of a gentleman in front of her, but now he had directly become a rogue. However, her struggle obviously wouldn't work. Stimulating his manly instincts was one thing, but more importantly, her injury didn't allow her to move around like this. He had no choice but to lift his hand and hit her acupoints. "You don't move. I'll go out." The two of them were wrapped in a blanket. In order to prevent Ji Shinyu from catching a cold, Rong Yuishinlin had wrapped the blanket tightly just now. At this moment, it was not easy to remove it from the inside. As a result, their skin inevitably bumped into each other a few times. Ji Shinyu was, after all, a martial artist. Whenever she came into contact with someone, she would habitually check the firmness of the other party's skin, the strength of their bones, and so on. When Rong Yue Tianlan was wearing clothes, he was a tall and handsome young master. It was easy to give people the feeling that he was a gigolo. But now, under the skin contact, she could feel that his muscles were firm and strong. His body lines were perfect and full of tension. It should be very beautiful. When this thought formed in her mind, Ji Shinyue's entire body stiffened. Chapter 2987. What? What was she thinking about? Her face was already red, and now it was as red as a tomato. Her face was burning, and even her ears were burning. She didn't dare to open her eyes until he got out of the quilt. She heard a rustling sound. He must be changing his clothes. When he was done, she opened her eyes and said, "I think you should give me—" Before she could say an explanation, she hurriedly closed her eyes again. Rong Yuishinlin was only wearing a pair of pants, and the robe in his hand was only halfway done. When she opened her eyes, she could still see the firm and strong skin on his upper body, and even the 2 points on his chest. "You, lecher!" Ji Xinyue couldn't help but scold him again. God, why was he wearing his clothes so slowly? Didn't he usually put on his clothes with a wave of his hand? Rong Yuishinlin was also miserable. In order to get here, he used a lot of telekinesis to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. When he got here, he dived into the sea to save people without taking a break. Breaking the ice shell consumed a lot of his telekinesis. After coming out, whether it was condensing wood to make a bonfire, treating her internal injuries, or forcing the cold poison out her body, it was all very taxing on his telekinesis. Even if he was made of iron, at this moment, it was as if he had been hollowed out and his limbs were weak. Naturally, he didn't want to waste any more telekinesis to wear his clothes. It was just a normal speed. He didn't expect that in her eyes, it would become a symbol of lechery. Rong Yuishinlin was also embarrassed at first, but he had always been thick-skinned. When the awkwardness reached a certain level, he didn't feel awkward anymore. He slowly put on his clothes, then sat down on a futon and looked at her blushing face. Your martial arts are very good, but your vocabulary of scolding people is quite poor. Do you only know how to scold lechers? Ji Xinyue opened her eyes and glared at him. What kind of words do you want to hear? Rong Yuishinlin flicked his sleeves and taught her. In this case, you can still scold hooligans and vulgar. Ji Xinyue was speechless. She was so angry that she was confused. You? In her anger, the tip of her nose was sweating. Rong Yuetian took out a handkerchief from nowhere and wiped the sweat on her face. Do you want to hear my explanation? Ji Xinyue's acupoint had been sealed, so she couldn't avoid his hand even if she wanted to. She gritted her teeth. Shouldn't you explain? She was so angry that her face was red, her eyes were wide open, and her little mouth was tightly pursed. At this moment, she unconsciously revealed the nature of a girl. Rong Yuetianlan looked at her for a moment and faintly felt that her expression was somewhat familiar. It was similar to Ji Yu's embarrassed expression at that time. Although their faces were different, their expressions were surprisingly similar. Rong Yuishinlin's heart seemed to have been hit hard by something. He was in a daze. Ji Xinyu impatiently said, "Say something." The way he looked at her made her flustered for no reason. Rong Yuetianlan finally regained her senses and nodded. Actually, it's not difficult to explain. He explained the situation just now and the principle of his treatment. In the end, he looked at her rather hurt and said, "I sacrificed my chastity to save you again. Do you want to say thank you again?" Ji Xinyue, she gritted her teeth again. "I don't want to say thank you. It was her chastity that was in danger, okay? She was the one who sacrificed the most this time, okay? Not only had he seen her body, but he had also touched it. Even if they were engaged, they might not be able to do what she did with him." Chapter 2988. She didn't expect his healing methods to be so abnormal. Rong Yuishinlin laughed instead. "Well, you've finally improved. You don't thank me so much anymore." Ji Xinyu looked at him. "I heard that you're a doctor who has cured countless patients. How many women have you used this method on?" Rong Yuishinlin twirled the bamboo flute in his hand. "This method is not for women to use. Other women may not have such an experience. I've only used it on you." Ji Xinyu. "Then, I'm so honored. If other women were like me, what would you do?" She didn't realize that there was a hint of jealousy in her words. Rong Yuishinlin replied, casually, "If other women were injured like this in front of me, I would probably watch her die. At most, I would give her an ice coffin." He wasn't a saint. He valued his chastity very much. Rong Yuishinlin felt that he was the best doctor to talk to. Most doctors had a few strange rules. For example, They had to kill one person and save another. For example, they had to give the most important thing in exchange. There were all kinds of strange conditions. However, he only saved people because he liked them. If he liked them, he would save them even if they paid him. If he didn't like them, he would kick them out even if they gave him a mountain of gold. Therefore, if other women had the same illness as Ji Shinyu, he would be kind enough to give them an ice coffin. Ji Shinyu didn't expect him to answer like this. Her heart skipped a beat, and she blurted out, "I don't believe you." He was willing to go through so much trouble to feed the woman in white's bird. If the woman in white was injured like this, he would be willing to sacrifice his life, let alone his chastity. Of course, after saying this, her heart tightened. What was wrong with her? She wasn't usually such a calculative person. Why was she arguing with him about this? Could it be that he was jealous? When this thought popped up, she stopped herself. Rong Yuishinlin didn't seem to expect her to say this. He looked at her and repeated, "You don't believe me?" Ji Shunyu finally came to her senses. She coughed and said, "I just don't believe that my illness can only be treated with that method." Rong Yuetian looked at her for a moment and smiled. "Then you can take it that I did it on purpose." "What?" This time, it was Ji Shunyu's turn to be surprised. What she said just now was just to cover up her emotions. It wasn't that she didn't believe him. Although he liked to talk glibly in front of her, he still had a bottom line and wouldn't take advantage of the opportunity to do such a thing. Rong Yuetian looked at her and said slowly, "I like you. If there's a chance to repay you with my body, I will naturally give it a try." Ji Shunyu was stunned by his shamelessness. Rong Yuetian squatted in front of her and looked at her sincerely. "Shunyu, you will take responsibility, right?" Ji Shunyu was shocked, speechless. What did you say? Responsible for what?" Rong Yuetian immediately looked hurt. "We're already like that. Don't tell me you're still not prepared to want me." The veins on Ji Shunyu's temples throbbed. But nothing happened. She finally managed to squeeze out an important word. "Your chastity is still intact," although she was unconscious at that time. Chapter 2989. Although she was unconscious at that time, there was nothing wrong with her body, so nothing should have happened between them. She remembered hearing Rong Yue Tianheng say that after doing that kind of thing, the man would feel good all over while the woman's waist would be sore and weak. A good man could make the woman unable to get out of bed. Ji Shunyue did not feel anything wrong with her waist, so there should be nothing between them. Rong Yue Tianheng looked at her with watery eyes. "How do you know that my chastity is still intact?" "You know quite a lot." Ji Shunyue snorted. "Of course, I've been in the pugilistic world for so many years. What don't I know? Your cousin told me before." She suddenly paused. Rong Yue Tianheng secretly clenched his fists. It seemed that he had to find a way to separate her from Rong Yue Tianheng in the future. That guy was too unreliable. He could easily lead his future wife astray, because the topic had deviated and even had a tendency to shift in a strange direction. Ji Shunyue decisively stopped and changed the topic. The bonfire in the ice cave was blazing, and it was as warm as spring. Ji Shunyue lay in the blanket. She felt that Rong Yue Tianheng's sacrifice function was very powerful. After sweating all over, she felt much more relaxed, and even the injuries on her body did not hurt as much. The only drawback was that the dudu she was wearing was already wet, and it stuck to her body uncomfortably. Besides, although he had gone out, she was still not confident enough to stay half naked in the blanket. She looked around, trying to find her clothes. But after looking for a long time, she did not see any. Needless to say, he had kept them in the storage space. She could only ask him, "Where are my clothes?" "I tore them when I was treating your injuries." Rong Yue Tianheng answered straightforwardly. Ji Shunyue. She remembered the blue dress she was wearing when she woke up. At that time, he had put it on for her, but wanted to take it off for her. She did not know what he was thinking. She took a deep breath. "Then can you help me unseal my acupoints?" It was also convenient for her to take her clothes from her storage space. Although her clothes were not beautiful, they were practical. "No." Rong Yue Tianheng refused and looked at her. "Your injuries are suitable for you to rest. It's not convenient for you to move around." Ji Shinyu took a deep breath and reasoned with him. I won't move. I just want to put on some clothes. Rong Yuetian shook her head. Putting on clothes requires a lot of body movements, which will affect the wound. Do you want me to wear it for you? Ji Shanwei. No need. Rong Yuishinlin raised her hand and rubbed her sweaty hair. That's a good girl. Now, you should obediently close your eyes and sleep. You're not allowed to forcefully circulate your power anymore. When he said this, his voice was gentle and magnetic, as if he was coaxing a child. Even his eyes were filled with affection. Ji Shunyu's heart skipped a beat, as if a small claw was scratching her heart. Her heart swelled up, and the corners of her eyes stung, as if she really was feeling wronged. Even she herself was shocked by her emotions. She realized that she might be a tough woman in front of others, but in front of Rongyu Etanlan, she was always easily aggrieved, like a little girl. She often had this feeling when she was a child, but after being abandoned and despised so many times, it gradually disappeared. She had always been good at hiding her emotions, so this time, she quickly collected her emotions and took a deep breath. Suddenly, she found the key point in his words. Chapter 2990. Can't force it? Are you saying that my power is still there? When she said the last few words, her voice trembled slightly. Rongyu Etanlan glanced at her and said, Of course it's still there, but it was sealed by the icy chi at that time. With me here, how could I let you lose your telekinesis? Ji Shinyue's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on her lips. She blurted out, Thank you. The heavy stone in her heart was finally removed, and her spirit instantly recovered a few notches, as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Rongyu Tianlan was not polite either. She leaned over and kissed her heavily on the cheek. Then, she slowly raised her head and looked at her angry eyes. Every time you thank me, I have to ask for a thank you gift here. This is not too much, right? Ji Shanyue was speechless. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words. It's not too much. Who would thank him in the future? If she thanked him again, she would be a pig. Umph. Rongyu Etanlan smiled like a flower blooming in spring and rubbed her head with his palm. You're so sensible. Ji Shanyue could not move and could only stare at him with her eyes wide open. She was obviously angered by him. She finally stopped looking like a tomboy in front of him and had the expression of a little girl. Rongyu Etanlan admired her expression for a while, and his heart skipped a beat. The more he looked at her, the more she looked like Ji Yu. Ji Shanyue and Ji Tianyue were sisters after all. Although they had the same father but different mothers, there were still similarities in their appearance. It was just that the two of them usually had very different temperaments, so it was not easy to notice their similarities. It was only when she showed her girlish appearance that he realized that the two sisters were very similar. It was strange. Ji Tianyue was obviously the most similar to Ji Yu, but when she acted coquettishly in front of him, he only felt annoyed and did not have the slightest interest in appreciating her. Ji Shanyue was so angry that, even though she was glaring at him, he felt that she was very cute. Waves of warmth spread out from his heart, and he wanted to hold her in his arms and protect her. Her hair was still wet. Although Rong Yuetian felt that her appearance was more seductive and flirtatious, she was also afraid that she would catch a cold again. She forcefully used her telekinesis to cast a cleaning spell on her body. Finally, her hair and body were refreshed so that she no longer felt sticky all over. Rongyu Tianlan was really exhausted. After using the little cleaning spell, the tip of his nose was sweating. He wanted to use another one on himself, but he had no strength left. He simply stopped caring about it. Ji Shunyu finally realized that something was wrong with him. Did you use up all of your psychokinesis? She was slightly moved. It seemed like he was really going all out to save her. Rongyu Tianlan's eyes were filled with resentment as she looked at her with watery eyes. Giving myself to you is also very exhausting. Ji Shunyu. Fine. She was touched again. Rongyu Tianlan teased her a few more times. Ji Shunyu knew that her words were clumsy, so she pursed her lips and ignored him. Rongyu Tianlan had actually been observing her complexion. Although her face was slightly pale, there were indeed signs of improvement. She should not faint again while he was meditating. Only then did he feel relieved. He raised his hand and rubbed her hair. You should be good and rest first. I will meditate to recover. Remember to call me if there is anything wrong. Ji Shun Yu had a headache. Could he not keep touching her? When she thought of reminding him, Rong Yu Tianlan had already turned his back and started meditating. Chapter 2991. Ji Shun Yu rested for a while and couldn't fall asleep. She opened her eyes and looked at him. Her heart skipped a beat. His sitting posture was unusually tall and straight. His back view was pleasing to the eye and made one's heart beat faster. His hair was still slightly damp, and his clothes were sticking to his body. It was obvious that he didn't have the strength to cast the cleansing spell on himself. This person was obsessed with cleanliness, but he was willing to make such a big sacrifice for her. Strange, from the first time she woke up, he was wearing this robe. The second time she woke up, he was still wearing this cool-looking robe. He didn't have any other clothes to change into? This couldn't be, right? She remembered that he always had a variety of things in his storage space, so he should have spare clothes. He couldn't bear to change. Could it be that this robe was a gift from a confidant? Stop. Ji Shanyue felt that she couldn't let her imagination run wild anymore. It was not like her to be so suspicious. If she continued to make wild guesses, even she felt disgusted. She didn't know that women in love were the easiest to let their imagination run wild. The more they cared about someone, the easier it was for them to overthink. Especially when the relationship between the two parties wasn't very clear, it was easier for them to worry about gains and losses. Every frown, every smile, every word and action of the other party could be guessed at. Ji Xinyue wasn't a person who thought too much, but she had seen Rongyue Tianlan's interaction with some women. He liked to tease people. For example, when they first met, during the battle with the evil dragon, he had vaguely teased her. Of course, he also saved her. For example, when he got along with Ji Tianyue, he doted on Ji Tianyue and thought of everything. He taught her how to play chess, accompanied her on the streets, and even bought her so many little things to coax her. Another example was the scene in the Mirage. He didn't just dote on the woman in White's Bird. Therefore, in Ji Xinyue's impression, Rongyue Tianlan liked to protect people, especially girls. In that case, his kindness to her now might also be a form of protective mentality. As for his teasing, could she take it seriously? Ji Xinyue had been in the Jianghu for so many years and knew many men. Among them, there was no lack of men who liked to tease girls. It was just to take advantage of them verbally. If you took it seriously, you would lose. Therefore, she couldn't be too serious about what she said to Rongyue Tianlan, lest she put herself in danger. Back then, she had sacrificed thousands of years of her reputation because of him. Now, if she were to sacrifice her heart as well, she would probably be consigned to eternal damnation. What's more, according to the rumors, Rongyue Tianlan had a sweetheart. Ji Tianyue almost became a substitute for his sweetheart. Now that he was suddenly chasing after her, who knew if he was treating her as a substitute for someone else? She was herself, and she didn't want to be anyone's replacement. Therefore, she could either treat his words as a breeze or ask him for confirmation. But would he tell the truth? Countless thoughts spun around in Ji Xinyu's mind, causing her head to hurt. She really wanted to raise her hand and knock on her head, but her acupoints were sealed and she couldn't do so. She closed her eyes. Forget it. Now was not the time to think about it. That Huang Qinglu had ulterior motives, and his junior brother. Did Old Ninth really have another identity, or did Huang Qinglu deliberately make it up to mess with her thoughts? Chapter 2992. If he really had another identity, then who could he be? This was the first time she had heard the name Xie Zhuk. This name was quite high-end, but she felt that it was more intimate to call him Xie Fenglu. Huang Qinglu had manipulated Old Ninth to plot against her. What would he do next? Would he harm her sect? This last thought burned her like a fire. She felt that there was a big conspiracy behind this, but she could not guess it at the moment. She could not help but look at Rongyue Tianlan, who was meditating. In fact, she really wanted to ask him. After all, he was much older than her and knew more things. Perhaps he would know some inside information about Huang Qinglu. However, looking at the faint white light shining around him, she controlled herself and did not disturb him. He was meditating to recover. Not only could she not protect him, but she also wanted to disturb him. That would be too unkind. It was better to wait for him to recover before discussing this with him. Unable to move or circulate her chi, Ji Shunyu fell asleep in a daze. She had a dream. In her dream, she seemed to have returned to the Ziyun sect. She saw her eldest senior brother teaching his martial nephews, and her master sitting leisurely in a corner, basking in the sun. The Ziyun sect was quiet as usual. In her dream, she heaved a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to go forward and greet her master, she suddenly saw Xie Fenglu and Huang Qinglu appear together. After greeting her master, Xie Fenglu presented a shining pearl to her master. The pearl was the size of a fist and looked like a small moon. The Ziyun sect master was surprised. Moonlight pearl? You went to the Tianjing Ocean? In her dream, Ji Shunyue did not remember anything about the Tianjing Ocean. When she heard her master's words, her heart skipped a beat. She vaguely remembered what happened to her in the Tianjing Ocean. Her gaze fell on the pearl. So this was the moonlight pearl. After they killed her, they picked this pearl and brought it here? She did not know what to feel in her heart. Her eyes fell on Xie Fenglu again. Xie Fenglu's expression was normal. Other than being slightly haggard, there was nothing wrong with him. He was even as glib as before in front of her master to make her happy. Ji Shunyue looked at him in a daze. She did not know what to feel. Xie Fenglu had stabbed her and almost killed her. She knew that he had been manipulated by Huang Qinglu, so she did not blame him. Instead, she was worried about him. However, she had also seen Xie Fenglu's expression at that time. He had only been manipulated and had not lost his mind. He should have remembered stabbing her. He should have even seen her being sealed in the ice coffin by Huang Qinglu and sunk to the bottom. With his feelings for her, once he regained his mind, he should have been so guilty that he wanted to bang his head against the wall, right? But now he acted as if nothing had happened. He even plucked a moonlight pearl to please his master as usual. Ji Shunyu felt depressed. She had treated this brat with all her heart and soul, but this brat was actually an ingrate. He could still laugh so happily after stabbing her. Ji Shunyu had the urge to throw a punch at him and send him flying. Grandmaster Ziyun admired the pearl for a while, then suddenly asked Xie Fenglu, "Where's your senior sister? Isn't she always with you?" Xie Fenglu's expression froze, then he smiled and said, "We were together a while ago. This pearl was also picked by me, her, and this brother Huang. But senior sister had something to do, so she asked her disciple to bring the pearl here first. She went somewhere else." Chapter 2993. Liar. He was lying. Ji Shunyue clenched her fists and couldn't help but rush over. "Ninth brother, you bastard." She stumbled as she rushed over, and the scenery in front of her disappeared. She also shuddered and woke up from her dream. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Rong Yuishinlin looking at her with his chin in his hand. "Did you have a nightmare?" His handsome face was too close to her. According to Ji Shunyue's incomplete vision, it was only half a foot away. His breath was almost on her face. She subconsciously moved her head back. "Don't get so close." Her heart skipped a beat as soon as she woke up. Rong Yuishinlin was obedient. He sat up straight and asked her while twirling the bamboo flute in his hand, "Did you dream of Xie Fenglu?" Ji Shunyue's heart skipped a beat again. Was this guy a roundworm in her stomach? He guessed it right. But there was something else he guessed even more accurately. "Did you dream of him stabbing you with his sword again?" Ji Shunyue looked at him dumbfounded and blurted out, "How did you know?" Rong Yuishinlin twirled the bamboo flute with his fingertips and said casually, "I guessed it." His deductive ability was too strong. Ji Shunyue sincerely asked him where he got this deduction from. Rong Yuishinlin raised his eyebrows. "What's so difficult about that? The wound on your body was caused by a sneak attack from behind, and the shape of the wound was obviously a dagger from the Hidden Sword Manor. You're very guarded against people. If it wasn't someone you completely trust, it would be impossible for them to sneak up on you and attack you from behind. There aren't many people you really trust, and there's only one person who meets this condition and has that kind of dagger. Who else could it be other than Xie Fenglu?" After hearing this, Ji Shunyu was completely convinced. She looked at Rong Yue Tianluan. She really felt that this person who could make such a big name in the Fanning continent did not have an undeserved reputation. She really had some skills. Can you guess why he stabbed me? Ji Xinyue originally had the habit of keeping everything to herself and thinking of ways to solve it. But now that Rong Yuishinlin was here, she couldn't help but want to discuss it with him. Rong Yuishinlin looked at her starry eyes and guessed. He was manipulated, right? He guessed right again. Ji Shunyu's eyes lit up even more. Go on. Rong Yuetian smiled. Do you still want me to guess who manipulated him? Ji Shunyu nodded. She did not believe that he would be able to deduce anything. Rong Yuishinlin spat out 3 words. Huang Qinglu. Ji Shunyu's eyes were filled with questions about how Rong Yuetian had deduced it. Rong Yuetian twirled a small strand of her hair around her finger and said, This is actually not difficult to guess. This Huang Qingliu's martial arts are not low. He obviously concealed his true identity to get along with your martial siblings, especially your precious martial brother. He has been following you very closely. Your junior brother's attitude towards him is also a little strange, as if they have known each other for a long time. I even loathed him, but I couldn't shake him off. The two of them were practically inseparable in the sword manner, so I took a few more glances at him. This time, he must have followed you guys to gather pearls. Xiefeng Lu was controlled to stab you, so the mastermind behind this can only be him. At that time in the sword manner, Rong Yuishinlin felt that this Huang Qinglu was not simple. His name was unknown, but his martial arts were unfathomable. Because Huang Qinglu had been pestering Xiefeng Lu and looked like a homosexual, Rong Yuishinlin did not think much of it at that time. He even wanted to investigate this person's background when he was free. Chapter 2994. Therefore, Rong Yuishinlin didn't think too much about it and wanted to investigate this person's background. However, he didn't expect that before he could investigate this matter, Ji Shunyue would be the first to be plotted against by him. She had almost lost her life. No matter how unconvinced Ji Shunyue was, she had no choice but to submit to Rong Yuishinlin. She pursed her lips and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Then, have you figured out his true identity now? Rong Yuishinlin paused for a moment and raised his hand to ruffle her hair. No matter what his true identity is, I will naturally avenge you. I won't let him off so easily. His tone was faint, but there was a bone-chilling coldness hidden in it. He didn't care if Huang Qinglu had other schemes, but since he hurt his people, he naturally had to make him pay with his blood. Ji Xinyue's heart warmed. In the past, she always stood up for her people, but now, she seemed to be protected under his wings. The feeling of being protected was always warm, but Ji Xinyue still wanted to take revenge herself. She had to figure out Huang Qingliu's purpose for doing this. He couldn't really be jealous, right? Exalted immortal Rongyu. Have you heard of Xiejuk? Rong Yuishinlin's fingers that were holding the bamboo flute paused. He pondered for a moment. I've heard of him. Why are you asking about him? He was very meticulous. Is Xiejuk related to Xiefeng Lu? Is Xiefeng Lu his descendant? Ji Xinyue's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that there really was such a person as Xiejuk. However, she didn't want to tell Rong Yuishinlin what she had heard for the time being. She only vaguely replied, I don't know if he's his descendant, but I heard them mention this person. Who is this Xiejuk? Rong Yuishinlin turned the bamboo flute and glanced at her. He explained to her, I know that 30,000 years ago, there was a devil ancestor called Xiejuk in the devil race. He led the devil race to cause a bloody storm in the Sanine continent. Later, he was annihilated by the 4 races and the various cultivation sections. I heard that his ending was that his soul was scattered. Before he died, he cursed that he would return sooner or later and that he would pay with his blood. Rong Yuishinlin spoke calmly, but Ji Xinyue shuddered. If what Huang Qinglu said was true, then Xiefeng Liu's predecessor was a great devil. It can't be. Although that brat was occasionally unreliable, he was still relatively benevolent and had a bottom line. How could he be a great devil? Maybe they have the same name? That's not right. That Huang Qinglu kept saying that she wanted him to awaken or something. She was still a little indignant and could not help but ask, What does Xie look like? Tell me more about him. Rong Yuishinlin glanced at her again. I don't know much about him. It's said that he suddenly appeared back then. Not long after he appeared, he used thunderous means to subdue the devil race who were in a state of disunity. Then, he led the devil race troops everywhere to seize territory. Wherever he went, he burned, killed, and plundered. It is said that he wears a ferocious ghost mask all year round. No one knows his true face. Not even his guards have seen it. Ji Shunyu couldn't help but ask, wasn't he surrounded and killed? Someone must have seen him die, right? Rong Yuishinlin shook her head. It was not easy to encircle and annihilate him. The immortals had also paid a considerable price. Moreover, he was refined alive by the immortals with the true Samadhi fire. When he died, he was directly refined into ashes. Ji Shanyue was speechless. She paused. Then, was there anyone with the surname Huang by his side at that time? Chapter 2995. After the incident, she pondered over Huang Qingliu's attitude towards Xie Fenglu. She had a feeling that Huang Qinglu was once Xie Fengliu's subordinate. Rong Yuishinlin glanced at her again and shook his head. There is no one with the surname Huang among the famous generals by his side. The name Huang Qinglu is a complete alias. The name is fake, and so is the surname. Ji Xingyue was stunned for a moment. She frowned and did not speak. Rong Yuishinlin looked at her with a rare, serious expression. Shanyue, you still don't believe me? Ji Xingyue was stunned. Why do you say that? Rong Yuishinlin said, you're hiding something from me. Xie Fenglu might be Xie Juk, right? Ji Shanyue was speechless. Where did he deduce that from? Rong Yuishinlin looked at her. I think you should tell me everything you know. This is no small matter. It's best if we discuss everything we know with each other. Only then can we confirm some things. Don't worry. Without your consent, I won't harm your junior brother. Ji Xinyue's misgivings were exposed. She took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. She finally told him the whole process of her operation. Of course, she did not mention the mirage. After all, it had nothing to do with the main plot. Rong Yuishinlin frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, he finally said slowly, Shanyue, Xie Fenglu is most likely Xie Juk's reincarnation. Or rather, he is not a reincarnation at all, but an avatar. Ji Xinyue's heart sank. How can you be so sure? Rong Yuishinlin finally told her everything he knew and deduced. 30,000 years ago, although Xie Juk did not have a trusted aide with the surname Huang, he had a Sharkman's military advisor named Huang Luqing. This military advisor was omnipotent and knew how to do anything. He had given Xie Juk many ideas and cleaned up a lot of messes. He had even been Xie Juk's substitute and used some strange martial arts, making it even harder for people to guess Xie Juk's origins. This Huang Luqing had hidden himself even deeper. Not many people from the devil race had really seen him. Because this person was extremely low-key, almost no one from the celestial race had heard of his name. Therefore, when they surrounded the devil race, they let this person escape. Later, they captured some of the high-ranking generals of the demon race. Under torture, these people gave up Huang Luqing. It was said that after Xie Juk died, the immortal world had once searched for Huang Luqing in the Six Realms. However, there was too little information about him, and no one knew what he looked like. Therefore, after searching for hundreds of years, they still couldn't find anything. Because Huang Luqing had never made an appearance again, everyone guessed that he might have died during the tribulation. Ji Xinyu's heart skipped a beat. Huang Qinglu, Huang Luqing. The names were really similar. However, wasn't it too hasty to determine their identities based on this point? Rong Yuetian seemed to understand the doubts in her heart. Legend has it that Huang Luqing is a snow shark, and the hometown of the snow shark is this extreme North Sea region. Also, the ruins of N Vortex that he created and the ice shell that sealed you were rumored to have been used by Xie Juk back then. They were his secret ultimate moves that he didn't use easily. You also know that Huang Luqing once pretended to be Xie Juk and used his martial arts. So these martial arts are Huang Luqing's. I've already checked the ice shell at the bottom of the water. There's a special incantation on it by Sharkmen. Even your divine sword can't cut it open. Ji Xinyu's heart was in a mess. Chapter 2996. Ji Xinyu's heart was in a mess. If Huang Qinglu was Huang Luqing, then her junior brother was probably Xiejuk. What would he do if he awakened and recovered his memories from his previous life? Thinking of this, she couldn't lie down any longer. She immediately wanted to get up. At this moment, the acupuncture points on her body had been unsealed, and she had regained her ability to move. However, just as she sat up, Rong Yuishinlin placed a palm on her shoulder. Don't worry. Even if you find them now, you can't do anything. Recover your power first. Ji Xinyuan naturally knew that she couldn't do anything with her current power. She didn't even have the strength to ride the cloud back. However, if Xie Fenglu really awakened as Xie Juk, it would bring a catastrophe to the Fanning continent. She searched her body again and again, and a hand reached out in front of her. A voice transmission talisman lay in the palm of her hand. Are you looking for this? Ji Xinyue hurriedly nodded. That voice transmission talisman was the one she used to contact her master. She was still puzzled. Why do you have my voice transmission talisman? It was in your original sleeve. That sleeve has been lost. Rong Yuishinlin conjured a pile of small items from her body like a magic trick. Here, you didn't lose anything. It's all here. Those small items were commonly used by girls. There were even two strange-looking strips of cloth. Ji Xinyue's pretty face flushed red again. She hurriedly put those things away and then opened the voice transmission talisman to contact her master. The call was quickly connected, and Sect Master Ziyun's lazy voice came through. Little 8, you finally remembered your master. Sect Master Ziyin only called her Little 8 when he was in a bad mood. Nothing good would come out of it every time he called her that. Originally, when Ji Xinyue heard these two words, the veins on her forehead would bulge, and her heart would be raised high. She didn't know what new tricks her master was going to play with her. Now, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Hearing her master's leisurely voice, there naturally wasn't any accident. She greeted her master obsequiously and said a lot of things to calm her master down. Rong Yuishinlin sat at the side and watched her talk to her master. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Ji Xinyue asked her master about some things. From her master, she knew that Xie Fenglu hadn't returned yet, and the Ziyun sect was peaceful. She heaved a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, she couldn't help but remind him, Master, is there any movement from the devil sect? I vaguely heard news of the devil ancestor Xie Juk reviving, but I don't know whether it's true or not. Master, should we be on guard against this? Sect Master Ziyun's master asked Xie, Ji Xinyue's Xie's soul? He's reincarnated revived? Is this news true? So her master also know this devil. There's master's master, 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 master. There's this heart's masters. Master Ziyun. Sect Master Ziyun laughed. That devil is an ancient devil, much older than Master. Even if he revives, he will still be old and dim-sighted. He won't be able to create any waves. Don't worry. Obviously, he didn't take Ji Xinyue's advice to heart. Ji Xinyue steeled her heart and said, Master, if he revives, he might be a newcomer. Maybe someone with ability will awaken, or someone around you, such as one of your disciples. They might not know their identity before, but they suddenly awakened. I don't know what they will do after awakening as Xie Juk. In short, Master must be careful. Chapter 2997. The Master and disciple chatted for a while more before Ji Xinyue closed the sound transmission talisman. Connecting the sound transmission talisman took a bit of telekinesis, so Ji Xinyue was a little out of breath after speaking. Rong Yuishinlin calmly pressed his hand on her back and helped her smooth out her meridians. Why didn't you tell your master directly? Ji Xinyue bit her lip. After all, it's not completely confirmed yet. She wanted to remind her master to be on guard against Xie Fenglu, but she thought that if Huang Qinglu had mistaken him for someone else and Xie Fenglu was not Xie Juk, wouldn't that be a big mistake? It would also cause 10,000 points of damage to her sensitive junior brother. Rong Yuishinlin did not say anything else. He turned to her and held her hand, placing his palm against hers. Come, I'll help you check your qi and blood first. This way, you can recover faster. Ji Shinhua looked at his lowered eyebrows and understood that he understood her scruples. She also knew that he understood her eagerness to go back. He was extraordinarily considerate and understanding. The woman who could marry him was really lucky. Don't worry too much. Even if he awakens, it will take a long time for him to recover to his previous level. There won't be any problems for the time being. Calm down and don't let your imagination run wild. Rong Yuishinlin sensed her absent-mindedness and comforted her. Ji Shinhua blushed and nodded. Rong Yuishinlin's gaze fell on her face. He half-jokingly asked, "Why are you blushing? Could it be that you were distracted because of me?" Ji Shinhua blushed even harder, but she glared at him fiercely. "Don't be narcissistic. I wasn't thinking of you." This sentence, coupled with her burning face, was simply a synonym for 300 taels of silver hidden here. Rong Yuishinlin looked at her red face and smiled slightly. "Let me guess what you were thinking of me? Is it that the woman who wants to marry me is very lucky?" Ji Shinhua's hand trembled and her eyes widened. "You? How did you know?" She almost blurted out the words, but fortunately, she stopped in time. Rong Yuishinlin suddenly leaned close to her and planted a kiss on her eyelashes, then calmly left. "You what? Do you think I'm quite smart?" Ji Shinhua paused for a moment, then finally gave him a sincere evaluation. "You're quite thick-skinned." The two of them chatted and laughed for a while, and the relaxed atmosphere finally relaxed Ji Shunyu's tense nerves. Rong Yuetian also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If she was tense and impatient, it would take twice the effort to heal her, and it would not be beneficial for her later recovery. The two stayed in the ice cave for a total of 5 days. With Rong Yuetian, the godly doctor, by her side, Ji Shinhua's injuries healed very quickly. Of course, later on, when Ji Shinhua was meditating to heal herself, Rong Yuetian also took the opportunity to meditate and recover. In addition, the moon god sword could catch fish, so they did not have to worry about food, and the two of them got along very well. Ji Shinhua's injuries this time were not ordinary injuries. Even if she recovered quickly, it would still take half a month to fully recover. However, Ji Shinhua could not wait. She was afraid that something would happen to the sect during this period of time, so she contacted the people of the Purple Cloud sect almost every day. She did not dare to contact her master often, in case he became suspicious, so she contacted her eldest senior brother, Feng Wuji, the most. Fortunately, she heard from Feng Wuji that the Purple Cloud sect had been peaceful, and even the entire Fanning continent was peaceful, so she was slightly relieved. 5 days later, Ji Shinhua's external injuries had basically healed. Chapter 2998. 5 days later, Ji Shinhua's external injuries had basically healed, and her skills had recovered a little. After all, she couldn't stay calm and wanted to go back. Rong Yuishinlin knew that she was anxious. In addition, there were frequent strong winds and huge waves in this damn place. Icebergs were destroyed one after another, and the moon god sword dug one hole after another. It was very troublesome. Therefore, after he recovered about 2/3 of his skills, he simply brought her back to the central plains, blue sky, white clouds, a bright sun, and a cool breeze. Ji Shinhua didn't know how many times she had flown on clouds in her life, but this was the first time she was standing on a cloud controlled by someone else. The cloud wasn't big, only about the size of a small boat. Standing at the top of the cloud was Rong Yuishinlin. Ji Shinhua stood behind him, watching the surrounding clouds fly past them. There was a sense of contentment, but also a sense of unreality. Her skills had only recovered about 1/10, and she could barely ride a cloud. Rong Yuishinlin didn't want her to waste the little bit of telekinesis that she had painstakingly cultivated, so he carried her without any explanation. The cold wind whistled outside, and the wind cut like knives. However, the cloud was peaceful, and the wind was not cold. It blew until Ji Shinhua's heart seemed to soften, and she temporarily forgot about Xie Zhuk's troublesome matter. Rong Yuishinlin's back was facing her, and his figure was tall and straight. Ji Shinhua suddenly had an impulse to hug his waist. Fortunately, She suppressed this impulse in time and raised her hand to knock between her eyebrows. "What's wrong with me these few days?" Rong Yu Ishinlin seemed to have noticed her actions and asked, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" How was she not feeling well? She was extremely comfortable. Ji Xinyue shook her head decisively. "No, I'm fine. By the way, Supreme Immortal Rong Yu." The cloud under her suddenly shook. Ji Xinyue's body leaned and almost fell on him. She quickly steadied herself. "What's wrong?" Rong Yu Ishinlin finally turned around and looked at her with a faint smile. "What did you call me?" Ji Xinyu herself was also quite puzzled. Normally, when she was familiar with people, she would call them by their nickname or directly call them by their last two words. For example, Rong Yu Tian Hung. When she was in a good mood, she would also call him Tian Hung. However, even though he was already so familiar with Rong Yu Tianlan, she still didn't call him Tianlan. If she wasn't calling him Supreme Deity Rong Yue, she would call him Her Highness Rong Yue. Occasionally, when she was angry, she would call him by his full name. Rong Yu Tianlan didn't mind at first. He felt that after getting along with her for a long time, she would get rid of this bad habit and call him by his name. Although he was no longer her fiancé, they had been through thick and thin together so many times. He was also pursuing her again, so their relationship should be very close, right? At the very least, it was closer than Rong Yue Tianheng and the others, right? But she refused to change. It seemed that calling him by those distant names had become a habit. At this moment, Rong Yue Tianlan was looking at her. Her eyelashes were slightly curved as if she was teasing her. However, there seemed to be a dark river surging in the depths of her eyes, surging silently. Ji Xinyue's heart skipped a beat when he looked at her like this. She pretended to be confused. "Supreme Deity Rong Yu, you are the only supreme deity in the Fanine continent." Just as she said this, the cloud under her suddenly paused. Ji Xinyue was caught off guard. Her body was thrown forward by inertia and landed on his back. Her hand subconsciously hugged his waist tightly. Although Rong Yue Tianlan had been healing her these past few days, it was only palm-to-palm contact. There was no physical contact. Chapter 2999. Now that she was hugging his thin and warm waist, her mind went blank, and she quickly let go. After she steadied herself, she said angrily, "What are you doing?" She shouted these words fiercely, but just as she finished shouting, her waist was hooked, and she fell back into the other party's warm embrace. Before she could completely react, her little mouth was covered by someone's lips. Using his lips, her mind went blank again, and her blood rushed to the top of her head. Her heart seemed to be going on strike and skipped more than 1 or 2 beats. His lips were warm. When he kissed her lips, he was gentle and strong. Her mind went blank, and she almost forgot to react. He took advantage of the situation and kissed her thoroughly. His lips and tongue swept through her mouth. Their breaths intertwined, and even the air around them seemed to heat up. He held her body tighter and tighter, and his body became hotter and hotter. Ji Xinyue finally reacted when she felt something pressing against her lower abdomen. What was she doing? She was actually being kissed by him. She instinctively pushed him away. She used a little too much strength, and this slap almost pushed him down from the clouds. The cloud under her feet also swayed, as if it could not bear the weight. Fortunately, the two of them finally separated. Ji Xinyue's heart was beating like a drum. She glared at him and said, "You, lecher." He actually kissed her on the cloud without any warning. Rong Yu Ishinlin took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He smiled and said something that deserved a beating. "Just call me by my name in the future. If you call me God or Your Highness again, I'll punish you with this." Ji Xinyue was speechless. She gritted her teeth and threatened him. "If you dare to do this again, I'll kick you away." Rong Yu Ishinlin smiled. "Well, if you have the ability, feel free to kick me." He did not intend to let her go. "Come, call me by my name." Ji Xinyue snorted and turned around. She would call him just because he asked her to? How immoral. Rong Yu Ishinlin's eyes flashed. The cloud under her feet suddenly sped up and slowed down. Ji Xinyue's body swayed, and she fell forward. Rong Yu Ishinlin hooked her with his arm and pulled her into his arms. He looked in her eyes and said, Be good, call me once. This guy was addicted to playing with her. Ji Shunyu was so angry that she raised her foot and stepped on him. I won't scream. She used a lot of strength to step on him, but because both of them were stepping on soft clouds, this foot could not really step on solid ground at all. Rong Yuishinlin held her in his arms and looked at her blushing face and her round and bright eyes. What to do? He wanted to kiss her again. Ji Shunyu knew what he was going to do when she saw his expression. She was afraid that he would admit defeat without warning and kiss her again. She called out to him, Rong Yu Lan, that's enough. Her palm was still pressing on his lips. Her palms were actually quite delicate, but because she was too hard-working in martial arts and wielded a broadsword, there were some calluses on her palms. At this moment, those calluses were in the middle of his lips, rubbing against his lips. Rong Yue Tianlan's eyes darkened, and she took the opportunity to kiss her palm. That ticklish feeling directly numbed her heart. Ji Shunyu did not withdraw her hand, but Rong Yue Tianlan had already said calmly, Don't call me by my full name. It's too distant. He smiled again. Do you still want me to kiss you? So you're deliberately not screaming? Chapter 3000. Ji Shunyu was about to be defeated by his shamelessness and could only give in. Tianlan, this should be enough, right? Rong Yuishinlin sighed. You're so unwilling, it hurts me. He still had no intention of letting her go. Ji Shunyu wanted to kick him away. What else do you want? Rong Yuishinlin smiled. You should be able to kiss me. Ji Shunyu did not hold back this time. She had been imprisoned in Rong Yu Tianlan's arms all this time. He was strong, and she had not recovered her strength yet. Naturally, she could not break free with brute force. Her eyes flashed, and she suddenly raised her leg to block. This was a woman's self-defense technique. Her movements were as fast as lightning. Even if she could not really hit him, it was enough to make him let go. Bang! She hit the bullseye. Rong Yuishinlin finally let go. Not only did he let go, but he also trembled and fell from the clouds. Ji Shunyu was stunned. By the time she reacted, he had already rolled down. She wouldn't knock him out, would she? He would die if he fell from such a high place. Almost without thinking, she jumped down as well. She used her telekinesis to fall faster than him. She quickly caught up with him and subconsciously pulled him. But with her current strength, how could she pull him down? The two of them rolled down together. Fortunately, the two of them were not ordinary people. Ji Shunyu tried her best to adjust her body while rolling. Together with her telekinesis, she finally reduced the impact of the fall. Seeing the dark ground coming towards them, Ji Shunyu hugged him and turned around in the air so that her back was facing down. Then, she closed her eyes and prepared to fall hard. Naturally, she was also prepared to be his meat cushion. Rong Yuishinlin, who was in her arms, suddenly moved, and the two of them switched positions in an instant. Uff! The two of them fell into a pit, and mud flew up in a mountain forest beside a stream. Rong Yuishinlin sat there, his face pale, and his forehead was covered in layers of cold sweat. His blue robe was stained with mud, and at this moment, it was almost like a robe. Ji Shunyu stood helplessly beside him. After all, he was the one who acted as a meat cushion in the end, so Ji Shunyu didn't fall much and could still stand there perfectly fine. She looked at the cold sweat rolling down his forehead. She did not expect that her head would have such serious consequences. She felt very guilty. Are you okay? She actually didn't think that she would be able to hit him. After all, this person's kung fu was extremely high, and his reaction was extraordinarily fast. Who would have thought that he would be hit? Even more so, he didn't think that it would cause such serious consequences. Rong Yuetian closed her eyes slightly and replied with 2 words, I'm fine. She adjusted her breathing and meditated. Ji Xingyue couldn't help but speak up. Rong Yuetian, you and I are no longer engaged. You shouldn't keep touching me. Rong Yuetian didn't open her eyes, but she still answered her with a few words, I won't do it again. Ji Xingyue. She paused for a moment and then said dryly, That's good. You rest and recover first. I'll guard you. Rong Yuetian didn't say anything this time and directly entered a state of adjustment. Although there were many wild beasts in this mountain forest, there weren't any large beasts. At most, there was a wild dog. Without waiting for Ji Shunyue to make a move, the moon god sword only flashed its blade for a moment, and the wild dog disappeared without a trace. Chapter 3001. Therefore, Ji Shunyue had an easy time as a guard. Rongyue Tanlon meditated for a long time this time, an entire day. When he opened his eyes again, it was already noon of the second day. When he opened his eyes, he smelled the aroma of meat. He turned to look. Ji Shunyue had already roasted a wild goat not far away and was waiting for him. When she saw him open his eyes, she waved at him. "Are you hungry? I roasted a goat. Try it and see how it tastes." Rongyue Tanlon walked over slowly, and Ji Shunyue handed him a goat leg. The skin of the goat leg was roasted to a golden brown, and it was still fragrant with oil. It must have taken her some effort. Rongyue Tianlon did not take the goat leg. He shook his head. "I'm not hungry. You can eat it yourself." He strode forward along the stream. Ji Shunyue's hand, which was holding the goat leg, froze in midair. After a while, she retracted her hand. Seeing that his figure was about to turn the corner, she could not help but ask, "Where are you going?" "To take a bath." Rongyue Tianlon answered with 3 words, and his figure disappeared. Ji Shunyue sat down. She knew that there was a pool at the end of the stream, and it was a good place to take a bath. When he landed, he was covered in dirt, so he should take a bath. However, he had the cleansing spell, so why didn't he use it? Perhaps he was afraid of wasting his telekinesis? Ji Shunyue gnawed on the goat leg by herself. She originally thought that the goat leg she roasted this time was the pinnacle of her culinary skills, and it was extremely delicious, but now she felt a little sick of it. The more she ate, the harder it was to swallow. "He's angry, isn't he?" Yu Shun's sword began to whisper in her mind. Ji Shunyu stood up and stopped eating, ignoring the 8 trigram sword. "I heard that place is a man's lifeblood, and it can kill him." Yu Shun's sword continued to gossip about men. Only ordinary men would be like that, right? He was a supreme immortal. Shouldn't he have an indestructible body and not be afraid of being cut and chopped anywhere? Moreover, she only used her knee to hit him. Although she thought so, Ji Shunyue still felt a little nervous. She couldn't have really hurt him, right? According to what she heard from her friends in the martial world, if a man was hit in that place, he might not be able to do it. Ji Shunyu's heart was also filled with anger, but at the same time, she couldn't get rid of the guilt she felt. She almost wanted to jump up and run to the side of the pond to take a look. Fortunately, she braked in time and stopped after taking 2 steps. Why would she go there now? To watch him bathe? Rongyue at Tianlon's bath was a little long, and she still hadn't returned after half a day. Ji Shunyue was a little uneasy. Would he drown in the pool because of his injuries? She steeled her heart and was about to run over to take a look when Rongyue Tianlon finally came out from that side. Ji Shunyue heaved a sigh of relief and sat down again. She looked at him and saw that not only had he taken a bath, he had also washed his clothes. His blue robe had returned to its usual dry and clean state. His face was still slightly pale, and there was even a faint trace of weariness between his brows. However, as his clothes fluttered as he walked, there was still a kind of clear and neat ink landscape. "Why did you take so long?" Ji Shunyue couldn't help but ask. Rongyue Tianlon paused for a moment. Her expression was slightly indifferent. "It's too dirty, so I washed it for a while longer." It was rare for him to be so dirty. Before he took a shower, there was a layer of dirt on his hair. Ji Shunyue nodded. "I see." A breeze blew between the 2 of them, one sitting and one standing. Neither of them spoke for a while. Chapter 3002. Ji Shunyue even felt a little awkward. At the same time, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. When he was aggressive and passionate toward her, she couldn't wait to kick him far away. But when he was really cold and polite to her, she felt uncomfortable and even vaguely felt wronged in her heart. Even she herself didn't know where this grievance came from. Her heart felt as if it was wrapped by a string, and there was an indescribable sourness in it. It was Rongyue Tianlon who broke the awkwardness. He looked at her and said, "Aren't you going to wash up?" Ji Shunyue was very busy just now. She was protecting him and roasting the lamb. Even after washing her hands and face by the stream, there was still a lot of dirt on her body. Now that she was reminded by Rong Yue Tianlan, she instantly felt uncomfortable. She wanted to use a cleansing spell, but her power had not recovered to that extent yet. However, she felt pressured to bathe in the wilderness. Although this place was in the wilderness, it was not a particularly uninhabited place. When she was roasting the lamb just now, Ji Shunyue even saw a hunter passing by in the distance. Rong Yue Tianlan seemed to see her apprehension and said, "It's okay. Don't worry and go wash up. I'll protect you." Seeing that Ji Shunyue had no intention of moving, he raised the corner of his lips and said with a faint smile, "Are you afraid that I'll peek? Don't worry, I won't do such a tasteless thing." Ji Shunyue went to bathe in the end. She also thought it through. Her body had already been seen and touched by Rong Yue Tianlan. Why should she be shy about this matter now? Besides, with his character, he probably wouldn't peek. Even if he wanted to look, he would most likely look at them with a smile on his face and not hide in some corner to peek at them vulgarly. The water in the pool was cold. Ji Shunyue soaked in it and quickly washed up. After all, she was in the wilderness. She didn't dare to strip completely. She still had her underwear on. She was afraid that Rong Yue Tianlan would appear from somewhere and watch her bathe with his arms crossed with a smile. So she soaked everything below her neck in the water. However, she was obviously thinking too much. Rong Yue Tianlan actually acted like a gentleman. He sat on a rock not far from the pool. From this position, he could hear everything around him. However, because of the big rock, he couldn't see the spring scene in the pool. He sat there and meditated with his eyes closed. He had no intention of sneaking a peek. The moon god sword circled around him. "Are you all right?" Seeing that Rong Yue Tianlan didn't speak, it asked with concern. "You wouldn't have been crippled by that, right?" The blue veins on Rong Yue Tianlan's forehead jumped. She clenched her fingers and looked at it coldly. "Do you want to be crippled?" The moon god sword trembled and did not plan to speak with him anymore. It turned the sword tip and wanted to fly away. However, the sword hilt was held by someone else. Rong Yue Tianlan's voice was cold. "You're not allowed to go." Moon god sword was not convinced. "She is my master. I should be by her side protecting her." Rong Yue Tianlan immediately pulled it back. "No." Moon god sword was extremely puzzled. "Why? She's taking a bath. Why are you butting in? It can't be right. Even it was not allowed to see its master. I'm just a sword. Furthermore, it's a female sword." Moon god sword almost stomped her feet. "But you have the heart of a man." Rong Yue Tianlan did not let go of it. "You want to be an open and above-board sword. Why are you being so wretched?" Moon god sword. When was it not open and above board? Chapter 3003. When they set off again, it was already the morning of the next day. After 2 days of rest, Ji Shunyue was able to ride a cloud again. In order to avoid repeating the same mistake, she suggested that the two of them ride separately. However, Rong Yue Tianlan directly lifted her onto her own cloud. When she flew into the sky, she even gave her a reassuring pill. "Don't worry, without your consent, I won't do anything to you again." He recovered faster than her, and his skills were originally higher than hers. Ji Shunyue didn't want to argue with him on the cloud, so she agreed. Rong Yue Tianlan was a man of his word. He didn't touch her again along the way, not even the slightest bit of physical contact. Even when he gave her the medicine she was supposed to take, he didn't hand it over, but threw it over. Seeing him suddenly become serious, Ji Shunyue breathed a sigh of relief, but the strange feeling of being wronged surfaced in her heart again. She had never really loved someone in her life, so she didn't know what it was like to love someone. Now, this indescribable feeling made her feel a little lost and anxious. She was like a little tiger that fell into a kaleidoscope. She was a little dazzled and scared, but she had to stretch out her little paws and pretend to be strong. It seemed that Rong Yue Tianlan had completely recovered after a day and night of rest. His cloud ride was fast and steady. He kept facing forward, and if there was nothing, he wouldn't talk to Ji Shunyue anymore. He was very serious. Ji Shunyue simply sat on his cloud and meditated. She didn't notice the passage of time while meditating. When she opened her eyes, she found that there was a sea in front of her, and there were waves surging on the surface of the sea. Ji Shunyue was surprised and stood up. "Where is this?" Didn't she ask him to send her back to the Xian sect? She remembered that the way back to the Ziyun sect wouldn't pass by any sea. Why were they at the seaside now? She looked at the sky. The sunset was full, and the sun was hanging on the horizon like a half-melted egg yolk. She still had a sense of time. She knew that she should have meditated for about a day. According to Rongyue Tianlan speed, they should be reaching the Ziyun sect by now. Where I'm staying temporarily, Rongyue Tianlan replied. Ji Xinyue's eyes widened. What are we doing here? Didn't we agree to go to the Ziyun sect? Right now, she was most concerned about her sect. She was afraid that a disaster would befall her sect. Rongyue Tian looked at her and said, Let me ask you, if your Ziyun sect is really in trouble, can you stop it with your current kung fu? Ji Xinyue was speechless. She had only recovered a fifth of her power, so she could at most beat Xie Fenglu. But if he really turned into a devil, it would be hard to say. What's more, there was also Huang Qinglu, whose strength she didn't know. She took a deep breath. I might not be able to defeat him, but I can warn Master and Senior Marshal brothers. If you just want to remind me, you can use the sound transmission talisman. Rongyue Shenlin cut her off, and a sound-transmitting talisman appeared in her palm. Do you want to tell your master the truth now? Ji Shenyu. Her pretty face turned slightly pale. Master hated the people of the devil sect to the core. Once he knew that little Nine might be the reincarnation of the devil sect's devil ancestor, he would probably clean up the sect immediately. He didn't even give little Nine a chance to defend himself. What if little Nine wasn't that devil ancestor? Wouldn't they have sacrificed themselves for nothing? Rongyue Shenlin looked at her for a moment, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She said faintly, You still can't bear it, right? In that case, what's the use of you going back? Chapter 3004. Anger surged in Ji Xinyue's heart. At least I can see some clues. I'll make a decision after seeing them clearly. She always felt that it would be better if she stayed in Ziyun's sect. Wasn't this the reason why she was in a hurry to come back before her injuries had healed? Rongyue Shenlin said, If Xie Fenglu really does harm to your sect after awakening, you won't be able to stop him with your current ability. What you should do now is to quickly recover all your telekinesis. Only with true strength can you play a more important role, right? Ji Xinyue took a deep breath. I also want to quickly recover my telekinesis, but this can't be done overnight. If you want to recover quickly, go to my residence. My place has the most abundant spiritual energy and a complete set of medicine. It's very beneficial for your quick recovery. At this point, Ji Xinyue couldn't refute. After a pause, she asked, How long will it take to recover in your residence? Rongyue Shenlin had already begun to draw a spell in the air with both hands. She replied, It depends on your comprehension and ability. Ji Xinyue was speechless. It was just recovering one's power. What did it have to do with comprehension and ability? Was this girl tricking her? Just as she finished thinking, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in front of her. Ji Xinyue was already somewhat sensitive to whirlpools. She subconsciously wanted to retreat, but Rongyue Shenlin grabbed her and jumped directly into the whirlpool with her. Don't be afraid. This whirlpool won't harm you. These were the words Rongyue Shenlin said when she hugged her in the whirlpool. A silver-white beach, tall tropical coconut trees. A bluestone staircase wound upwards, leading straight into the depths of the forest. Under the shade of the green trees, there were pavilions and towers embellished with white cranes flying in the air. It was a peaceful and auspicious scene. A cool breeze blew gently, warming one's body. Ji Xinyue looked at everything in front of her in a daze. This place was too otherworldly. She didn't expect him to have such a nest. After getting out of the whirlpool, the two of them landed on the ground. Rongyue Shenlin let go of her and looked at her with a smile. How do you feel about this place? Ji Xinyue nodded. It's your style. This place was fresh and elegant. The scenery changed with every step, and every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, and every rock was ingenious. Even before entering the interior, it gave one an extremely comfortable feeling. She looked at the pavilions in the distance. Some were small, some were elegant, and some were majestic. Every single one of them had its own style, but when these styles were put together, they gave off an extremely harmonious feeling. Someone who was not ambitious would never be able to create such a scene. She thought of the place where she lived in seclusion and built a few thatched huts. They were both living in seclusion, but why was there such a huge difference? It was said that girls liked to tidy up the little nest they lived in beautifully. It was so warm that men couldn't bear to leave. However, she seemed to be the opposite of him. She had always been carefree in this aspect. Her requirements for the nest were that it could be lived in and that it would not be disturbed. On the other hand, he strived for perfection. He had only returned to this continent for a few months, but the place he had built in a hurry was already so stylish. In fact, this place was discovered and set up by Rong Yuetian more than 3,000 years ago. After he left this continent, he also opened up a similar place in the Tianxi continent. Of course, after many years of operation and occasional pointers from Shanjuli, that place was much more exquisite and perfect than this one. After he returned here, he renovated it again. Chapter 3005. Of course, nothing was exactly the same in this world, and Rongyue Tianlan didn't want to completely replicate the previous one, so he arranged it according to local conditions. The living environment of this continent was actually better than that of the Tianxi continent, and the spiritual force was also more abundant. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cultivators here. And this place was the spirit eye of the Fanian continent, so the spiritual force was extraordinarily abundant. Even the wind that blew past his face had spiritual energy surging in it. Ji Xinyue also quickly realized this. It seemed that Rongyue Tianlan didn't lie to her. This place was very beneficial for recovering from injuries. She sensed the characteristics of the spiritual force, and the fragrance of the plants was mostly wood spiritual force. She cultivated fire spiritual force, and wood spiritual force nurtured fire, so her cultivation would be stronger. Then she would recover even faster. She could achieve twice the result with half the effort. She breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, with her injuries, she would need to meditate for a month to fully recover. But if she cultivated here, the time would be halved. "Do you like it here?" A voice sounded. Ji Xinyue looked up and saw Rongyue Tianlan leaning against a coconut tree, looking at her with a smile. Ji Xinyue nodded. "It's very beautiful." She answered like a tourist who came here to play. After praising his island, Ji Xinyue went straight to the point. "There should be a spirit eye here, right? I wonder where it is. Can I use it?" If she cultivated in the spirit core, her healing speed would be even faster. She couldn't wait to fully recover and return to the Ziyun sect. Rongyue Tianlan's eyes dimmed slightly. "Follow me." He turned around and strode forward. Ji Xinyue followed behind, and for some reason, she felt that Rongyue Tianlan's back had a bleak and distant feeling. Her heart tightened, and she wanted to hurry up and walk with him. But after thinking about it, she decided against it. It was a green treehouse. The furnishings in the treehouse were extremely simple, and there were only 2 futons. However, the spiritual force in the treehouse was so dense that it almost dyed the air green. Taking a breath, the fresh smell almost seeped into the limbs and bones. This was the spring of the spiritual force of the entire island. After Ji Xinyue came in with Rongyue Tianlan, she didn't want to leave. She knew that Rongyue Tianlan had brought her to this place to let her use it. Gratitude grew in her heart, and she couldn't help but say, "Thank you." Halfway through her words, she suddenly remembered the punishment when Rongyue Tianlan said thank you to her. She quickly stopped talking. Rongyue Tianlan did not give her any punishment this time. He just nodded and told her some things to take note of when meditating here. After a few more words of advice, he left. Ji Xinyue opened her mouth slightly. She looked at the 2 praying mats, then looked at his departing figure. She wanted to invite him to meditate with her, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. She knew that he had not fully recovered, and this place was a sacred place for healing. There were also 2 praying mats, so the 2 of them could actually recover together here. Did he have another place to heal, or was he trying to avoid suspicion? Ji Xinyue felt that she was a little crazy. When he shamelessly approached her, she just wanted to push him away. Now that they were really in a relationship like friends, she felt a sense of loss. She raised her hand and knocked on her own head. What was wrong with her? Could it be that after being injured once, her emotions had also become abnormal? She was worried about personal gains and losses, and her emotions were changing so much that even she herself found it unbelievable. Chapter 3006. She didn't want to think about it anymore. She contacted her eldest senior brother first, and was relieved to know that the Ziyun sect was still peaceful. Before Rong Yuetian left, he left her a few pills and told her to take one a day. He said that it would be very helpful for her cultivation here. He was very considerate of her. This person was extraordinarily meticulous in his work. Ji Shunyue suppressed all the irrelevant emotions in her heart. After taking a pill, she sat on the futon and began to meditate. She meditated for 3 days. When she woke up, she felt refreshed. The telekinesis in her body seemed to have recovered quite a bit and was already flowing very vigorously. The wounds on her body were also disappearing. She had personally checked it. The wound that was originally more than 10 centimeters wide had shrunk by half. The remaining half was also faint and had a healthy pink color. True recovery was just around the corner. Rong Yuetian probably didn't come to see her these 3 days because everything in this small treehouse was still in its original position. There were no traces of him being here. It seemed that he should be meditating somewhere to recover. Ji Shunyue suddenly wanted to see him. After all, he gave her such a good place to recover and gave her such a good pill, it was reasonable for her to thank him and even apologize to him. After all, she almost destroyed him. She shouldn't have used so much strength at that time. I wonder if he's all right. Ji Shunyue had always wanted to ask him how he was and if there was anything wrong with him. But first, she felt a little wronged. Second, she felt that this was not a good question to ask. She couldn't possibly ask if her younger brother was all right, right? In the end, it was delayed, but there was still guilt in his heart. Perhaps he was indeed unable to control himself when he kept touching her. Her reaction was a little overboard. She should have rejected him in a gentler way. Even if she wanted to push him, she should have used less strength. The more Ji Shunyue thought about it, the more she couldn't sit still. She jumped up and ran out the door. This island wasn't big. It was easy to wander around, not to mention Ji Shunyue, who ran like a whirlwind. In less than an hour, she had already walked through all the pavilions and buildings. No, he was nowhere to be seen. However, there were some places that had been prepared with fruits and other ingredients. The fruits were placed on the table while the ingredients were in the kitchen. Ji Shunyue even found a letter in his small living room. There were only a few short sentences on the letter. I have something to do outside. You can continue cultivating and leave after you've fully recovered. Ji Shunyue, she looked at the signature. It was left yesterday. It seemed that he had left yesterday. She was the only one left on this island. Where'd he go? Could it be that something had happened outside? Is he in a hurry to go out and deal with it? Could it be that the Ziyun sect? Almost without thinking, Ji Shunyue raised her hand and searched for a sound-transmitting talisman on her body. After searching for a long time, she still couldn't find a sound-transmitting talisman. Instead, she took out a letter. For the sake of your cultivation, I'm confiscating all sound-transmitting talismans. Once you've completely recovered and left this place, you can search for it in an acacia tree 50 miles from here. Ji Shunyue. This was tantamount to completely cutting off her connection to the outside world. But she was concerned about her own sect. What if something happened? Ji Shunyue clenched her fists. This person was too arbitrary. He did things without consulting her at all. She knew that he was being kind, but she didn't want his kindness now. Chapter 3007. She would not be able to continue practicing if she was stuck in the drum and worried. No, she had to go out. She had already recovered 2/5 of her martial arts, so it should not be difficult for her to leave this place. She knew that there was a protective barrier here, but her ability to break barriers was very strong, so this barrier should not be difficult for her. An hour later, Ji Shunyue sat on a big rock by the sea, panting. She looked at the letter in her hand and clenched her fists again and again. The sky here was obviously the same as the sky outside, but when she flew up, she frequently hit walls. The barrier around this island was not ordinary. She used countless methods but still could not break it. Not only did she not break it, but she also shook down a letter. On the letter, there was still Rong Yu Tianlan's handwriting. If you focus on practicing, you can recover in 7 days. Before your power fully recovers, you will not be able to break the barrier here. The letter even had a specific method to break the barrier here. Ji Shunyu had already tried, and her power was indeed not up to par. It seemed that he had considered all possibilities. Ji Shunyu sat by the sea for a while and also understood a principle. If the outside world was really turned upside down, then with her current ability, she could only be cannon fodder if she went out, and nothing would change. It was better to recover all her power first, and then go out to take a look. Besides, he was out now, and he knew what she cared about the most. He would definitely ensure the safety of the Ziyun sect for her. With him watching over it, her sect should not have any accidents. Moreover, she still had those senior brothers. Those people were not easy to deal with. If any danger really came, they would be able to resist for a while. For now, she could only comfort herself like this. Then she jumped up and went back to the tree house to practice. She had to practice hard and strive to recover as soon as possible. Didn't Rong Yu Tianlan say that she could recover in 7 days? She would strive to be earlier, and earlier. After she recovered and went out, the first thing she would do was to return to the Ziyun sect. The second thing was to find Rong Yu Tianlan and have a good fight with him. It would be best if she could also lock him in a place where he could not come out. The Moon God Sword had always been by her side. Just now, when she was trying to break the barrier, it had also used a lot of strength. However, the barrier was too strange, and it was not something that could be broken by a divine weapon. Because of this, it was even despised by Ji Shunyu. She despised it for dropping the ball at a crucial moment, but it turned out that it wasn't that strong after all. The Moon God Sword was despised to the point of depression. It felt that this barrier also had a grudge with it. After it caught up with Ji Shunyu's footsteps, it suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, the tip of its sword constantly swaying, as if it was tilting its head and sizing her up. Ji Shunyu looked at it and thought that it was going to kill its master. She suddenly took a step back and looked at it coldly. "What are you doing?" Moon God Sword said. "Master, I realize that you are full of energy right now. Your eyes are very bright, and your face is very red." Ji Shunyu was speechless. "Since when have I not been full of energy? My face is red because I was busy just now." "No, master, you're not the same as before." What's different?" Ji Shunyu raised her eyebrows. "You used to be like a man. Now you look very feminine. In the past, she was forthright and magnanimous, and did things swiftly and decisively. If one did not know her identity, she really looked like a man when she was dressed as a man. Moreover, she had a faint, dejected, and world-weary temperament, as if she did not care about life and death." Chapter 3008. But now, her face was flushed red, and her eyes were as bright as stars. Although she was angry, she still had the aura of a delicate girl. Her whole person gave off a feeling of vitality and vitality. Of course, the Moon God Sword could not summarize so much. It only said its intuition. You used to have a strong, murderous aura when you were angry, but now you look like an angry little girl with rich expressions, like a young girl yearning for love. Ji Shunyu was speechless. She slapped the sword away. "Get lost. You're the one who's yearning for love." She dashed away. On the way, she could not help but raise her hand to touch her cheek. Her cheeks were very hot, and her heart was beating very happily. She also felt that her current mood was indeed different from before. Originally, when she saw the green mountains and clear waters, it did not shock her. Now, when she looked at the flowers by the roadside, they seemed to be swaying endlessly in spring. What was wrong with her? Was it really like what the Moon God Sword said, that she was yearning for love? Was she in love? Ji Shunyu's heart beat wildly again, and Rong Yu Tianlan's figure flashed across her mind. Stop. Now is not the time to think about these messy things. She really needed to quickly recover from her cultivation. Everything could wait until she recovered her cultivation. Ziyun sect. The Ziyun sect seemed to be calm and peaceful, just like usual. However, The third disciple on duty this year, Jishinue's third senior brother, felt that something was not quite right. Originally, the Ziyun sect disciples did not stay in the Ziyun sect often. Except for the eldest senior brother who was always here, the others would come back once a year to help the eldest senior brother deal with the sect's affairs. As for the senior brothers and junior brothers who were not on duty, they would come back to visit their master from time to time. And people who were not from a Ziyun sect were not allowed to take half a step into the Ziyun sect except for their master's birthday. This time, the third senior brother was on duty. A few days ago, it was no different from usual. But 5 days ago, ninth senior brother Xie, Feng Lu, suddenly came back, and he brought an outsider with him. He said it was his friend, called Huang Qinglu. At that time, the disciples guarding the gate did not want to break the rules, nor did they want to offend the ninth senior uncle, so they came to ask him. After all, the disciples guarding the gate were under his command. Just as he was about to rush over, eldest senior brother had already led the two of them in. Not only did he come in, he even led them to master. Since eldest senior brother had made the decision, third senior brother could not say anything. Eldest senior brother had personally arranged accommodations for the two of them. What was strange was that eldest senior brother had actually arranged for Xie Feng Lu and Huang Qinglu to stay in the same room, even though there were so many rooms in the Ziyun sect. He had even given the two of them special privileges, allowing them to wander around the Ziyun sect as they pleased. No one was allowed to stop them. Third senior brother was a straightforward person. He felt that it was fine for his ninth junior brother to stroll around casually, but why should an outsider like Huang Qinglu casually stroll around? He didn't like this and couldn't help but ask his master for his opinion. At that time, his master was fiddling with a pearl that shone like moonlight. Hearing his doubts, he casually told him not to worry about it. He also said that this Huang Qinglu was an old friend of his and could be trusted. Since master had said so, third senior brother had nothing else to say. However, there was still a knot in his heart, and he couldn't help but pay more attention to Huang Qinglu's whereabouts. That night, he found something unusual. In the middle of the night, his ninth junior brother and Huang Qinglu came out of the room. Under the starlight, ninth junior brother's face was not very good, and he spoke bluntly to Huang Qinglu. Chapter 3009. The two of them seemed to be arguing. Third senior brother vaguely heard two sentences. "You'd better pray that she's fine, or I'll be the first to sacrifice you," Huang Qinglu said softly. "As long as you do it within 10 days, she'll be fine." At that time, third senior brother had accidentally stepped on a dead branch and alarmed the two people who were arguing. The two of them immediately looked at him. He did not know if it was an illusion, but third senior brother felt like he was instantly surrounded by a murderous aura. However, the murderous aura disappeared in a blink of an eye. Xie Fenglu walked directly to him. Third senior brother was a little dizzy after that. He could not even remember clearly. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying in his room. Everything that happened at night seemed to be a dream. He vaguely remembered everything that happened at night. After thinking about it, he directly ran to visit ninth junior brother. However, he met eldest senior brother on the way. Eldest senior brother told him that ninth junior brother and Huang Qinglu had urgent matters to attend to and had left early in the morning after bidding farewell to master. Eldest senior brother's face was a little pale, as if he had not slept the entire night. Thus, he hurriedly chatted with him for a while before leaving. Third senior brother was a little confused about whether last night was a dream or not, but he could not find anyone to confirm it. After Xie Fenglu and Huang Qinglu left, third senior brother kept feeling that something was wrong. Later, he finally found out what was wrong. The wild beast valley at the back of the mountain suddenly became much quieter. Originally, there were often the roars of various wild beasts, but now, only a few voices could be heard occasionally, and they were still weak. Third senior brother was puzzled and wanted to go there to take a look. That place was a forbidden area. Without master's permission, no disciple was allowed to go near it. Thus, third senior brother only wanted to take a look from afar. If he found that something was really wrong, then he would report to master. He went at night. In the end, before he reached the vicinity of the wild beast valley, he saw master standing near the entrance of the valley, looking at the wild beast valley from afar, as if he was thinking about something. Looking from afar under the moonlight, Master's back seemed a little bleak. After a while, he heard Master sigh softly. "What will come will come." That sigh was very faint, and third senior brother almost did not hear it clearly. He only faintly felt that Master, who had always been lazy and casual, seemed to have something on his mind this time. Third senior brother was about to go over and greet Master when he saw eldest senior brother coming out of the valley and reporting something to Master. The two of them were probably using a secret language, so third senior brother didn't know what they were talking about. He only saw that their expressions were somewhat heavy. In the end, Grandmaster Ziyin let out a soft sigh and said, "This is also a type of fate. Have you gotten rid of them?" Eldest senior brother replied, "Don't worry, Master. I know what I'm doing." Then the Master and disciple left. Third senior brother was filled with curiosity, so he made a bold move. He secretly snuck into Beast Valley, only to find that it was very deserted. Originally, there were all kinds of strange beasts roaming the Beast Valley, but after he went in and patrolled for a long time, he only saw a few weak ones. They were still cowering in the grass, but when they heard someone coming, they all ran away like rabbits. Third senior brother did not give up and walked around again. In the end, he found the skeleton of an animal in an extremely remote corner. The skeleton seemed to belong to a two-winged lion. It was not scary to find the skeleton of an animal in such a place. After all, the animals in this valley had always been prey to the strong. Every day, animals were killed and eaten. Scattered bones could often be seen in the valley. Chapter 30:10. But this skeleton was a little strange. Its fur was still there, but its flesh was gone. It was really just skin and bones, as if something had sucked all its flesh and blood dry. The winged lion was an extremely ferocious beast and stood at the top of the food chain in this valley. It was unusual for it to suddenly die here. Third senior brother was about to go forward to check the lion's cause of death, but when he raised his head, he saw eldest senior brother. Trespassing into the Beast Valley was originally a serious crime. Third senior brother was caught red-handed and thought that he would be punished to face the wall for a few years. Unexpectedly, eldest senior brother did not plan to expose him. He even led him around the Beast Valley a few more times. The two of them found some bones of ferocious beasts that had been sucked dry. Eldest senior brother told him that there was an abnormality in the Beast Valley. A blood-sucking monster had appeared, and this monster was very powerful. It came and went without a trace, and no one knew what kind of mutation it was. He and his master had not found the monster's whereabouts until today. His master and he were afraid that it would cause panic among the disciples, so they sealed off the news. He and his master were searching for the monster's whereabouts, but they did not have enough manpower. He was planning to gather all the junior brothers to discuss the plan to eliminate the monster. Ninth senior brother and Huang Qinglu also came back because of this matter. Now the two of them went out to ask for help, so they left early. After eldest senior brother said this, the doubts in third senior brother's heart disappeared without a trace. When the sect was in trouble, the disciple naturally had to bravely take the lead. Third senior brother immediately volunteered to go out and ask for help. He had a wide circle of friends and still had some capable friends. However, eldest senior brother waved his hand and said that the mountain needed to be patrolled, but they did not have enough manpower. He still led the disciples to guard the mountain, and he and his master would ask for help. At this point, third senior brother naturally could not say anything else, and immediately agreed. While the two of them were talking, eldest senior brother received a sound transmission from Ji Xinyu. Third senior brother knew this junior sister's ability. She was even stronger than the rest of them. Ji Xinyu asked about the situation in the mountain. Third senior brother thought that eldest senior brother would tell the truth to little junior sister and ask her to come back quickly. However, he did not expect eldest senior brother to only report the good news to little junior sister, saying that everything was normal. After the voice transmission talisman ended, he could not help but ask eldest senior brother for the reason. Eldest senior brother sighed and said, "Junior sister has been contacting me recently to ask about the sex affairs. She must have sensed something, which is why she is so worried. With her personality, she would definitely come back immediately to check on it. However, she has not returned for a long time. Obviously, she has encountered some accident that has hindered her and prevented her from coming back. If that's the case, why tell her the truth and make her worry? His words were so reasonable that third senior brother had nothing to say in reply. After the two of them finished patrolling the mountain, eldest senior brother handed over the task of patrolling to him. Third senior brother had been patrolling for 2 days with a worried heart, but nothing had happened in the past 2 days. However, third senior brother could not sleep that night. He wanted to walk around the sect again, and in the process, he accidentally heard 2 disciples gossiping. One of the disciples said that in his sleep, he heard a roaring sound coming from the Beast Valley, as if the beast in the valley was experiencing some kind of doomsday. He was frightened and wanted to get up to take a look, but he tripped and fell. When he woke up, it was already dawn. He did not know if the sound was a dream, and even asked his companion if he heard it.